Yes, honey. Can y'all hear me? I don't even know if this damn thing is working. Oh boy, boy, oh boy. I'm trying to tell you. Hold on, I feel naked here. Okay, there we go. What's cracking, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Man, oh man, oh man, it is hot as hell outside. I don't know if you are in the Jersey area, but baby, it was like 85 some degrees, almost 90 degrees. Yesterday was 90. I was like, my God, get up out of here with all of that. So please make sure you are somewhere cool. Get yourself in somebody cool. Man, it ain't even begun, from what I understand, to be the hot, hot summer it is going to be. But nevertheless, honey, I want to talk about those fights over this past weekend, the upcoming fights. Man, I'm telling you, summer is starting off with a bang. I ain't mad at it. I'm definitely not mad at what's scheduled so far. Now, will these fights deliver? That's a whole nother story. But we shall see, right? So who knows? Now, there have been a slew of announcements. I saw something about uh Mayweather too, child. He was about to do a sit down and talk about, I guess his financial situation. I don't know what's happening with him, but all of his fights are canceled. Just an FYI, if I didn't mention that last time that I was live. And now he's being sued. He is being sued by well, it was Pacquiao, and I think I read Mike Tyson was getting ready to sue his butt too. So I don't know. Floyd Mayweather, things just aren't hopefully things turn around for him and start to look up. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna go too much into detail on that because I've already done several videos about that. I've talked about that on a few of my lives about his financial situation or lack thereof, shall I say. So, we're just gonna wish the best for Money May and pray that he get himself together. You know, hopefully they'll allow him to get a fight though, because honestly, I don't know how they expect him to pay all this money he owe if he don't have no way to make money, right? Like that's always been weird to me, right? Like I don't know. But maybe he got to sell some chains to sell some of those watches he has to get himself back in the black, honey. Because right now, I don't know. It would appear as if he's floating in the red. Okay, so that's all I'm gonna say. But before we get into all of this, let me just give a real quick shout out to some of the winners from last weekend's card. Shout out to John Tucker. He really pulled that off. Now listen, I don't know what fight Sadina was watching, okay, or what fight he thought that he was in. Did y'all see the fake outrage on his face when he realized he didn't win that fight? I was looking at him like, boy, you don't know how to read a damn room to save your life. What make you think you won this fight? Child, Jahad Tucker was definitely, faster. He wasn't stronger though, but he definitely was putting his punches together faster. Definitely more athletic, footwork way better. Sajina, you could tell that he had the more impactful punches, but still, Jahad Tucker was staying busier throughout the entire fight. He started getting a little tired towards the end. That's because in the beginning, Sadina was throwing them damn body shots. So obviously that's going to wear them down and get to them legs. But I think that he did more than enough to pull it off. Like to me, in order for Sedina to even win that fight, he would have needed a knockout. Like seriously, you know what I'm saying? You wasn't down by like one round, boo. You was down by like several. So the fake outrage on his face, I just thought was hilarious to me. But shout out to Jaya Tucker. He definitely pulled it out, honey, and walked out in the ring like he pulled it out because them eyes were starting to close. So shout out to him for sure. What a great performance. That was definitely an entertaining fight. Um, Shout out to Ben Whitaker in his American debut. He did what he was supposed to do. Let me tell y'all something. And a lot of people say this to me, they give me some pushback, feedback, whatever you want to call it. I am not sold on Ben Whitaker. I know a lot of people like him. I know a lot of people think he's the goods. Me personally, I'm just, I could honestly take him or leave him. And that's just the truth of the matter. If he maybe gets a little bit more serious, because he does seem athletic, you know what I'm saying? But if he gets a little bit more serious, I think maybe just me kind of throws me off and gives me pause for cause. I just can't support that type of foolishness. inside the ring. And David Morrell, he's similar in that way. You know what I'm saying? And we see what happened to him 2 fights ago playing around. Wasn't it on that the not 2 fights? Yeah, maybe his 2 fights ago, but the Zepeda and Shakur card, the Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz card, wasn't he on like the undercard of that fight? He got clipped for playing around in there. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Maybe he just needs to be a little bit more serious for me to take him serious. Nevertheless, he made his American debut on the card over the weekend, and he had a stellar performance. Against somebody who, I mean, let's be honest, we didn't expect this other cat to win anyway, Popeye or whatever his name was. So it is what it is. His performance in America, what it was supposed to do, a debut with a nice little NFL to boost, I guess, his American credit, try and build his American fans. Who knows? Um, but definitely shout out to him as well. Now, listen, we're going to have a more in depth conversation about this fight for sure. But I do want to say, shout out to Xander Zayas. He stayed poised, after in defeat. I mean, very humble young man, from what I can see so far, hasn't made a lot of excuses or any that I could see. And just the amount of backlash that he's receiving. Um, his corner throwing in the towel. We're gonna get to that, and we're gonna talk about that too. But just wanted to say shout out to Xander Zayas. What people don't realize is when you downplay an opponent of one of your fighters, you're really downplaying your own fighter's resume. Right. So let's just keep that in mind when we start talking trash about, some of the opponents that our favorite fighters fight. Let's just always have that in the forefront of our mind, right? Like, because you want to give them respect, right? If for no other reason than for your favorite fighter to get respect for beating them. That's just me personally, how I like to look at things. Because if you get on a microphone at every press conference and all over line and your opponent, he trash and he this, he that. Y'all know me. I'm not gonna give y'all no credit for beating them. If you don't give them no credit before, I can give you credit. You younger guys want to be like Mayweather in so many ways. But one thing Mayweather never did was trash his opponents. He always bigged them up. You know what I'm saying? Well, at least for the most part. He would always say they ain't on his level or whatever the case may be, but he would always big them up and give them credit. You know what I'm saying? So if they take anything from Mayweather, they need to take that. And we're going to get into, like I said, Mayweather and his legal troubles, but I'm going to reference him in another way a little later on the show because just a lot of stuff I'm starting to see. It's like, it's giving me anxiety. I don't know what's happening these days. But nevertheless, Xander, he did what he could do while he could do it. You know what I'm saying? But ultimately, those belts, they went where they belonged. You know what I'm saying? And that's just what it is. Um, want to get y'all opinion on this new pound for pound list too. Like I said, we're gonna lots to unpack right now. I'm just kind of giving y'all like a little preview, and then I'm gonna do the news and the upcoming fights. But it's just a few things that I saw, like this latest ring pound for pound list, right? So finally, Boots is on it, number 9, whatever. And honestly, I don't pay much attention to this ring pound for pound list. I find it extremely biased. I have no idea how they come up with some of these names on these lists, and just so on and so forth. Right? Like you got people on here who ain't even boxed in like a year or two or whatever, and they still up here on like it's so ridiculous to me. But nevertheless, we're gonna talk about his placement on the pound for pound here. Um, what's next for him? It's for him. I'm happy for him. I feel like he deserved the win. Obviously, he went in and did what he was supposed to do, and then also, um, it just all this chitter chatter that I'm hearing. But like I said, we're gonna get into that. But I do want to mention that I saw that list, and I just felt like, what is happening? Like, what is really happening um, around the community? Just a lot. Just what's going down? Like for real, this is ridiculous. So we'll talk about that. He made it, and I thought this was interesting that he made it a point, right, to say this publicly. And he said it on a few platforms, which made me like, Eddie, are you scared? Right? Because I saw him say it on an interview. I don't know if it was with Fight Hype or who he was talking to. He was like, yeah, I'm getting on a plane in 45 minutes to go over there to this little peace talk, right? And then I saw something else, so he said it again. I said, Eddie, are you trying to let us know if you don't make it back, something happened? Because why else would you be publicly saying it? Like anybody who has business to carry out, they tend to just carry out their business. They usually don't announce it. So I just thought that was a little weird. But Eddie, baby, I saw your cry for help, honey, and I'm reading your signals. Okay. So we will be awaiting your return if that's what you want us to do. So I don't know. But obviously he hasn't arrived there yet because Saudi is like what 12 hours, 12, no, 24, ain't it? That's something I know it's a long time, and this was only a little while ago. So I'm sure he's on the plane, and when he gets there, they'll have whatever conversation they need to have, and hopefully, we'll be able to move forward with a few things, right? But I'm sure it'll all depend on what the conversations are like, and how big everybody's ego is in that damn room. So we shall see. That's extremely interesting, especially with Turkey's conditioning, his condition being what it is. So we'll definitely see what's taking place with all of that. As we know, this deadline has passed. We know that this fool, Usyk, has dropped his belt, and I have listen. Anybody been following the show for a while know that I have a problem with Usyk. I know some of y'all don't understand my problem with him, but he holds up divisions, holding belts hostage when he don't plan on fighting. It is what it is. Nevertheless, the deadline passed. Caveat has been elevated now to the full champion. So what's that? Okay, we're gonna talk a little bit about Usyk because I saw something else in him. He got like one more fight. I don't know if he gonna do it with Deontay Wilder. What he got going on? It is a lot happening, honey. So we shall see. Um, but let me see. I'm over here rambling. Let me start this damn news, child. Um, Dank Father. Hey, Ken. Hey, brother, Waterhead. Who is that? Mike Rums. What's going on? Hey, Ashley, baby. How you doing? David. Bring the shovel. What's popping? What's popping? Yeah, 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 yeah. You know what? You talking about Ben Whitaker, right? Um, yeah, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about him because, baby, hey, Dank. Hey, 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 hey. Y'all love the white man with English accent. Shut the hell up, Dank Father. You talking about you talking about Eddie? Shut up. I honestly think I'm just coming around to Eddie because y'all know I wasn't really fond of him for the longest time. I'm just coming around to Eddie Hearns now. And a lot of just me kind of seeing what he's doing for Boots. I've always known that he loved his, UK fighters. That was obvious. You know what I'm saying? But just now seeing how he is with kind of like Boots and stuff like that, I'm like, oh, okay, maybe he just don't know how to promote American boxers that well. You think that's what it is? Maybe I don't know. Big Dre was popping with it. Let me get into this news so we can get into the show. But before I was supposed to play a little clip for all the boys and their training. And I'm just so excited for July 4th. I cannot wait. We're going to talk about that. I can't wait. I'm telling you, this is a great little couple weeks in boxing, man. I'm excited. I don't know about y'all, but mother is excited, honey. What in the hell? I didn't upload this. Lord have mercy. Anyway, let me get into the news. I'll upload it later in the show. All right. So here we go, y'all. Remember a couple of weeks ago or even last week, hell, we was talking about this. The whole internet was buzzing. What is Devin gonna do? Prettiest girl at the prom, right? Well, the prettiest girl at the prom has been told by the principal child. No, look. The WBO has officially ordered a title defense for Devin versus Keyshawn Davis. Now they do 20 days to reach an agreement. Okay. To do so will trigger purse bid proceedings. 75-25 split distribution will be issued. Obviously, we know 75 will go to the champion, Devin Haney, and 25 will go to the challenger, on David. Okay, so they have 20 days to see what's popping. I don't know if the talks between him and Javante were real. So obviously, he has to weigh his options. Is he going to give a damn that they're about to take from him if he does not or does not fight his mandatory, or will he be like and go after the biggest bag, which will obviously be the biggest bag of his career, and fight Gervonta Tank Davis. So it's all about what Devin wants to do. It's all really to me about what kind of legacy he wants to put forward, right? Because fulfilling your mandatory is, pretty much an obligation. But a fight with Gervonta Tank Davis could definitely catapult your career in only to the top, honestly, because even in defeat, which we've seen pretty much all of his opponents except for one be defeated, you know, they've become stars. Well, somewhat stars, any goddamn way. Lamont Roach, I mean, he had his 15 minutes of fame. He didn't really do right with it, but he had it. You know what I'm saying? So, Pitbull, Rolly, Ryan. Well, Ryan was really a star already, but pretty much all of his opponents. Frank Martin, he's still in the mix. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna have to see. He had a great showing, I guess, his first fight out with Rancis. He had a little bit of a tough fight with Nair Albright, but we'll see what he does. But even with that, a lot of the guys that tank fights become stars after their fight with him. So, Devin definitely has a decision to make. You know what I'm saying? We know that they want money. We know that they hungry for money. So we'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? How did this heifer get up here? Oh, that's right, because I was uploading that thing. But we'll see what happens. You know what I'm saying? And go from there. But they ordered it. They do got 20 days. No, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean, Dank Father. Stop trying to. The fighters that I named, and I'm not going to say that Rolly is a star, but hell, he headlined him and Ryan even after that fight. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. They got more eyes on them. People want to fight them more because they are then determined to be the measuring stick, right? For a Tank with Gervonta, for a fight with Tank. So you know what I mean when I say become stars. They become more noticeable in the sport. I'll say that then, Dank Father, since you don't want me to use the word stars. Okay? Oh, my goodness. Another order, child, just orders everywhere. Orders, 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 orders. So, who is this? Child, what in the Jesus walks is happening around the community? Oh, yes. Okay. So the IBF has ordered Frank Sanchez, 26-1, versus Moses Atamu, 14-0, for the vacant heavyweight title. Now, this is the belts that obviously Usyk vacated. Now, Atamu, he has been scheduled to fight Filip Herkovic on August 29th, right? They've already had their first press conference, blah, blah, blah. Now, if he fights Herkovic, after that, if he is victorious, he has some decisions to make. He can also go straight into a title fight with Sanchez, who is a very different kind of style than what he is used to. You know what I'm saying? So, we'll definitely see what they want to do. Now, remember, Frank Warren has flat out said that he wants to see him in a title shot before the end of 26. So this could be his opportunity. If he comes up successful against Herkovic, then he'll be going in there up against Sanchez. Now, we're gonna have a conversation a little later about different things, but I'm gonna ask y'all right now: do y'all think that he's ready with 14 fights? Like, if he's not ready, when is he gonna be ready? Stuff like that type of thing, right? But this is his opportunity at a title, and with how the sanctioning bodies move and all that kind of stuff. Who knows when that opportunity may arrive as again? You know what I'm saying? So, me personally, I think this is a great opportunity for him. And listen, man, these boys got to prove themselves. That's just what it is. So, yes, I know. Bring the shovel, baby. I'll kind of like these mandated fights too. I'm telling you, just mandates every damn where, right? So, but that's my thing though, right? Like, so do we really think that? I mean, is it the sanctioning bodies doing their job? I mean, it is a little tough to be fight after fight. I don't even know if this is going to be the Herkovic fight. This is going to be a good test for him. And then right after that, you're going to go into a Sanchez fight. You know what I'm saying? So who knows? We're going to see how this all shakes out. We're going to see if Atamu really has what it takes to be, the heavyweight king. Because now that Usyk is gone with his lazy ass, who will reign supreme up there? You know what I'm saying? So we're definitely going to see what's going on with that. Now, listen, there has been a bit of little turbulence surrounding the Zuffa card that happened Sunday night. It appears as if Edwin De Los Santos' camp, and by his camp I mean Adrian Clark from Fighters First Management, they have written an appeal to the Nevada Commission based on the replay footage of that fight that shows Jose Valenzuela followed up with punches after De Los Santos was already down. Okay, that's going to be very important, I guess, in their little Child, they little letters. But they are looking to I don't know if they're trying to get this fight overturned, issue a rematch, what's going on, but they have filed some paperwork with the Nevada State Commission citing that that punch that led to the knockout was done after De Los Santos was already down. Not sure how that would have hurt or helped, but it is what it is, as y'all can see. So mm, mm, um you think so, thank father? Sorry, I was drinking my water. You think they're gonna cancel it? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they've already had their first press conference. The fight is in August 29th. So you think they're gonna cancel it and just schedule the Sanchez fight? We'll see. We're gonna see. We sure enough are gonna see. Now I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. Well, first of all, let me tell y'all about this fool. So Tyson Fury has a fight before his AJ fight. Now, I thought his warm up fight was the one he had against Makadaliev, right, back in April. But apparently, that was a warm up for the warm up. Okay, he's going to be fighting Wak or Wak. I don't know how to pronounce his name. July 24th for his tune up fight yet again. Okay, and we already know that AJ has his fight coming up as well. That is his tune up fight. So Tyson Fury appears to be taking a second tune-up fight before his fight with AJ. Apparently, finally, this fight is signed, but y'all, I am not convinced until I hear that bell ding ding and I see them in the ring across from each other, because we have been down this road too many times with these two men. So for now, he has his scheduled tune up, AJ has his scheduled tune up, and we just gonna keep the tune ups tuning. Okay, I don't know. Okay. Um, Now, I know I saw some stuff floating around online about possibly Jerome Boots Ennis and Fundora, but it appears as if Fundora has a mandatory Ermal Hagret. I don't know. Ermal H. Okay. This is his number one mandatory. This is the number one contender, basically, is mandatory. So this is who he will be fighting in the foreseeable future. So if we are getting that Jerron Ennis fight, it definitely won't be until maybe 2027, fall or spring, right? Because he has to get past this gentleman first, and then after that, maybe they can commence some talks again. But we don't know, and we shall see. Okay, but that is his next scheduled fight. So far, you know, things change all the time in the sport of boxing. Things are always fluid, things are always moving, things are always just being. Okay, so we got to see what happens. I thought I put this up here, but I guess I forgot. Well, we do know that Vito Melnecki is with Matchroom now. If y'all didn't know, y'all know now. Vito Melnecki has signed with Matchroom, and it looks like his first fight is going to be against Ammo Williams on September 4th. Vito Melnecki, as we know, he is 23-1. I think he has like 13 knockouts. His last first and only loss was to Jamie Martin back in 2021, right? And then he has that no contest with Connor Coyle or whoever that name, whoever he is. But anyway, Vito Melnecki, he actually been climbing the rankings. He was like number 2 in the WBO and number 7, I think, in the IBF. And then I think the WBC too. So he been doing his thing, you know. But that fight will actually be taking place in Newark, New Jersey. So if y'all are going to be in that area around September, pull up to the Vito Melnecki fight. He will be fighting Ammo Williams. So it is said as of right now. Okay. Now, um, I don't even know where I want to start, because it's like some of this stuff is just craziness to me. Pure nothing but craziness. Hey, no more sleepwalking, baby. Hey, 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 hey. Y'all make sure disgusting work by the WBC. What's wrong with you, Dank Father, tonight? They did it with Dubois and Joe Parker when he got ordered to fight. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's all in such a random place for that. Right? I thought so too. I'm like, why are they fighting over there? But listen. Um, we're gonna talk about this too, because I want to give my little opinion on what I see going on with the whole bunch of nonsense that I want to talk to y'all about. But let me get into some of this other stuff first. Um, as far as the news, I think that's pretty much what I saw. But let me bring up my thing, because sometimes I'll be. Oh, today was that child press conference. We're gonna talk about that dry ass shit in just a second, but Let me get to the important stuff first, because that ain't really important as far as I'm concerned. Her little press conference and her little undercard. Um, what a mess. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. So this month we know we have this, well, hold on. Before we get into all of that, let's get to the real card that people really, no, I'm just kidding. Oh God. No, we have, oh my God, what happened to my flyer for my little baby? Where did I put Abdullah's flyer? Well, we know we have the Abdullah Mason card on the 4th. That's going to be a fire fight. Okay, I cannot wait. All of those fights on that card. Actually, I'm going to talk to y'all a little bit about the Abdullah Mason and Albert Bell, because I've been thinking about that a lot. But I found a little. I put together just a little quick snippet of all of their training clips. I think it's like Abdullah and Shoo, and then I saw some from Tiger too. Tiger's looking good, man. He looking like he getting better too.
I think this fight's gonna be overkill.
Y'all gotta see me eventually. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, y'all got to see me.
He goes again. Oh, beautiful.
We ready.
There's no tomorrow. Yeah. One day we think about it today. Come on, man. Nothing else. Nothing else. You wanna make it shoot your sick? Shoot your sick. Come on, man.
I'm the future of this rap shit, nigga. Fuck everything that I did in the past. I'm throwing that out the water. If the times get hard, I just go harder, nigga.
This ain't no man. We winning. Come on.
Under the lights, but the preparation is, that's what seals the deal. So before you step in there if you're ready for that or not. And I know for sure every time I step in that ring and that bell goes off, I'm ready for whatever my opponent got coming. I know what I'm gonna give him. I know July 4th, I'm gonna enjoy it just as much as Cleveland is gonna enjoy it, and whoever else is watching, the boxing world is gonna be tuning in because this is the first boxing card on TNT. I'm prepared to do what it takes to set the tone for anything else that comes after that, and just be big, the biggest boxing brand in the world, the Mason Brothers.
First of all, thank Father. That's disrespectful to call that man trash. I don't think Tiger Johnson is trash. Um, who? Who you talking about? What is wrong with y'all today? Y'all in here acting crazy. Jesus Christ on the cross. Anyway, so we have that card on the 4th, and we're gonna talk a little bit more about that card because I wanna talk about what do we think is gonna happen in that fight, right? Um, the shoo fight, I don't know about that. And then who's Tiger fighting again? I gotta see. I thought I put this up here. My bad, y'all. What is this? Oh yeah, that's right. Thank you, Big Dre. I forgot all about my man Scooter Davis on that car. Oh, you want me to play this? Hold on. I gotta download it and everything else. Big Dre, you got to send me stuff that is together. I got to do all this kind of work with your stuff. My goodness, my goodness. All right, I'll take care of that in a little bit. But anyway, so also, Ray J on. Bring the shovel, baby. If we must talk about that, we will. But right now, let's talk about some real boxing. I don't worry, she getting about 2 minutes of mother's time later. Okay, actually, we're gonna get her out the damn way first, so we ain't gotta talk about that trash no more. But anyway, the rest of the month, as I was saying, then we have the EJ card with Tenzou, Charlo's on that card, and we also have Stephen Fulton on that card. Now, listen, I've seen recently Stephen Fulton and Tank going back and forth online. I don't know what is going on with all of that, where they issues started, baby. But I don't, for whatever reason, Javante is on a tear lately. I don't know what y'all done did to stir him up, wake him up, or whatever the case may be, but y'all done got that boy up now. You know what I'm saying? So good luck to y'all. That's all I'm gonna say. Is good luck to y'all, honey. Tiger trash. Oh, I read that already. Dang, Father, stop it. Stop saying that boy is trash. That boy is not trash. Why would you say that? I don't think he trash. I think he has a unorthodox way of fighting. I wouldn't call him trash. Like, I don't know where you're getting that from. Oh, the Berlanga card is also the 26th of July. Obviously, you see he done cut out his opponent's face, Stephen Butler. Also on that card is his homie crony, Richardson Hitchens, also on that card. Richardson Hitchens has a decent opponent, so we'll definitely see if Richard Hitchens proves to be like that or like all the trash he be talking. Edgar Berlanga, I hope he has been staying in the gym. I honestly do hope he has been working more on his techniques and his songs and his jewelry collection because we saw what happened in his last outing, right? And we just don't want to keep going through that. We want to if he's going to continue to box, we don't want to see him. We want to see him step it up in competition, but is he going to step up to the competition? You know what I'm saying? I think that's the real question, or is he just a hype job? Right? I think like this fight that he has coming up, he definitely has to show me something. I'm not even gonna lie to you. He has to show me something. If he can't, what I'm saying, pull this one out in a better fashion than his last showing, and prove to me that when he's not fighting tomato cans, that he can actually do something in there. Outside of that, I can't really be bothered, with EB. Love him to death. I really do. You know what I'm saying? I love that New York energy he brings. I love, you know, just how he makes it interesting and entertaining. But come on, B, we need you to do something. Like, we need you to do something, baby. You're gonna have to do something, baby. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, his little homie crony, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Oh my goodness, thank Father. Who you talking about? You talking about EB? Or you talking about Tiger Johnson? I'm not paying attention to thank Father because I don't know what's wrong with you tonight, baby. But anyway, EB, he might be. Tiger, I'm not gonna agree to that. I can't agree to that. I'm sorry. I can't agree to that at all. Tiger Johnson, I don't think he's gatekeeper status at all. I think he's good. Is he elite? No. You know what I'm saying? But all of them aren't. So that doesn't really say anything. You know what I'm saying? That's not really um saying anything bad. I don't think a lot of these boxers are elite, if we being honest. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna get to that conversation later because that's a real conversation I really want to have with some of y'all because some of the stuff that I've been seeing around here about Jerron Boots Ennis and his fight with Xander and all the shit some of y'all be talking about Xander. Like, I'm not even gonna hold y'all. Some of it's just the nastiest of work I think I've seen thus far. I'm not even kidding. Like, we're gonna have a real conversation tonight, so I hope y'all ready for it. But anyway, let's start with the GWAT. I mean the GWOATs. Obviously we know she had her press conference earlier. And women's boxing is starting to heat up. They have a lot of really good cards coming this summer as well. Definitely starting August 8th. Her card is on August 15th. Um, so listen, I don't understand what is happening right here. You know what I'm saying? We talked about who I think is the real goal between her and Amanda. Like, I think we talked about that and covered that pretty good. So I don't think we have to constantly rehash that. But I do want to talk about the direction that her brand is going. Only because of her press conference today, who appears on her undercard, and what she's choosing to promote is my worries and my concerns, right? Thank Father, um, it's not going to be because of her, and that's the point, and that's where I'm really going with this whole conversation, right? So I got a few clips of her little tired press conference, honey, and when I say tired, I mean working 3 jobs in one day tired. Okay. But first, let's listen to her throw some shade at yet again some other boxers.
Every girl in boxing who boxes right now, and I can run down a list of names of them from the best to me being Katie Taylor at the top of the list, to Amanda, to Alicia, to O'Shea, to all these girls I can name. All of them have said that I was the best fighter in the world. Now all of a sudden, since we're not cool, we don't like her, or she making too much money, we're jealous. Now, she can't do this, she can't do that. But I do stuff that they cannot do. And also, up in fights, I'm dominant.
Child, Listen to me. Okay. So she was talking about I don't know why she threw O'Shea under the damn bus. Why O'Shea caught a jab. But listen, I child, whatever. Let's just I got a couple more snippets. I didn't bother downloading the rest of this crap because child, please. We ain't gonna clog up our stream yard with this nonsense. Um, let me see. I'll go here first where they announcing how much the tickets did. Here we
You guys go and get your tickets. When I woke up today, 20% of the tickets are already gone. 20%. They are. And we've been on sale for less than a week. So that being said, there are some more words that Win Records would like to say, and we're going to hand the mic over to the president of operations, Michael Gregory. You guys go and get your tickets. When I woke up today.
hold on. Which one was this? I told you I didn't click this shit up. I don't care.
It's in that pink bag, wherever that's at.
All right, August 15th, y'all. Let's do it. We here. Fight coming.
Face to face, please. Hurry up. Man, it's done. Wait, don't get the brush or the hand. Don't worry, we got it. All right, face out. Hold on 1 second. One more.
Child, I've seen enough. I don't know about y'all, but mother has seen enough. So listen, I don't know if you watched it. If you want to, hold on. Let me do one more little clip. Hold on. Child.
And to win 2 belts at 160, because I vacated those belts and I went to 175 because nobody will fight me no more. And then Kate went and picked up the belts. And I want to tell Kate Scott, it's like a thank you and an F you at the same time. It's like, thank you for taking the fight, but it's like F you because I gotta lose 20 pounds. You know what I mean? So it's like up and down. You know what I'm saying? But like, I want to thank Kate Scott because had you not taken this fight at middleweight, I wasn't coming back down to middleweight. I can walk around at 175, 180 pounds and make my fight weight very easy, lose very little weight, and keep all my power. I was undisputed twice at 160, and I was not my strongest there, but over the years, I've gotten stronger. I'm strong and fit right now. I'll look just as strong and fit come August 15th, and I look forward to sharing the ring with her. She's not an easy task. She's not a person that wants to lose. I've seen her get a fight that was a draw, and then I've seen her come back and fight the same girl, and they were bloodied up, and they were bruising up, and she came home with the belts, and I told her congratulations, but I didn't foresee us fighting in the future. I didn't think she would say yes to the fight, so she said yes to the fight. I'm happy that she did that. And Atlanta, August 15th, I want you guys to know something, and I want Kay to know something too. I will not be the same person that I am right now. I will not have on no heels. I will not have on no hair. I won't have on no lip gloss or no makeup. I'm coming with the Queen Latifah, Cleo, braid straight to the back. I'm coming ripped up, muscles in my neck, and I'm ready to go. In case God, I actually feel like I love you a little bit. Like I love you, you know what I'm saying? Because we've been knowing each other for a lot of years. We shared the ring. I celebrate her success, her wins. I'm not a hater, so I can do that. But the only time I have to go against anybody is when they get inside the ring with me. So I gotta rock with me, and I'm telling you, Case Scott is so strong. I just hope that Mark has came to my training camps. He know what I do. Mark, I hope you warned you. Top dog. I'm top dog. I'm mean. I'm strong. You know, I'm fast and I'm accurate. Don't think me losing this 20 pounds on. You know, only thing you're gonna have on me on the fight is your breast. Come bigger than mine. That's it. Everything else, don't be smaller. And I'm just looking forward to just putting on the show in Atlanta. I was supposed to come here 2 years ago. And to win 2 belts at 160, because I vacated those belts and I went to.
Okay, so I just want to break down a few things. And then we're gonna get into some real boxing. So First of all, I understand that she needs to sell this fight, right? But girl, who the hell are you kidding? This girl has a total of 7 professional fights. 5 wins, 1 loss, 1 draw. And you can obviously tell that, the higher up you go in the women's boxing pool, the shallower the competition. How the hell this girl got all them belts in 7 damn fights? Can somebody answer that for me? Please. Just a real quick question. All them damn belts in 7 fights. Stop the madness. Second thing is, I don't know if y'all saw that press conference, but wasn't a damn soul in there. Okay, that's number one. Nobody clapped when either of them walked through the room. We all know why the people that were there are there, and that is for the undercard, which is Saseki versus Lex and Ray J versus Orlando Brown. Which I don't know why we're mixing the two. I find it a little disrespectful, but it is whatever it is. This is her card. They have to do what they have to do to keep the lights on over there at Salida Promotions, honey. I don't know. But I will say, for you to walk around 175, 180, that is pure laziness, Clarissa. That means you don't want to cut any weight. You don't want to get in shape really at all. You know what I'm saying? And when did you start walking around that way? Because from what I remember, you were never that big. So I just don't know. But nevertheless, this is her fight August 15th. State Farms Arenas, which is obviously in Atlantic City. I'm not Atlantic City, Atlanta, Georgia. So if anybody's down there in the areas, I heard the tickets are not that expensive. So if you guys want to go, get you a seat, see some foolishness and then some more foolishness before we get to the head of the foolishness in Clarissa Shields, then have at it, I guess. I don't know. But I suspect there will be some ghetto foolishness. I suspect there will be cognac and some sort of scent in the air. Okay. I don't really know where she's taking her brand. Hey Cornelius, baby. Hey Stills. Hey Season since 85. What's up, baby? We're not gonna come on, y'all. Y'all are terrible. What's wrong with y'all today? Anyway, nevertheless, Tiggo Biddies for the win. Y'all have to stop this. I mean, I don't think that we have any doubt of who's going to win this fight, right? Like, do we think, oh my God, who could possibly win? Like, no, I don't get that vibe at any of her fights, if I'm being honest. So like I said, it is what it is. The fight is August 15th. She's a boxer, so I got to mention it, whatever. August 15th, her and Kay Scott, State Farm Arena. Don't blink. I suspect this is a ploy to increase her knockout ratio. Because as we know, she only has 3. So I suspect this is a ploy to increase her knockout ratio. Now, before I move on to MVP, because we are going to talk about them and their real cards, I want to say this. Does anybody think that the ban from MVP events has anything to do with her current opponent selection? Because I'm gonna be honest, I have to do more with following women boxing. I don't know why the hell I don't, being a woman. I do watch it, but definitely not as much as I watch the men. I have to be honest, right? But even with me, watching it and knowing at least the majority or what I think are a good handful or two of the female boxers, I've never heard of Kay Scott, right? Like I heard of Tammy Tibber. I know she's at 160. I've never heard of this chick. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't even ranked when I looked her up. Obviously they're going to move her up to fight Clarissa, but she wasn't even ranked originally. So I don't even know where the hell Clarissa got this girl from. You know what I'm saying? So, what's going on, Cornelius? Not here for a long time, but a good time. I know that's right, honey. Me either. But just to say, I don't know if that ban from MVP has had an effect on her opponent selection or not. It just seems to me that it could be that she really had nobody else to pick, right? Because we know that Michaela Mayer, she's about to fight again in August. We know a lot of these other girls that are at 160, and she mentioned not coming back to 160 if it wasn't for this girl. Like, girl, there's plenty of other fighters at 160, and if you can lose those little 15 pounds, then maybe you can go down to 154 too. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to say, like, get where the competition is. Like, this is not what it is. This is not. I don't listen. Like I said, y'all can this y'all go. Okay, mother don't got nothing to do with this. This y'all go, right? Her last 3 fights, loss, draw, win. That's good enough to fight Clarissa. I mean, listen, I don't know what the hell is happening. No, I'm being serious, babe. Listen, look, I'm gonna call it what it is, right? And then, like I said, we're gonna move on into some real boxing. But I just have to, because her press conference was today, and I did watch it obviously because I knew that I wanted to at least mention it tonight, so I did watch it. And shout out to Najee, he does the best he can to spin cycle the hell out of some shit. I will tell you that Najee is good as hell in the spin cycle, baby, because he will have you thinking she is the best thing since sliced bread. But in all reality, um, you know, 18 fights is what Clarissa has. 3 or 4 of them were against the same person, Franchon Cruz, which means she really only has 15 fights. I mean, contender status is more fitting for her than GWOAT, right? And then, as y'all know, over the weekend, she was nominated for the Sportswoman Award. She did not win for the second year in a row. They gave it to Asia Wilson, I think her name was. She got it. Papoose took to his social media, obviously trying to support his woman. I guess making a gripe with BET as to why she didn't receive it. And then I sort of had a crash out on his post because I'm confused as to why he's confused, right? It's like this young lady has done nothing all of 2025. She had 1 fight. And I think that was this year, but even last year, I don't remember her doing anything very memorable in the sport to be even nominated, if I'm being 100% honest, for a Sportswoman Award of 2025. I mean, you're competing with real athletes like these basketball players, these track stars, Simone Bowl. Like you're competing with real athletes who are fighting or playing to the level of their competition. So I'm not really sure why he thought she would win. It's just confusing to me. But nevertheless, she was nominated again for the second year in a row, and again for the second year in a row she did not win. But her fight is on the 15th. If y'all want to go down there and see a child, go right on ahead down there. I don't know. I mean, please, can we move on now? I mean, really. And then the shots that she threw with the MVP fighters, yet again, I just don't understand what that was about either. Like, listen to this.
Every girl in boxing who boxes right now, and I can run down a list of names of them, from the best to me being Katie Taylor at the top of the list, to Amanda, to Alicia, to O'Shea, to all these girls I can name. All of them have said that I was the best fighter in the world. Now all of a sudden, since we're not cool, we don't like her, she making too much money, we're jealous. Now, she can't do this, she can't do that. But I do stuff that they cannot do. And also, up in fights, I'm dominant.
Child. Okay. All right. Since you mentioned MVP, let's move on, right, to some real fights. So MVP has their all female. Is it all female card? Is this the one? Yes. Okay. So August 8th, we have down in Florida, MVP, I think 5 they're calling it. There are 3 world title fights on one card, right? All women. This is going to be live on ESPN. And this is obviously the week before Clarissa will fight on the 15th, right? So MVP basically setting the table for the entire month of August in women's boxing. Shanika, I don't know how to, Shanika Johnson, Lord have mercy. She is 19-2 with 8 KOs, defending her undisputed bantamweight titles against Gina DeSorlin, and we kind of briefly went over her when I had Sharetta up here, but she's 24-0 with 9 knockouts. Now, DeSorlin, like I said, she is 24-0. That is the real O, right? She's been fighting top level competition for years. Okay, Shanika Johnson has 2 losses, but she's the reigning undisputed champion, right? This is a champion versus contender type of thing, for where the contender might actually be the better fighter. You know what I'm saying? So that's basically good matchmaking, in my opinion. That's the fight I'm interested in seeing. And then the co-main, we got my girl, and we've had a conversation about Desi Robinson. She's unified. She has the WBO and the IBF. I believe, does she have the IBF? I think she has the IBF too. She's defending against my other girl, Tammy. I just mentioned her. So, I like Tammy. She's a two-time Olympian. I think 2022, a world championship. She's four knockouts. Well, four fights and three knockouts, right? But if shit, if Clarissa can fight this girl, she only got but seven damn fights. Three knockouts and four fights. In women's boxing, she's still fighting the 2 minute rounds. Which makes knockouts harder. She's stopping people. Right, she just KO'd Christina. Who was that? Mezat, I think, in the first round on the prospect card. They had prospect 15 in Montreal. You know what I'm saying? And now she's fighting for an unified title at 160. So in her fifth pro fight. So obviously things move a little faster at the higher weight classes. But that's not normal. You know what I'm saying? That's MVP basically saying they believe in her. You know what I'm saying? And they're accelerating her fight against Desi Robinson. So, and Desi is no joke. You know what I'm saying? She's the unified champ. She earned those belts, but Tammy, she got power, yo. She really do. She got a little bit of power. I like her technique too. She not all wild with it. You know what I'm saying? You can tell she really has form and really perfects her craft. You know what I'm saying? And then you got Sharetta Metcalf versus Amanda Gali. This is at 115, undisputed super flyweight. Both proven contenders. Y'all know we had Sharetta up here last week. I believe it was last week or the week before. Maybe we'll try and get her back and see if she's not in training camp to just talk about her fight. But neither woman, is a huge household name. But the winner does become undisputed, right? That's the beauty of MVP. They're creating stars by putting belts on the line, right? So I don't know, but for me, it's just a different atmosphere. It's just a different type of machine, over there with Jake Paul and those MVP girls. They're on ESPN, not on Tubi or whatever the hell else going on over here. They don't have reality TV stars fighting on their cards, which is, I'm sorry, y'all, I can't get over this. This is ridiculous. How you gonna put reality TV stars on your damn card? What in the hell is happening? Like I don't know. Whatever. But we got some real fights, like I said, coming in August outside of that show over there with them girls. And then on the 29th, hold on, do I still got that card? I think and we just talked about this stupid little card on the 15th. Nobody care about that shit. And if y'all notice, I think it's being presented by Zeus too. So I think Zeus is like the main man. Listen, whatever. Like I said, then on the 29th, we got the MVP Michaela Marin versus Chantel Cameron card. That's at 154. So August is producing some really good cards for the women anyway. So we'll see. And then hopefully we get Alicia Bumgardner back in the ring. And Amanda Serrano is coming back, y'all. Amanda Serrano is coming back on the 29th. Carolyn Dubois is on that card as well. So these girls over there are really staying busy, right? These girls are really getting active and staying busy. This will be the second or third time that Caroline Dubois fought. She just fought a month ago, 2 months ago. So these MVP girls are definitely staying busy. They out there getting that money. I just saw Jake Paul just bought Ellie Scottney, I think, a new car for her win. So they're being taken care of over there at MVP. There's a lot of other fighters I think on that undercard. So I think Natasha Jones is also on that card. She's 13-2-1 with 8 knockouts. And then I think Zuffa got another card. So I think I don't really care about that card. But we know his card with Edgar Berlanga and them on the 26th of July. I don't know how many of y'all are gonna watch that. Y'all let me know if y'all gonna watch that. If y'all are watching that Zuffa card. Do y'all watch those? I mean, because I don't really cover them a lot, but if y'all want me to, if y'all really watch them, I guess I could. But me personally, I'm on some old F Dana White and his stuff. I mean, if it's something, I'm gonna check out Richardson Hitchens' fight. I really am. I'm gonna check out his fight. And I'm gonna see too, like I said, because I gotta see something from AB. I can't be playing around with Edgar Berlanga. I'm not gonna be supporting him if he's gonna be running around here acting like he crazy. Right. So if I gotta see what I can see from him. If I can't see nothing from him, I got to move on. I can't be checking for Edgar Berlanga. Like I said, that's my, I like him, little New York homie. You know what I'm saying? I like him, but I can't be checking for him if he's gonna be out here acting like he's crazy. So I don't know, but I am gonna check that fight out just to see how it happens. And y'all let me know if y'all want me to cover that fight. Because I will if I have to. If y'all want me to, I guess. I'm just not y'all, not me. So I don't know. But all right, we're done with this girl for now. until I maybe go on another rant later. I don't know, but for now we're done with her. I want to talk to y'all first. Let's get into the upcoming fight. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what. Since y'all glazing Amanda, did you get her on video? On a video, Dr. Eugene, sit down. Okay, we'll deal with you accordingly. But right now, sit down. Okay, we don't have time for that. Or nothing you talking about. Anyway, moving on. Okay, because Dr. Eugene come up here acting like he done lost his damn mind today. Let's talk about this July 4th card and what we think. Are y'all scared? Are y'all scared? I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous, right? So Saturday, July 4th, Independence Day. We got boxing in Cleveland. Abdullah Mason, he's making his homecoming fight. Shout out to him. He's 20-0, 17 knockouts. He's 22 years old. Okay, I think he's the youngest because it was Xander, but Xander's 23, I think. So yeah, gotta be Abdullah. Is the youngest current male champion in boxing. Okay, Cleveland stand up, Ohio stand up. He's fighting at, I think it's this the Cleveland State University, right? Now we know that the original opponent was Joe Cordina, which was whatever, right? He was a former world champion, however, but obviously Cordina had issues. He got into some sort of altercation and then was denied his visa to come over, right? So we got stepping in for him, Albert Bell. Albert Bell is 28-0, 9 knockouts. He is from Toledo, Ohio, right? He is ranked, I think, number 6 by the WBO, right? So now we got an all Ohio fight. Well, almost, because Shushu's from New York, but an almost all Ohio fight, right? Mason and Bell. And here's what makes this fight interesting to me, right? This is the fight, TNT and DAZN, new monthly, I guess, live boxing series that they got going on. We talked about that a couple weeks ago, right? This is a big stage, live on TNT, True TV, the Zone, 8 p.m. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a critical matchup, in my opinion, right? Just follow me, y'all. Like I said, Mason 20-0, 17 knockouts. That's what, 85%. Bell 28-0, 9 knockouts. That's 32%. So we obviously know that Abdullah Mason is the puncher, right? And Bell is the boxer, right? But Albert Bell has more experience, right? I think he has the length too, if I'm not mistaken. Does he have the length? I know. I would think he has the experience, right? Maybe even the length. I think he's like 6 feet tall with 73-inch reach. Mason is what, 5'9" with 74-inch reach. Does that neutralize Mason's power? Or does Mason walk through him like he's walking through everyone else? Right? And here's a deeper question. Mason is being positioned, in my opinion, from what I can see, as the future of the sport, right? Or at least as the face of Top Rank, because we know that Keyshawn crazy, right? But Top Rank is investing heavily in him, right? Bob Arum has praised him publicly, but is he being fast tracked, right? Is Albert Bell a live underdog? Or is he just a late replacement who's happy to be here? I don't get that type of read from Albert Bell. I just don't. Right. And when he was over there on Cam J, shout out to my brother. When Cam J interviewed him, I watched that interview and I studied his body language and just his demeanor and just, his presence. He seems like he's a guy that means business, and like he's ready to stand on business. Now, obviously, this is an opportunity of a lifetime for him because, we know in July the 19th, I believe he was going to be in like an eliminator, but this is a direct line at a title, right? So, I mean, I'm rocking with Abdullah because that's just my little baby. I love Abdullah Mason. I love how he fights. I love how he presents. I love his mentality towards the sport. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to overlook Albert Bell either because it is his time to shine. He's been grinding for years, you know what I'm saying? Unrecognized, basically. And I know that he's going to try and seize this opportunity to the best of his ability. So, if anything, I'm just looking for a good fight like the one we just had this past weekend. And may the best man win, you know? We can talk about some ways that either of them can be neutralized. We can do that. But also on this card, like I said, we got Shushu. You know what I'm saying? He's defending his featherweight championship in the co-main event. Now we know Shushu was from Brooklyn. He's what is he? I think he was on that. Yeah, he was on the New Year's Eve card, the with that child over there. Well, the last card. I'm sorry, in January with Shakur and them, he was on that card. But everybody else is from Ohio. Top Rank put Shushu on this card because Shushu has the potential to be a star too, right? Like I said, he was one of the highlights of that card. If I'm being honest, that Shakur and Teo headlined. Obviously Keyshawn with the stoppage, but shit, Shushu, I watched that 5-piece combo back at least 10 damn times. You know what I'm saying? So Shushu is definitely an entertaining fighter. So he was a great addition to this card. He's explosive. He has knockout power. He's been on a tear pretty much too. You know what I'm saying? Renee Paliseo, he's stepping in there to take his belt. We'll see if that happens. So I don't know, man. This card. I'm not as excited, I ain't gonna lie, as I was for the Boots card, but I am just excited. I'm a little nervous for the main event, but I'm excited as well for this card. Tiger Johnson, he's in there, 10-round welterweight fight. He's from Cleveland, I think. Is he from Cleveland? Yeah, so he's on the undercard. Then you have Abdullah's brothers on there. Ibrahim, I think it is Ibrahim, and then Abdurrahman. I think that's how you pronounce the names. And if it's not, I'm so sorry. Right. So this is basically a family affair. He said FDB3. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna bring the Masons to this camp. Which is why not? Hometown fight, you, all your brothers on that card, plus 3 more bangers, heavy hitters. This card is absolutely fire, right? Top Rank put this entire card together pretty much around the Ohio boys, you know what I'm saying? And then throw in Shushu for good measure. You know what I'm saying? So do we think it's time for Shushu to step up his level of competition? I know Dank Father said that he thinks Tiger Johnson is trash. We're not going to do that. But that's what Dank Father thinks, so we're not going to say it. Yes, okay, you thought Scooter was from that. Yes, I was getting to him. Boy, I wish Dr. Eugene, who running this show? Me or you? Okay. This is ridiculous. Now, anyway, now I got Scooters from DC. Yes, I was getting to Scooter. Y'all just so impatient. I was getting to Scooter. I was trying to go down the card, y'all. I know where Scooter from. Also, another great addition to that card is Scooter Davis. So we got Scooter Davis out of DC. We got Shushu Carrington out of Brownsville, Brooklyn, and the rest are Ohio fighters. Are y'all happy now? Jesus Christ. The eliminator might have been an easy op, Dr. Eugene, but there was no guarantee that he was gonna go right into a title shot. Y'all see how they do my little boy Herrera? He got the damn interim after doing his elimination, and he's still sitting on the show. So this is a different kind of opportunity, a hometown fight, big stage, something like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. What do we think is next for these fighters, right? First of all, let's get past this Saturday. Y'all rushing things and acting a fool. But do we think that it's time for Shushu to step it up in competition, right? Do we think that Tiger can compete at a higher level, right? What do we think is going to happen in the main event? I already know Scooter stopping shit. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to disregard him, but I already know how he give it up. But what do we think about the Abdullah versus Bell, right? I'm concerned about his reach. I don't know how I want to word this, because this is going to be for another topic in a few minutes, because I really want to ask y'all something, because it's a pattern that I'm starting to see emerge, right, within the sport. And it's been here for a while. It's just I'm tired of getting slapped with it, right? So we're gonna let that marinate, right? We can bring it back about the fights, but I do want to get into this conversation because I don't know what's wrong with some of y'all. I really don't. Let's talk about because some of y'all, I feel like, how do I want to say this? I feel like a lot of people just will never give Boots his credit regardless, which is a shame, right? Because the young man, he's phenomenal. I don't know if it's because of the whole Bud Crawford situation that a lot of y'all like to shit on Boots, or like what the situation really is, right? But so let's talk about it, because for whatever reason, after he had an amazing performance on Saturday, I still feel like some of y'all just couldn't wait to hate. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, let's listen to this goofy. Well, not him being goofy, but Virgil Ortiz. Obviously, he has made some comments. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. Where's this shit right here? So this young man, Virgil Ortiz, right? He decided to take to his social media talking about, Xander being given his belts, talking about how the resume wasn't there, talking about, his team throwing in the towel. And all right, so let me he basically saying that he would stop Boots, right? So after he tweeted this out in the post conference, and I hate that Boots even has to be bothered with this type of foolishness. In the post conference, he was asked about it. This was his response.
Came out and said that he was going to sleep you. So I just want to know your comments on those.
Why he ain't take the fight in the beginning? You know what I'm saying? Bro, I ain't be talking, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying to tell you, I'm really different. He gonna see firsthand, cause he gets hurt a lot. He flat-footed, and he been dropped multiple times.
Now listen, I saw not only him, I saw Bud Crawford goofy ass too. You know what I'm saying? And his little tired comments, right? Here's where I am with Virgil, and then I'll move on to Boots too. So for Virgil, like Boots said, he had the opportunity to make the fight. This isn't the first time, though, that he had the opportunity to fight Boots Ennis, right? The first time was at 147. Unfortunately, he fell sick, ill, making the weight, so he had to move up. I specifically remember Virgil Ortiz saying, we're going to meet, but it's going to be all the way at the top, right? Then everybody got their panties in a bunch when supposedly Turkey Al Sheik offered Ennis the opportunity to fight him, and he said he needed a tune-up. I don't understand what the situation with that possibly could be, because shit, Lubin was a tune-up, if you ask me, for Virgil Ortiz. Virgil Ortiz, he's had the opportunities to press some of these guys to become a full champion, but he's never done so. And he has been dropped and rocked multiple times. Although I do feel like this is a good fight, but who is he to be anybody's measuring stick? We all know how Oscar De La Hoya moves with some of these fighters. He didn't want the tank fight for Ryan. You know what I'm saying? There's certain fights that I just don't believe that Oscar wants to put these fighters in. Now, as a result of that, maybe that's what led to the Golden Boy prison. I don't know. I just know that for one second they were in negotiations for this fight, and the next thing we know, you in litigation with your promoter. And all of a sudden, it just appears to me, after the Xander and Boots fight got made, all of a sudden, y'all legal issues were cleared and miraculously done. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. As far as stopping Boots Ennis, I'm not so sure that that's true, Virgil. Virgil is aggressive, yes. He may have a little bit more pop than Xander, but he's wild and aggressive, and he makes a lot of mistakes. A lot of mistakes that I feel Ennis would be able to capitalize on. Now, obviously, a lot of people started swarming round 3, so we're gonna look at it. I took the liberty of slowing it down so we can see exactly what happened, and then we're gonna talk about it, right? Because we don't run from smoke over here; we clear it out. So as you can see, he did hit him with a nice straight punch. To the Boots does look a little stung, as you can see, but he quickly gathers himself. I'm not really sure. And then, obviously he tried to clinch or whatever. But by the end of that, when the ref broke them up, he was back on his feet and started tagging Xander again. So all of this, talk about this third round. Y'all acting like the man fell down. Y'all acting like he fell out. Y'all acting like he was flopping all over the damn ring, just like Xander was. No disrespect, Xander. You know what I'm saying. But I gotta keep it real. You know what I'm saying? This man moved from 147 to 154, and he had Lima, which was only like one round or whatever. Then he went straight into a Xander Zayas fight, a unified champion, and stopped him in 7 rounds. 7. Boots Ennis is now what, 30, 35, 36 and 0? Unified. Now, we defend Boots over here, yes, because I think he gets a hard way to go. But if he ain't doing nothing, I will talk about him too. Ain't nobody above criticism. But this round 3 hypocrisy and criticism that I'm hearing is ridiculous. Crawford got his ass dropped by Gamboa. Mayweather got stunned by Mosley. It happens. Champions get buzzed. It's what happens after you get buzzed that will tell the true story. Not like some of these niggas get on their bike and start running around the ring. No, he went right back into the fire. What's up? And stopped him. Like, I don't understand why people are making such a big deal out of this third round. It wasn't really all of that, if you ask me. Okay, you got a couple of good shots, and if we being honest, that's probably the only damn round I gave Xander. If we keeping it real, that's probably the only damn round I gave him. Outside of that, he was getting outboxed and outclassed. A lot of people running around here with the Xander slander. Virgil Ortiz talking about him, on the knee, and then his team throwing in the towel. That's what you do when you want to preserve your fighter to be able to fight again. And I believe that Xander will be champion again. Like, I just don't understand this. So that brings me to the conversation that I really wanted to have with some of you niggas. Right? Boots lost round 6, his whole career. Doctor, just I'm gonna deal with you in a little bit because you I don't know what the hell be wrong with you sometimes, right? I want to have a real conversation with y'all. Let's talk about something, and I really want to know what y'all think, right? Because I be trying to figure out some of y'all mentality and what y'all really be thinking, right? So let's have this real conversation. The O versus the competition. What do y'all niggas really value? Because I'm getting a lot of mixed messages across the board, right? Like, here, let's have a real conversation about this. What do boxing fans value more, an O on a fighter's record or their level of competition? And I'm not just talking about the casual fans. I'm talking about hardcores. I'm talking about the niggas on boxing Twitter. I'm talking about everybody. Right? The people who claim to know the sport. And here's the thing. Everything that we talk about connects to this question. Okay, let's do this. Right? Boots Ennis. 36 and 0. Right? He just moved up to 154. He fought a top guy. He didn't protect his O. He risked it. Xander, anyway. Right? But Boots won. Now, before this fight, people were saying Boots hadn't fought nobody. After this fight, they're saying Xander was overrated. He was young. He was this. So which one is it? Does Boots get credit for this fight? Does Xander get credit for taking this fight? Because I told y'all before he didn't have to take this fight. Some of y'all argue to me, yes, he did. Yes, he did. No, he didn't. He wasn't doing mandatory. He could have fought any damn body. He chose to fight Jerron Boots Ennis. He chose to try and prove himself against the best. I just don't understand what some of y'all be wanting from people. Y'all complain about Shakur Stevenson, how he run around the damn ring protecting his O, but then y'all complain about a nigga who put his O on the line and come up short. Y'all cannot have it both ways. Xander Zayas just lost his O, right? He was a unified champion, lost his O and both his belts. He took a Boots fight, the hardest fight available, and lost. Now he's exposed. I mean, but isn't taking the hardest fights the exact thing we want fighters to do? How can we criticize fighters for padding their records and criticize them when they take a loss to elite competition? That's a contradiction. Virgil Ortiz, he's calling out Boots Ennis on social media, but he hasn't fought since when? His last fight was against Lubin. He could have fought Boots then. Like I said, he had several opportunities to fight Jerron Boots Ennis. Him and his promoter running around here protecting that, while all trying to present the illusion that they're not. This fight coming this weekend, Abdullah Mason versus Albert Bell. 2 undefeated fighters. Step in the ring. Somebody's has got to go. Whoever loses, are we going to say that they're exposed? Or are we going to respect them for taking the fight? The thing that we always complain that we want some of these fighters to do. We always run around here talking about the Shakur protection program, the brotherly love, this person not fighting this person. And then the moment that they do, we're crying about that too. I just don't understand what y'all want. Y'all cannot have it both ways. Pick a side and stay there. Do we care about competition or do we care about O's? And I'm going to tell y'all the truth. As much as I love me some Floyd Money Mayweather, he has ruined this sport for some of the younger generation. Now look at him. I mean, he pitiful anyway. He down bad right now, but that's not the point. I think that a lot of these boxers today grew up watching too much of Money Mayweather and not enough of Pretty Boy Floyd. I think that they were so enamored with who Mayweather became after putting in that hard work, after testing himself up against guys that he could have damn well lost to. I think they caught the tail end of his career and ran with it. So, right, what do? Immediately, they go into protection mode. And ain't none of these niggas fighting any real competition. None of these boys are exempt. They all run around here talking about they the best. How can all of y'all be the best and none of y'all are willing to step in there with each other and prove it? He has ruined it for the younger generation. And I mean, you know what? It's not his fault that they didn't do their research. It's not his fault that they didn't pay enough attention to Pretty Boy Floyd, who actually went out there and fought some tough competition to where he was able to then write his own damn ticket and fight whoever he wanted to fight at the tail end of his career. But he already put that work in. That's what the younger generation is missing. These niggas is not putting in no work. I don't want to hear nobody tell me nothing about no goddamn Jojo Diaz. I don't want to hear nobody telling me about no damn Jamel Herring. I don't want to hear none of that crap. Because can't none of those people on either of those resumes beat a soul on Mayweather's resume. Not a soul. I don't care how young Canelo was when he fought him. He fought him. I don't care. And him and Oscar De La Hoya fought. Shane Mosley. Shane Mosley was low over the hill. It doesn't matter. He fought him. It's like, I just don't understand. What do we value? Do we value competition? I'm a competition girl. I don't care. You can have that If you fighting the people that work at the mail office, child, and the people I get my groceries from, I don't give a damn about your Who are you fighting? That's what matters to me. What good is if I can't pronounce nobody's name on your resume? If the last time they fought was the last time you boxed their head off and been losing ever damn since. Cambosis. You know, I don't know. And then when they step up, y'all crying about that. Now it is to me a certain thing as taking too many light touches, maybe EB, Edgar Berlanga. You know, a lot of these guys wait until they get to their 20th or 30th fight to start stepping it up in competition. By then, to me, you already set in your ways and you're used to a certain level. You are supposed to get better with at least every 4 or 5 fights. Step it up a little bit. So you're not too far behind your counterparts that are stepping it up. Just like Emiliano Vargas, although I think that was a little bit of a bogus stop. I don't know. But I think that he could benefit from a little bit of step up in his competition too. He is the best out of the Vargas brothers. I will say that in my opinion. But I feel he could use a step up too. All of these boys are scared to step up. I think it's the ones that have already lost the fight who just don't give a damn no more. And we'll probably start getting better fights from them. If we continue to support them, that's another thing. We have to support them even in their loss. Now, I don't want to hear no damn Xander slander. Okay, I've made that pretty clear several times. I don't want to hear no damn Xander slander. I don't care. Well, Dr. Carlos, I really just don't. Today is not your day, Dr. Eugene. Because what is you talking about? Anyway, I don't know, y'all. That's a conversation that I really want to have. I'm gonna open up the panel for a little bit, but I am. Oh, let me do this last topic, and then we're gonna move. Then I'm gonna open up the panel for y'all. I want to know because I did see obviously Rayo won, right? On Sunday night, Rayo did win, and the first person he called out was Shakur Stevenson. So, what do we think of that fight? And I did see Shakur's response. He said he'd rather fight Gary Antoine Russell or something of that nature. So, hey, maybe we need to get a damn fight with that Negro soon. And that's another thing. When are we going to ask him to fight somebody? Step it up in competition. Right? Right? Because he's another one. He ain't fighting to his level. For him to be so damn great, who has he fought or beaten to actually prove that he's so goddamn great? Listen, I'm we're gonna have a real conversation today. None of this fluff shit. I'm done with all of that. We're gonna start having some real conversations over here. But anyway, here is Rayo.
Right there. He's trying to open up the game. Oh, he just collapsed him.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
When it's over, second.
Child, I didn't see that extra punch. Mother didn't see that extra punch. But let me see if I can find one because I didn't download it. My bad. I saw him saying he wants Shakur Stevenson. So let's see. Where is that? At? He wants Shakur Stevenson. Oh, I already played that for y'all. We've seen your boy go out. Where is it? I know I've seen him say that. He wants Shakur Stevenson. And nevertheless, who do we want to see him fight? I think Shakur said he'd rather fight Gary, if I'm not mistaken. Hold on, I think I got that clip. What are these damn clips? Who is this? That's it. Yeah, this was his response after that. He said he wanted to fight Antoine Russell, a fighter who will bring the best out of him. But Rayo seems to think that their styles will make for an interesting matchup. Right, a boxer and a fighter, or a boxer and a brawler, whatever he referred to his damn self as. He seems to think that that'll be an interesting fight. I did see Mercado talking about Frank Martin. I don't know if that's something that's being worked out. I like Mercado though, and we're gonna see. He was out before the extra point. Okay, thank you, Big Dre. Hey, William. Hey, baby. Sorry, I didn't even see you over here. I was over here on my little rant. But hey, William, how you doing, baby? Mr. Shelton, you the main nigga I want up here, Mr. Shelton, because I want to know what you want from these people. You the main one I'm talking about. Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good fight, Blue. I think that's a good fight too. But enough of this pussyfooting around him too. When are his fans gonna call him to the carpet and request that he fight somebody with a level of competition that y'all think that he's on? And I don't want to hear that shit. Ain't nobody on his level. Miss me with all of that. Miss me with all of that crap, because that is nothing but a farce, in my opinion. Okay, what level would that be? Popeye's chicken. Okay, what level exactly is he on? And who has he beat to prove he's on that level? I'm sick of this foolishness. Mainly because of what I've been hearing just about the Xander and Boots foolishness lately, as of late. I know that, oh my goodness, I'm sorry I didn't play this when I was talking about the women's segment. She being messy and I don't know what her problem is, but we're gonna deal with it.
Bum. Oh, bum.
You didn't give me a word.
Hold on. Oops, my bad.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on, y'all.
That's it.
My bad.
Okay.
Stephanie Hahn.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're going okays here. Alicia Baumgartner.
Bum. Oh, bum. Oh, bum. Absolute bum.
Leaf Turhan.
Exciting fight. Bum. Oh, bum.
Caroline, I'm going to give you a name and you're going to give me a word. Holly Holm.
Okay.
Okay? That's it?
Okay.
Stephanie Hahn.
Okay.
Okay. I think we're going okays here. Alicia Baumgartner.
Bum. A bum. A bum.
How you gonna call that girl a bum? This is nasty business, yo. This is nasty, nasty business. Just the nastiest of business you can ever. Whatever. These people is crazy. Calling a damn woman a bum. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, then you tell me who beats Stevenson. Well, you know what, Mr. Shelton? If he actually got in the ring with somebody, I might could tell you that, right? Like, so enough with these soft touches, enough with all the niggas in there, because you be one of the main ones to say, oh, he gonna beat this dude, he gonna beat this dude, he gonna beat this dude. So if he beats everybody easy that he gets in the ring with, when is he gonna step up his level of competition? Right? And I'm tired of y'all talking about he the boogeyman, ain't nobody calling him out. I done heard several niggas calling him out. See? And then we use verbiage like this that just doesn't align with what I see him do. Right? When is the last time Shakur Stevenson beat the shit out of anybody, Mr. Shelton? I told y'all about using words that just don't correlate with the boxes y'all are talking about. If you're going to talk about Shakur Stevenson, say outpoint the shit out of somebody. Don't tell me he's going to beat the shit out of anybody, because that's cap. And I'll tell you what, he can talk all the shit that he want to talk. He'll fight Antoine Russell. He had the opportunity to do that before. He didn't do it. He run around here talking about he need a rehydration clause to fight Devin. I mean, I ain't really mad at that. He need all these stipulations to fight all these different boxers. You know what I think?
This nigga's scared.
That's what I think.
This nigga's scared.
That nigga's scared. Okay? That's what I think. Mr. Shelton, be quiet. Just stop this. You know what? I'm gonna let y'all come here for 5 seconds, honey, because you ain't gonna get on my nerves tonight, Mr. Shelton. That's just not gonna happen. No, I'm being serious. I want to answer to my question. What do y'all value? The O, or do y'all value the competition? Because I know a lot of y'all run around here crying. This one not fighting this one. This one not fighting this one. Then when he get knocked off or he step up his level of competition, oh, I told you he wasn't that good. So we're gonna see. And I want to answer to my question, Michelle, because I know you're gonna come up here defending your boyfriend, Shakur. You and Blue was y'all cape on, getting ready to come up here, and nobody want to hear that shit. Tell you right now. But I really want to know, honestly, what do y'all value? Do y'all value competition, or do y'all value a O on somebody's record? Because an O to me don't prove a damn thing. Not really. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can let me know. I'm gonna play y'all this one last thing first before we get back into that. I just got this. Hold on a second. Put the volume up on this. First of all, this fucking guy, I cannot be bothered with him. Jesus Christ on the cross. Hold on, y'all. Oh boy. How y'all doing? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me just play this last clip, and then we can get back into what it is that I want. Just what we're talking about. I just got this from Bill. Hold on. Well, not from him. I just seen it. Hold on.
University soldier. Always keep my composure.
Okay, so first of all, that's old. I thought that was some new shit. That's old. Bill, and he definitely tweaking, but nevertheless, Nevertheless, what's going on, y'all? Talk to me.
Hey, Jab, how are you?
Hey, Greg, how you doing, Mr. Greg? I'm good. How you?
I'm busy, but I said let me get on here and see what's going on in the world. You been good?
Mute up, Mr. Shelton. Mute up, cause you a fool.
They got
Yes, I've
they
been
got
great. How
two
you?
OGs on
What's
here.
up,
Yeah.
Greg? Hey, fellas, how
Hey,
y'all doing?
what's going on, Mr. Greg? What you got for the show? Well, first
I
of
hope
all, what do you value? Do you value competition or do you value an O on their record?
I value the competition that gets you, that earns you the O. You see,
Okay,
I agree with you, and I've always said this anyway. This generation of fighters have, in fact, been entranced and enraptured by the lifestyle that Floyd promoted. He promoted that lifestyle. He didn't just earn it, he promoted it. And these young guys saw it. And when you're young, that's the things that you like: cars, clothes, women, and jewelry. And being out in the front, smiling and having a wonderful time. He never, Floyd never really pushed to them the work that comes behind it that gets
I
you there.
agree.
They saw the flash. And they forgot about you got to have substance to get that flash. And so as he, transitioned out a little bit, and now they're seeing his little problems, they don't understand and really don't really care because they haven't been hurt yet. They don't realize not fighting anybody like they should or not fighting tough, challenging competition on the regular. You're gonna get some soft touches in boxing. That's gonna happen. Everybody had soft touches,
Absolutely,
but
absolutely.
not getting the tough competitions that get you better. See, none of them to me have gotten any better. The marketing that they've been put on some of these guys, like Shakur and Devin and so forth, has been good, but the fights aren't the thing that has been that good to me because you keep seeing the flaws over and over and over again, even though sometimes they're winning. There's no challenge there. It's disappointing that they don't understand. You don't get better if you keep doing the same thing over again. You have to step outside your limits. None of them want to do that. And the reason why they want to do it because they don't want to take the chance and get the loss and got to go to the back of the line. They want to keep getting whatever amount of money they actually are getting. They don't want to lose that. But if you want more, you got to do more. You want fans to come and see you, you got to give them more to see. They're fans like myself and older guys. We're watching what you're doing versus what you did in your last fight. We looking for you to do something different. We looking for you to be better and better and better. That's how you tell your friends about you. I saw this guy so and so, man. He been doing the thing out there. This is what they're saying right now about Abdullah. He's taking a few chances, and that is good to me. You got to get dropped on your behind once in a while. You got to feel a little pain
Absolutely.
because the pain is the experience is painful most of the time, not just in boxing, in life, period. What happened with Boots? I'm glad he had that third round. I'm
Yep.
glad he found out that he has it in him to go through pain, that he can compose himself and come right back and show, okay, yeah, you do hurt me, yeah, you hit me. This is boxing. I'm gonna get hit. He probably got hit before in train and sparring. That's supposed to happen. But you had to look at how you respond. Do you have it in you? Do you have that fortitude? Will you come back? Because the young dude was Xander wasn't no easy fight. He wasn't as good as Abdullah, but he had enough in him. I'm sorry, and Boots, he had
Boots.
enough
Yeah.
in him to make you see. Don't go to sleep on me. What Boots learned, because he said that he got a little lazy, he was hard headed, that he wasn't listening. That's what you get for not listening. That's your experience there too, that you got to learn to listen to your people that you pay. They told you to wake up. You got woken up and almost, and we definitely lost the round, but you almost could have been taken out had the kid been a little more accurate, a little more stronger, and a few more punches. This is what
Hmm.
teaches you that stop playing in that ring because only all it takes is that one punch. That one punch could have put him that straight right. I believe it
Yep.
was that
Yep.
could have been the punch that put him down, and the fight would have been over.
Yeah.
And you weren't paying attention. So good. Now that you know that, you will most likely Stop doing that. Stop sleeping on anybody just because they don't have the name you have. Because
Right.
a lot of people out there who hungry, they in the lab
Mhm.
trying to get whatever work they can get to hopefully get that opportunity. And that's what you want to see a fighter like Boots. I want to see that continue to happen for Boots because I believe he should be higher. To me, he should be the face or one of the main faces in boxing right now.
This pound for
He
pound. So
is.
now that you mention that, look at this raggedy ass pound for pound.
He is the face of boxing.
Now you're going too far, Dr. Eugene.
He the face of the zone.
Well, yeah, because he's with Matchroom, and Matchroom is Eddie Hearn, so that
And that's
makes
how
sense.
many people?
Who
Top
knows? Who
rank,
cares? But
top
listen,
rank. Eddie Hearn,
Dr.
Queensbury.
Eugene, we're not finna rewrite stuff. Now he done already came. He done already been on the Breakfast Club admitting Javante was the face of boxing. Cut it out.
But he
listen.
locked up right now.
Who's number one on the list, Jam Queen? Who's number one on the pound for pound list?
Somebody that's
Anyway.
gonna beat up.
Okay, he's supposed to be there. Who's next?
Usyk.
He gonna retire.
Okay. Next.
That boy.
He don't even deserve to be in the top 5.
That boy.
What boy?
He should be number 9. No, he should be number 10.
Brittle Hand Stevenson. Brittle Hand Stevenson.
Oh, Shakur Stevenson. Okay, number 4.
You can't read the list, Mr. Shelton.
I'm 60 years old. I cannot see that shit.
Oh, please. Cut it out. Bam Rodriguez. Bam Rodriguez. Okay. David Benavidez. Dimitri Bivol, y'all. Dimitri Bivol.
Yeah. No, he got me up there. He got me up there.
Yeah. Bivol is where he's supposed to be.
No, he should be a little bit higher.
Bivol's an undisputed champion. Bivol's an undisputed champion. That's where he's supposed to be.
Fought?
And the only person that he lost to,
about 2 months ago, about a month and a half ago.
No, hell no.
Oh,
he ain't come back.
Sure did. Yeah, he did. About a month and a half ago. You gotta pay attention, sir.
He didn't. Anyway, I wasn't paying attention to that fight, but yeah, you're right. He was okay. And then we got Dunto Nakatani, Devin Haney.
He should be on the list, yo. I don't know how he got on the list to begin with, and then he lost. And he's still there. What the fuck?
Devin Haney. Who else?
Boots is number 9, and then Oscar Collazo.
Boots should be right behind Bivol.
No, Haney
He
higher
should
than
be right behind
Shakur.
Bivol. Huh?
Haney should be higher than Shakur.
Can't be. Shakur's a 4th division champion.
So what?
Shakur ain't That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That bring us back to.
Name.
All right, bring us back to this conversation. Hold on, because we're not going to get.
Devin is not.
Okay, name.
Hold on a second.
Shakur's undefeated. Devin is not.
Mr. Shelton, stop talking over people.
Devin is
Let me
undefeated.
tell you something. Hold on.
No, he's
his
not.
records say no, he's definitely not. But that's what his
No,
records
he
say. But
is.
anyway, back to the
It's
conversation
no
we were
contest.
having.
It's no
Mr.
contest.
Greg, hold on, y'all. Were you finished, Mr. Greg?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll close it right here. In today's boxing, we have a watered down version that when guys who like in their 70s or 60s have seen, and it's not going to change. And as long as everyone is trying to be positioned to get a big money fight as soon as possible, that's what we're going to keep seeing. We're not going to see the clashes of titans. We're not going to see the Hagler Hearns, the Rands. We're not going to see those kinds of fights because in my opinion, what's been taken out of boxing a lot of, has been the pride in being a champion. What's been taken out of boxing is the willingness to show the world, I'm taking on everybody. The guys who are just as good, the guys who I don't know, the guys who are easy soft, and I'm going to show you that I'm like that I'm the guy that you should spend your money on, that you should come and watch, because I'm going to give you 100% out the box every time. I might even get hurt a couple of times, and we've seen our favorite fighters get hurt. I'm still going to be fighting. I might get knocked out. I'm going to try to get a rematch 2-3 months later. I'm not going to wait a year and a half to come back. I'm certainly not going to be suing you because you done beat me up in the ring. But that's the
right.
And see the I guess you could call it the new wave of fans. They never saw this kind of a fighter before that we used to see. They never
They
saw
call
those
bitch
guys
ass
who
niggas.
really wanted to die on their shield before they
Right.
conceded to anything. And that's what
Right.
we don't have. And so these young guys don't know it, and their fathers or managers are certainly not doing the things for them to make them have that kind of pride, that warrior spirit. Yeah, you're supposed to get money and you're supposed to do good business. But this is also why I used to say the business hurts the sport, because the business still comes first. Sometimes they come together, but most of the time, in the last couple of years, it's not coming together that well. That's why we got all this chaos now. So, just in closing, I say what you're getting, guys who value an O. So if I can fight guys who are subpar and I never lose, now I can pound my chest and say, okay, I'm undefeated. Ain't nobody ever touched me. But I can also go on Twitter or Instagram, whatever they do, and call out everybody else, but then don't fight them. That's what
Exactly
we
my
got.
point. Exactly my point. And that is exactly where we are in today's boxing. And it's crazy to me. And then Mr. Greg, while I have you, and I'm gonna pass it around, y'all. I'm so sorry. But while I have you, Mr. Greg, what do you think of Bud Crawford's comments after his fight, after Boots' fight, with his tacky ass?
As much as I love Bud, I've always said it. You have to learn to shut up. Just be quiet. Because Boots now have clapped back and said, Bud, it's easy work. So, of course, what's going to come back sooner or later, Bud going to say something. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's become at least a lot of talk about Boots and Bud fighting, and people start to believe it. But I think once you leave the sport and you said you got out, you got what you got, become an ambassador. To me, he has no business on Instagram or any place else arguing with guys who he's never gonna fight.
Right.
You don't have any business. You don't have any reason to do it unless you still miss the spotlight. And sometimes that happens to fighters.
Exactly.
They still want the attention because attention is a drug, as we all know, and people get swallowed by it. But I think I think he
Hey
needs
yo,
just,
that shit might be TD Jakes. You ever been swallowed?
that helps Boots a little bit, to be quite honest, because you got somebody who has a little status coming at you like that. But at the same time, it would have be more helpful if he let me go get in that man's corner and spar with him, give him a few pointers, because Boots is the next generation. That's the way you go if you have that kind of grace inside of you. But sometimes you can be selfish, and I think it's some of that too. You want to be separated from everybody else, but you only can really do that in the ring. You're not in the ring anymore. Boots is in the ring. Boots just had a great win, in my opinion. It showed who he was that we didn't see before. It shows that as much as people want to hate on him and sleep on him, you see the results he still brings.
Absolutely.
That's what I see in Boots, and I hope he keeps getting great fights. Everybody, Ortiz running his mouth just like Bud. If you're not going to fight this man, shut up.
Yeah.
It's just that simple. Just be quiet. If you want to give some grace, give that. But don't be saying little slick stuff, because it's only going to cause more controversy online. And it probably is not going to result in the fight in the first place. So it's a waste of time. Nobody wins. So that's what I say about that with Bud. I love Bud, but you have to learn how to be a graceful ex-champion who's now out of the sport. Be an ambassador for some of these guys. If you can teach them a little bit more about your discipline and they take on to it, great. If you can show them a few things in the gym, great. But don't be beefing with somebody that you have no business beefing with. It's crazy.
I agree. Dr. Eugene, what you got, baby? First of all, answer the question. The O or the competition, what do you value?
No, we gotta go in order from age. I just wanted to ask you a question before you skip to the next
what
person.
is it? What is it?
Where are you sitting at, yo?
What are you talking about?
You went to the fight, right?
No, I was here with y'all. What are you talking about?
Oh,
No.
I thought you went to the fight. I thought you and TD both said they was going to the fight. So I'm like, I'm down to
No,
run into one of them.
no, because they denied me, bastards. They denied me, and then my the person who told me to apply, he was like, well, just come and go to the table anyway. I was like, hell no, because first of all, I didn't get my ticket, and I'm not sitting in nobody's nosebleeds. I didn't know how many tickets was left. I was like, just forget it, man.
Yo.
So no.
Bougie. He said I ain't going. Nobody knows, bleed.
I'm not.
They could have got you a closer seat though, because a lot of I ain't gonna say a lot, but a lot of them tickets was still for sale, so you could just stole somebody's seats.
See,
Bill Haney should have bought you a ticket.
Yo, he was there. He was there.
I know he was. I ain't going nowhere with no damn bill.
No, I'm just saying he should have bought you a ticket. He gonna run up on your show all the time.
Yeah, he'll be all right. Anyway, okay. So you want me to go to JB?
Brother, the dark skinned brother.
You want me to go to JB first before you give me your answer, Dr. Eugene? That's fine.
Yeah. Age before beauty.
JB,
man, you know.
Child, please. JB, what do you value more, the O or the competition? We're having a real conversation because of some of the slander that I've been seeing online for Xander Zayas and for Boots Ennis as well. A lot of people were referencing that little tired ass third round. And like I said, we don't run from smoke, we put it out. So here's the third round. You know, where what Boots was a little buzzed or whatever you want to call it, but he overcame adversity, I think, rather quickly, if I might add. You know what I'm saying? Within like the next 5 seconds, he was back on Xander ass like white on rice. You know, so to me, that third round just proved, for one, he has a chin, and for two, you know, you got to put me out, brother. You gonna have to put me out.
That jab was so hard. The two hooks don't matter, but the jab was so hard.
Yeah, that's straight down the pipe. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I value competition over record, man. When you look at some of the greats, they all took L's. Sugar Ray Leonard took L's. He's one of the all-time great welterweights of all time. Muhammad Ali had losses. He's the greatest of all time, according to a whole lot of people. So it's not about your record, so to speak. I know the Mayweather era was really focused on, preserving your O. And Mayweather had a real good, strong resume himself, though. You know, people kind of forget about the Pretty Boy Floyd era where he took on a Diego Corrales. He took on a Arturo Gatti. He took on a Emmanuel Augustus. He took on a lot of top people, Spadafora. He took on a lot of top competition before, he started having problems with his hands and stuff like that. And he started, he became TBE and he started, moving a certain type of way. He still was fighting top guys, but maybe he wasn't getting there with a Paul Williams or a Margarito, but he still fought Sugar Shane Mosley. He still fought Miguel Cotto. And he still fought Robert Guerrero and Andre Berto. So, I was more of a combination of both early in his career, later in his career, but I do believe that competition is the best way to go, man. You take a L, you can always come back and redeem yourself, possibly get a rematch with the person that beat you before and then beat them.
Yeah, he ain't activating that rematch cause. Just for record, he is not activating that damn rematch cause.
Yeah, not him. He took a beating. He's going up to 160 anyway. His days at 154 are over.
No, but I feel what you're saying. But the reason I asked that is because of all the comments about, him quitting and taking a knee. And then, everything that was said about Boots, and then the surrounding conversation about simply that third round, which started irritating my soul. And then a lot of people, Mr. Shelton mainly, he's quick to say who has beaten Shakur, but I would also say, what is his level of competition? Because to me, Shakur still fights like he's in the amateurs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's a guy that's, he don't lose many rounds, and he's basically, like you say, doing that point system like they're doing the amateur. He's a technician, a defensive wizard, and he's tough to beat, man, because he really don't engage a lot. He's throwing like single shots, one shot at a time. Occasionally he'll throw a 2-punch combination, but he's basically in there jab and going to the body, doubling up on a jab to the body. And when you try to engage with him, you try to throw punches, he's out of there. He's out of there.
What's his measuring stick? And no disrespect, but outside of flat-footed Mexicans, what is really his measuring stick? Like, how many slick black fighters has he actually been in there with, right? Because it's not Shakur is like this defensive wizard, in my opinion. When that nigga back out the back door, don't follow him, because that's what he wants to do. He wants to get on the back foot because that's where he's comfortable, so he can run. Make that nigga come back and make that nigga fight you. You know what I'm saying? But he plays a game of chess, mental chess, yes, that to me is easy to overcome if you just get in there and stand your ground. Don't chase him around like a bull in a matador. Stand your ground, make that nigga fight you.
Yeah. You got to be good in that mid-range game. You got to kind of break them down systematic. Go to the body, put a lot of pressure
Stay
on
on
them.
that body.
Yeah,
Stay
stay
on
on
that
that body.
body. Slow
Yeah.
that bike down.
Yep. So that bike down. They got to invest in that body early, and that's what you got to be able to do. That's why I think that'd probably be an interesting fight when he fight like a Mortala. Mortala's a good body puncher. He's very patient, but he's kind of like aggressive, patient type of fighter. He throws a lot of 2-punch combinations, but he's always defensively responsible too. So I always thought that'd be an interesting fight for Shakur fighting a Mortala. I think he's got the kind of blueprint to give. I don't know if he beat Shakur, but he's got the type of style that could pose some problems for Shakur.
You know who else could pose some problems for Shakur? Andy Hiroka, the one who just fought Antoine Gary Russell, the one who just fought him. He was killing Russell's body. You know what I'm saying? That would be a good fight too. His reach, you know what I'm saying? He was a pretty good boxer too. He could box in the ring. He don't even have to come all the way inside because of his reach. He kept catching Anthony coming inside too. Like I just want to see him in tough competitive fights. No more of these fights where people can turn on their TV like, oh, Shakur about to beat him. Who was this? Oh, he about to whoop him. I'm tired of hearing that attached to his name, and it's not because he's that good.
Yeah, that'd be a good fight. Even like Gary Antoine Russell, that'd be a good fight. I heard him say the other day that he think that Antoine Russell will bring out the best in him. So make the fight. Go to call James Prince, your manager, tell him to send an offer to Gary Antoine Russell. Try to see if he can make that fight happen. Now I know his name is linked to Pitbull, but I don't think that's official yet. So try to see if he can get that fight
fighting
done.
his. I think Pitbull's gonna fight his mandatory or whoever that guy was. I reported that on that I think last week. But he's no longer fighting him, so we don't have to worry about that.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm just send an offer to Gary Antoine Russell. That'd be a good unification fight at 140. So he need to try to make it happen. Though. From what I'm hearing, though, he didn't sign with Zuffa. Though I'm hearing he signed with Zuffa. So I don't know what that gonna mean. Maybe he fights a Rayo. Rayo got a big win over De Los Santos this past Sunday.
Rayo called him out. So
yeah, that could be a big fight. Rayo, he's a West Coast guy, and Shakur is more of an East Coast guy. So they probably would have to make that fight happen on Shakur Stevenson's turn, being the bigger name. So maybe they can do that fight in Newark or do that fight in New York.
Yeah. We'll see. But Dr. Big Dre, what you got, Big Dre? What do you value? Competition
Hold
or
on, yo. Hold on. How old is Dre? I'm 40 and a half. How old is Dre?
Boy, sit down.
64.
You said,
boy. I want to know how old. I'm dead serious. How old are you, Dre?
I'm
40 and a half.
64.
64. Okay, you probably should have went ahead of somebody then. My bad. Oh, hold on. This Dre, this the guy from DC, yo. Shout out to you. I remember you now. I thought you were somebody else at first.
Go ahead, Big Dre. Competition or
Oh, it's definitely the competition because none, when I say none, zero of my favorite fighters have an O. Because while I enjoyed watching Floyd Mayweather fights, he was never one of my favorite fighters. So, I value the competition. Um, you know, um, I like the Roy Jones Jr. I want, Julio Cesar Chavez, Tito Trinidad,
Oscar De La Hoya.
Oscar De La Hoya, man, guys who would get in there and scrap, Mike Tyson was one of my favorites. Mike would just go in and just destroy people. Um, and, he had that controversial loss to Buster Douglas, but, hey, he kept on fighting. Competition, I want to see you get in there and put it on the line and make it worth my while, and I also think that, fighters have their goals, whether it be money, belts, legacy, what have you. And I think you should, as a fighter, you should go for what you you want. You should pursue your goal. So if you want to be undisputed, I think you shouldn't let anybody talk you out of anything that doesn't lead you to being undisputed. Um,
Do you think that plays a part though in some of their roles when they're selecting fights? If they're on a specific path to take a whole bunch of light touches to obtain the goal that they set out to achieve?
you can't take a light touch and become undisputed. You gotta fight a champion. It's
But you know all champions are not created equal, right?
I
Like so
understand
like
all.
for like Josh Kelly is a champion. Like do we respect him as much as we respect Fandora? Like you know
No,
what I'm
but
saying?
he's a champion. He has a belt. It's my job to
I
go look for the
understand that.
belt.
No. I
Um,
get that.
you know, the guy who Keyshawn got his belt off. What was his name? The
Oh yeah,
guy from
Barinacek at 135.
Right.
Barenchik.
Barinacek,
Yeah,
yeah.
Right.
Barenchik. You
Hey
know,
Brian.
he got a belt. He ran back home to the Ukraine until they made him fight. So, then he comes back and he loses in spectacular fashion to Keyshawn.
I
You
don't
know, he
consider guys champions that lose their belt in their very next fight. I'm
well,
sorry. I guess I'm just old school where there was like 15 to 20 successful title defenses. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't be bothered with this shit playing hot potato with the belt.
well, if you play a hot potato with the belt, you mean that you either you fighting the best competition, um, or you know, you were the light touch that got lucky. Um,
One or two things, yeah.
yeah. So, um, but I respect the competition, and I should I say I want to respect competition. I'm not worried about the O because, like I said, none of my favorite fighters had an O. They all had losses
Mhm.
on their records.
Yep.
Um,
Mhm.
and
I mean, I
um,
don't know. It got to be just the lower class generations, right? Because Canelo Alvarez had what, 3 losses on his record, and he was still considered the face of boxing.
That's
You know what I'm
crazy.
yeah,
saying? So
Yeah. They
it's
ready
like
to
I
throw
don't
you
get it.
away so quick.
Oh,
Look at Errol Spence Jr.
Yeah,
like
and
He
that.
it's the
lost one
fans. It's the
time to
fans. We gotta
Crawford.
just be honest and call it what it is. It is the fans, bro.
Yeah,
That's
everybody
why
like
some of these
Canelo.
guys. I think that's why a lot of these guys don't want to take stiff competition, are afraid to lose because they know that the fans will clown them.
Loma was
Canelo
still
is an
top 10
outlier
pound for
because
pound.
Canelo brings in just tons and tons and tons of fans. He's gonna see no matter where you put him, he's gonna sell out. You know, it's like Manny Pacquiao in his heyday. He's gonna fill up an arena. It's gonna happen.
Yeah. Speaking of
You
Canelo,
That's
know,
because of their fan bases.
yeah,
and Tank put him in a 15,000 seat arena. He's gonna sell 15,000 seats. You put him in a 20,000 seat arena, he's gonna sell 20,000 seats. Um, he's gonna sell out. You know, I was looking at the tickets for the July 4th event in Cleveland at the Wallstein Center. It's a 15,000 seat um, venue, and they've sold about 13,500 seats so far.
oh, that's
So,
good.
Amazing.
That's good. That's
so
good for your
he's
first fight at home.
Amazing.
he's reached that 90% um, threshold, so you can officially call it a sellout.
Call it a sellout. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's gonna
So,
sell out with the walk-up sales the day of the fight. It's gonna sell out.
so um, they got less than 1,500 tickets left.
Oh,
Um, so there's probably some resale tickets out there, um, but maybe 2,000 tickets, but 2,000 out of 15,000 is not very much. You probably at the 88% mark.
Whose
Um,
fight is this you're speaking of?
the
Abdullah
Abdullah Mason
Mason's this
fights.
Oh
Saturday.
yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah.
Okay. I think the addition of Albert Bell, also being from Ohio, um,
yeah, Toledo.
another oh,
Tiger
another Ohio.
Johnson on that card.
Yeah, he
Like I
from
said,
Cleveland.
by putting another Ohio native on at the top of the card, um, built that
That
fight up
helped.
to
Yeah, that helped.
become bigger than what it was, and there was a rush of ticket sales. Um, so
But you know
it's
why that is, right?
there's going to be fireworks in Cleveland on the 4th.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know,
Real quick, hold on, y'all. Just in from the what is this? The WBA. It says that they are officially eliminating their Bridgerweight division, effective immediately.
Nobody watching
Good,
that shit.
good, good. Wasn't nobody paying no
Nope,
attention to that weight class.
ain't nobody
Made
up
no
there any
sense.
damn way, is it?
Mm.
I think they didn't.
The biggest
I
name was
think
that
they.
guy that got beat by Dillian White when Dillian White had them loaded gloves, whatever he had. I can't remember that guy. He's from Brazil somewhere, South America somewhere, Colombia. That guy was the biggest name they had over there in Bridgerweight. He was a heavyweight. He dropped down. That's how low key that division was, man. That guy that lost to
All I,
Dillian White was the biggest name over there.
I
I can't
think
remember
it's
the
less
name.
than 100 fighters total in the Bridgerweight division. Um, so they just eliminated, and it didn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Um,
They better
and
go to Zuffa.
I ain't got no problem with it. Um,
I don't either. That's business trying to carve out another way to get money out of boxing fans by creating a new division that don't make sense in the first place.
Mm-hmm. No,
you
I
know,
agree. I just thought I'd mention that I just saw that
Yeah.
down my timeline. But go ahead, finish up, Big Dre, and then we want to you, Dr. Eugene, because I want to get your thoughts on whether you value the competition or the O.
I was going to make a really quick note on the Devin Haney situation. Um,
Okay.
he is between a rock and a hard place right now. He has a
Okay.
decision to make, um, and he don't have a choice but to make a fight. Um, because if he doesn't make a fight, he will be seen as the duck that he actually is. Um, he's got he's got 22 days or 20
Yeah,
days
yeah, 20 days. They could have gave him more, but
to
they gave him 20 days. They couldn't give him 30 days. They gave him 20, so he
No,
wanted to
they
make a
gave him
decision.
20 days from today or something like that.
yeah, 20
Yeah.
days from today
It's up to their
to
discretion how many days they gave him. They gave him the short end of the days. Gave him 20 days. They could have gave him 30.
I mean, that this whole conversation's been going on for long enough though. So
Yeah.
I feel like did they really short him? You know what I'm saying? Because it's like you knew this was coming down the pike.
Yep.
well, he was in talks. He was supposedly in talks with Tank, and if they were at the finish line and could provide paperwork by close of business today, he might have been able to avoid that. But I don't think they were close enough to make that happen. Um, so now he's got it. He's got to fight Keyshawn. So if you don't fight Keyshawn, you're gonna drop the belt. They're gonna take the belt away. Um, he want they want this fight to be made. They need that fight to be made because if that fight goes to purse bid, Devin Haney's going to be a very sad individual.
Yeah, I agree. I
Yeah,
I
the
agree.
mean,
top rank not gonna bid a whole lot of money for that fight. He got to take a huge pay cut for what he's been getting his last couple of fights.
Well,
On the
he's still
turf.
gonna get the high end of it, 75%, whatever it is.
Yeah, but top rank bid 5 million. What's 75% of 5 million? That's a big pay cut for Devin Haney for what he made versus Jose Ramirez and Brian Norman Jr.
That's
He made
because
at least
Turkey
eight
Al
figures in
Sheik
those
was over.
fights.
That's because Turkey Al Sheik was overpaying them. See, that's another thing with these boys' market value that they have to really understand. Underneath Turkey Al Sheik, yes, you were probably getting more money than I don't want to say deserve because that's not I don't want to seem like that, but more money than your market value says that you're worth.
Then you deserve. Market
But
value mean
under
what you deserve.
yeah, but then
well, see,
underneath original promoters like Top Rank and Eddie Hearn, who's done business with you and promoted with you and care about their return on their investment, they're like you said, they're gonna not come in so hot and heavy on you, Devin, because they don't have to.
Pause.
well, Devin. It's my understanding that he doesn't have an actual promoter. He's under DHP right now,
Mm-hmm.
um, and I don't think they're willing to put up. I don't think he's willing to put up the money.
DHP
They
ain't
Um,
don't.
willing
They
to
don't
put up
have the
shit.
money. They don't have the money
We
to
Mhm.
put
saw
up.
that. We
Say
saw that
that.
with the Rolly situation. We saw that with the Rolly situation. That they're
we
not really
also
willing to put up. They're more of like guarantee guys, right? They're not the bet on yourself guys. They're the guarantee purse
So
kind
they
of
don't
guys.
sell.
But when the Rolly situation came up, they were presented with a 50-50 fight with a pay-per-view threshold.
Right.
You not willing to take the pay-per-view threshold. I guess if you only sell 40,000
They
pay-per-views,
don't
it's
sell.
you know, when you only sell 40,000 pay-per-views, it's kind of hard to make that 150,000
But he tried to blame
threshold.
that on Rolly. You saw him. He tried to blame that on Rolly. And
Of
then
course he did.
somebody just said he's fighting Keyshawn. He just tweeted a little while ago. Well, that's his best bet. Instead of letting it go to purse bid, you better take your behind over there.
Yeah, but who's paying for the fight?
Obviously, Top Rank.
You
That's
know,
the thing about when you get into business like that and you have your little vanity plate that says you're a promoter. You get exposed sooner or later of not having the infrastructure and more importantly the money. Because if you were a promoter as you say you are, you have to have a structure, you got to have people, you got to have contacts, you got to have some power of some sort. You definitely should have some money. He doesn't have any of this, but they're trying, at least from what I've seen, trying to act as though they're in that position. And reality always bites. He sees where he is now. He's got to make a decision that if he was a promoter, he wouldn't have had to make because he could afford to pay for his own fight if he wanted to do that way. They can't. So they got to take what's going to be offered sooner or later, and it's never going to be what they want.
But this is the thing. So let's say he wanted 75%. Because you want 75%, put up some of your own money. But if you put up some of your own money versus taking 50% and let us do it for you, you might get more money overall taking the 50% versus trying to say I want the 75%, and then they say put up your own money. You're getting less because you got to put up your own money. You're getting less with that. So acting like a boss and being a boss is two different things. And
in the beginning,
like
I'm
one.
sorry. In the beginning, that might be true, but if you put your own money up, you have to look at what the ancillary revenue is and the later revenue, such as the rebroadcast money. Who owns the fight when it goes into the library? Are you still getting paid from that? If you putting up your own money, the answer should be yes. So in the long term, maybe you don't get a bigger purse, but overall you're attached to other revenue streams from that fight way down the road. Because believe me, Top Rank is doing very well with their library because they own it all. So in your negotiations, if you are a promoter, as DHP is supposed to be, you had to put that language in your contract so you can keep getting paid too. That's the key to these contracts, is how they're written, what the terms are. But if you just try to get everything immediately up front, you're always going to trip yourself up because you're trying to get as much as you can immediately and not thinking the bigger picture down the road. Because Devin, sooner or later, is not going to be boxing anymore. And it'd be wonderful if I could still be getting fights from that library of the fights that I'm in every time somebody clicks to buy the $3 or the $4, if they're still selling it for that amount at that time. So that's what you have to look at. I believe that's what you have to look at. The big,
hell, the YouTube ad revenue.
Yeah, I ain't trying to be funny, yo, but Bill Haney, you think he really know about that kind of shit? Honestly,
if he talking the talk,
I'm sure he does.
Yeah,
I'm sure
I think he does.
I'm sure he may
Does he
not
know
have
how to do it?
No. Listen. I said, do he know about that? He knows about the money aspect of that shit, but he don't know about the actual instruction and how it works. Like a lot of people get paid off of YouTube. They know how to get paid off of YouTube, but they don't know the whole breakdown of the ad revenue, how that actually works, how that actually applies to them. So I don't think he actually know a lot of that shit. He heard about it. He like close to it.
That's how you're supposed to learn. You got to go there. You're going to get your head busted a couple of times because that's what experience will do to you. It'll teach you. And that's what Bill, if he wants to really be the businessman that he claims to be, those are the things you really have to learn. That's the hard part. The easy part.
Well, he took a big lesson when he signed in the fight with Ryan, because Golden Boy let him sign for net profit over and above his guarantee. And when they finished, there was no profit. And they talk about they didn't get no money out of this fight. They didn't get the money from after all of the expenses, Golden Boy lost money.
The only person that
And
would
when
probably teach him would be Jay Prince, because they kind of close to each other. But Jay Prince might not even know. Like, honestly,
oh no, Jay, I'm gonna
Bob
tell you,
Aaron know, but Jay Prince might not even know.
But
I
you
know,
have what
he
I'm
been in
saying.
boxing for a long time, so I'm not trying to
but
disrespect him. I'm just keeping it 100.
Right, I get
Jay
you. I think,
Prince himself might not know, but I'm quite sure he got somebody on his
Yeah,
staff that know.
yeah.
and that's what I'm saying. You still have to learn it, even if you don't. I mean, we all had to go to school. We started in kindergarten till we
Cool,
got up to 12th grade, college, etc. You still have to learn, and sometimes you're gonna pay your price in pain. You're gonna get beat a couple of times, because somebody gonna school you either nicely or harshly. But you gonna learn if you're gonna be in this in any kind of game, any kind of game. It doesn't have to just be boxing.
You gonna
But if
learn
you're gonna
today.
be on that business side, put on your big boy pants, study, listen, see what the other guys who doing well, what they doing, talk to them, soak up game. Like I say, you're gonna get clipped a couple of times. It's just gonna happen, just like fighting. You just like Boots had to
Well,
learn, start paying attention. They gotta do the same thing at the business table.
Well, you know, it's
I
two
just
ways to
saw
learn. You learn by example or by mistake, and
Mm-hmm.
he's made a couple of mistakes.
Yeah, so I mean, it cost them some money to learn some good lessons, right? I just saw this come down my timeline, so we're gonna watch this and then we're gonna wrap it up. This goes back to the fight that's coming up this weekend. Abdullah Mason speaking on his, fight coming with Albert Bell. So let's see what he has to say about this particular matchup and what he thinks is gonna happen in this fight. I love Abdullah; he's so poised.
Here by Toledo, Ohio. Is this someone that you crossed paths with, that you know, that you saw, that you thought about fighting?
Yeah, I definitely crossed paths with him. He was at 130. I sparred with him a few times, and he moved up to my division. And I definitely didn't expect this, this fight to be happening. I didn't see myself fighting him, but so everything happens for a reason. It's a great opportunity for him, and it's gonna save the day. Me still having a fight card and me being able to put on a performance and still perform July 4th, is because he was able to step in as a last minute opponent. So I'm definitely grateful for him being able to step in, and I'm just ready to get it on.
So we just showed the photo of you guys after a session. Is this awkward for you at all? Like, how would you describe your relationship with him?
It's a little awkward. We definitely, that's definitely my guy. That's definitely my guy for sure. We've been in the gym, had conversations. I'm cool with his team, cool with him, his pops, and that's definitely my guy. But boxing is boxing. He got the call. He accepted the fight. So we're gonna get it on until after that. We could go back to being guys after the fight.
Can I ask, when's the last time you sparred him?
It was sometime last year.
Oh, so not that long ago, though.
Yeah, not that long ago. It was sometime last year. It was earlier on, I believe.
And how many times do you think you've sparred? Like, how many rounds?
How many rounds? I don't know. We've had a few sessions together. It was more than 3, 4.
Okay. So do you feel like you have, like, intimate knowledge of who this guy is? Sometimes you go into a fight, you don't really know who your opponent is other than watching tape. You've been in there with him before.
Yeah, I've been in there with him. I definitely feel like this is going to be a fight the fans are going to enjoy. It's a great step up from the rest of my opponents that I've fought. He has some good skills, and whoever has the better skills that night will win. I believe that's going to be me.
Is there any part of you that, like, are you the type of guy that needs to? You don't strike me as this person, but I'll ask anyway. Dislike your opponent, have any sort of beef with them, and is it weird that you kind of seem to like him?
No, I don't got no beef at all, man. I mean, at the end of the day, we in a sport for what we in it for, and I just enjoy the sport of boxing, and while I'm in it, I want to be the best at what I do. So, if that calls for me fighting some guys I'm familiar with and that I'm real cool with, then I guess I got to do. So, and at the end of the day, that's to be me stepping in the ring, fighting a formidable opponent who has a great skill set. They're gonna be able to see both of us, display our skills.
Oh, that was it.
Yep.
Love that attitude.
They ain't good friends, but they gonna rumble. Keyshawn and Shakur take notes.
I hope Kid gets a lot of side marketing deals. I hope he gets some commercials and maybe some walk-in guest shows on
Yeah,
series.
because they local
That's the kind
heroes,
of stuff
basically.
you have to do. Do y'all remember when Roy Jones was in the Matrix?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
those little things like that is what keeps a boxer, I think, somewhat confident because he realized people are watching, and you got to really do the things you're supposed to do to continue that because of course, you get addicted to being in movies and things like that. And I hope he gets an opportunity to at least experience that as he keeps winning.
I
I
hope
hope
LeBron show up to that fight, yo.
who?
LeBron. I hope
Yeah,
LeBron
yeah,
like
stuff
He
that.
like
might show up. You know, he's from Akron. That's
Um,
down the street.
Deontay Wilder was just in, was it Moses in the Black? That movie 50 Cent made. He was just in that with
Mhm.
Omar
Oh, I
Epps.
didn't
You
know
know
that
what I'm
for
saying?
real.
So, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. He was in that movie.
I love
Um,
that kind of stuff for them.
yeah, I love that kind of stuff for them too. But so, okay, I mean, Abdullah Mason seems just aware, right? Like, I love how situationally aware he is. I
Mhm.
love how he's like, nah, I'm cool with him, but I'll still fight him. You know what I'm saying? So I love that for him, and we're gonna see the best man win. You know, hopefully they bring the best out of each other. And they put on a great fight for the fans. Abdullah Mason's always entertaining anyway, you know. So I feel like fighters like him and Boots and Tank and Bam and a lot of other fighters, David Benavidez, who are entertaining. I know that y'all don't want, obviously we want them to have a life outside of boxing, after boxing, but I feel like sometimes you got to get in there and entertain the fans if you want them to continue to buy into what it is that you represent. That's how you build a star. That's how you become a star. You know?
Talk to him, Jab. Talk to him.
Yep.
Well,
You know
hold on.
what?
Okay. Can I split my 15? Because you said we'll wrap it up.
Go ahead, baby. Go ahead.
So, well, first, I just want to get this off my chest, yo, because I'm a little heated about this, man. Hey, yo, Mr. Shelton was up here. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go after Mr. Shelton. No big deal. And then all of a sudden, all these senior citizens came up here. I'm like, what
Boy,
the
get
hell?
to your damn point.
How y'all gonna try to little boy me?
No, Mr. Eugene. You said age. You said age before beauty. That's
no,
why.
no. I said that because I thought Mr. Shelton was the second one. I'm like, all right, cool. I'll go after him. No big deal. But then, damn, y'all both came out of nowhere. Like, hey, hold on, sit your little ass down, son.
You the one asked how old I am.
I know, no, I thought you were somebody else. And
Yeah.
then he popped up late. So I'm like, dang, yo, shit.
Who's that talking?
That's Dr. Eugene.
Eugene, we're not senior citizens. We're elder statesmen.
Yeah, there we go.
That's right. This is my counsel. This is my
Chairman of the
counsel,
board.
goddammit.
Chairman of the
Yeah, that's
board,
right. That's right. My counsel. Don't do it. My counsel
Hey, yo,
get up here and get
I
on
just
you.
had to get it off my chest, man. I was like, what the hell? What's going on? Hold up. I'm like, you know
Okay,
what? I
so
ain't even mad.
Dr. Eugene, you were there. You saw it in 4K. What did you think of the third round with Boots fight?
I'm gonna learn to shut the hell up. So I already made it before, but the comments I made, I kind of erased them. all I'm gonna say is it was a good fight and a better man won. I'm gonna leave it like that.
Okay.
I ain't
you're
gonna get too
learning.
much. Yeah, I ain't gonna get too much into it, yo. Just like before, I used to tell people 3 rounds, 4 rounds, 5 rounds. For now on,
I was off because I said round 8, so I was off. I was off a round.
Yeah, that's what I had round 8. I was on 1 round 2.
I said 3,
Yeah.
but I know why I said 3. But what all I'm gonna say is, from now on, I'm gonna start saying what Bozy be saying. It's gonna be a good fight while it lasts. I'm gonna just leave it like that.
It's gonna be a good fight for as long as it lasts. Absolutely. But overall, what did you give his performance? What grade did you give his performance?
He a little bit harsher because he a perfectionist. I'll give it about a B plus B.
Okay.
The thing is, he said out his own mouth, I can hear everything and shit. And I'm literally sitting like a couple rows back from his brother. And his corner is on that same side. So if he could hear that motherfucker, he damn sure can hear me and shit, yo. Because I was screaming and shit.
Okay.
But the good thing is because he is so good, everything he can do everything, literally everything. And all the shit I'm yelling, he was doing most of that shit. and he was whipping dude ass. Like the dude was easy to beat. All you gotta do uppercut and hook, and that's it. And if you watch the fight, he did that combo the most. Now when they talk about when they say he got quote unquote buzz and all that bullshit.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah.
When he said that he hears everything, yeah, they hear everything, but their coach's voice is what they can hear.
Yeah.
Most of that stuff is background noise.
Yeah.
They may hear something, but they've been fine-tuned to their coach's voice. While you might hear a lot of stuff and a lot of instructions, they don't make it past the barrier. They, they're not in that correct frequency. So,
but also not even just the coach's voice. If you really break it down, family. His brother is one of the coaches. His father is the other one, and then his other brother is on the sideline. His other brother on the sideline is still gonna be saying stuff to him, and they all right there. So he hearing all three of they voices because he been hearing it all his daggone life. So he can't cut that off anyway. He can hear that probably in his sleep sometime.
All right.
So I get that aspect, but the thing my bad. But the thing with
go ahead, baby.
He started throwing power shots and was going no defense, all offense, and that's when the third round happened. And they were trying to tell him to go with speed. So once the fourth came up and his father yelled at him, he went back to doing the speed, which is the jab and the stab. And then next thing you know, he walked his ass down and knocked it down again in the fifth.
Okay. We're gonna circle back to this. I'm so sorry, y'all. I just wanted to let y'all know that as I predicted, ghetto foolishness erupted at the undercard of Clarissa Shields. So I'm gonna play a little bit of this, and I'm gonna let y'all get on up out of here. And then, after I go on my rant after we watch this, then I'm gonna let y'all get on up out of here because this is just nasty business at its. And Mr. Greg, I don't know how long you've been here, but as I stated, she has baddies and bad on her undercard for her fight on the 15th.
I wasn't even finished though. Can I do that for you?
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm so
all
sorry.
Right, so the O don't matter because if the O includes everybody that nobody knows versus all these top people, like nobody go back in history, like even the belts don't fucking matter. Nobody go back in history and say so and so versus so and so for this belt. Nobody give a fuck about that belt. It's about the two names. And if this name is a fucking beast and this name is pretty good, that was a hell of a fight. I don't remember that for the rest of my life. Nobody remembers so-and-so went undefeated or so-and-so had this belt. It's all about the names and who that name is. So that's all that matters.
For whatever reason, these boys think that the O is all that matters, right? Like they think them being undefeated means they like that. You know what I'm saying? So they really, I said that earlier. You know what I'm saying?
I forgot who said it, but somebody said Shakur is 4 divisions, but you can't name 4 top people that he beat because he got 4. He the belt in 4 divisions. So name 4 people he beat that's good. Nobody could do that.
Yeah. The fight is what matters. I agree, Cash. I agree 1,000%. The fight is what matters to me. I don't give a damn about your little belt, child, especially if you ain't fought nobody to get it. And I know, Big Dre, you said, all people with champions, we got to respect them. And I agree, but we can also agree that all champions ain't created equal. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I don't I don't really know how much I subscribe to that channel. But let's watch this foolishness, and then I'm gonna let y'all get on around. This is just ghetto. This is so ghetto.
They on the fight? Oh, okay.
Hey, I said, do y'all got hands? I do y'all got fingers? Yo, that's crazy. That's lunch. Okay, so what kind of match this is? Ray J, what kind of match is going to be the short early
got big ass face.
Oh, good Lord.
Who that lady with a big ass face? I know that's a man. What's on the lady?
That's a man.
No, the light skinned lady.
Like, see, I want to put my thumb in your butt. Like, I ain't saying nobody saying I'm going to put my thumb in your butt. Who just said that, nigga? You just said that, nigga. August 15th. Bro, the whole dude. I'm a whole man, nigga. So what y'all got beef for? Because he laced you when y'all was hurt. Right now we not fighting. We security. We security. Oh, yeah, security. They kissing and cuffing so much.
Yo, they security. I could beat both of they little asses, bro.
Stop playing. Bro, I'm hard right now, nigga. Do your gangster shit, nigga. Do your gangster shit, bro.
Well, you know.
First off, I'm all in one, bro, with no draws.
Marissa Shields fought
I'm all in
somebody
one with
tight.
no draws, nigga. Do your gangster shit, nigga. Okay, well, Ray J, you
But
just
seriously,
got
who that
my-
light-skinned lady with the big face, right?
Without my name, none of this works. So do your gangster shit. Yeah. Ray J. Oh, bro, you better fight. Ray J, how your ass fight, man? She don't fight.
Oh, Ray J on the undercard
Okay,
too.
so for those of y'all, that's Ray J that just got up in his face. So that's Orlando Brown. He was from Major Pain as a child. Sitting next to him is Big Lex. She is the
And
co-main
that's
event. She will be fighting. She'll be fighting. Isn't that Krishan Rock's big sister?
Yeah, that's about that.
Oh, no
Yeah,
wonder I got
Krishan Rock's big sister. The man in the wig is Silky or I don't know. I don't know these people, guys. I'm sorry. Yeah, Silkiano or Silksiano, something or another. I
So they
don't
got-
know, but this is on her undercard. This is on
They-
a boxing undercard.
So they got transgenders on the undercard?
No,
No, he's just doing the press
Oh, just
conference.
press. Oh, okay. Oh, God.
So thank you, Arena, Saucy Susanna, or
It don't
Saucy
matter, yo.
Santana,
It
whatever.
don't.
Yeah, whatever.
Saucy Santana,
that.
yes.
Yeah, that person. They're doing the card for. I guess he's doing the undercard, and then Najee's doing the main event. Some ghetto foolishness. But yes, that is what is appearing on her undercard for a boxing event. Why she doesn't have real boxers, I don't know. But this is what's taking place.
Sorry.
She burned her bridge with MVP.
Didn't he have a whole bunch of psychological issues that he's trying to work through?
Yeah.
Yes,
Ray J?
and then Ray J was supposed to have been on his deathbed. Although he just had a fight last
Right.
month, he got knocked out.
Hey, yo, that's what I
and
look
then-
like at the fight. Y'all had on a hoodie. I look just like
And then-
Juice.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
So
you know,
anyway-
Selena Promotion don't have no boxers. You know, she's with Selena Promotion. He got a couple of fighters. Tony Harrison, she couldn't get him on the card, and some other females. What about the?
She just said that she was putting one of her fighters, the one that just fought a couple weeks ago. She said he was going to be on the card. She has a signed fighter that I didn't see her listed on the card either, unless they're going to be on the prelims. I
She
have
trying
no
to get
idea.
that crossover money, yo.
Yeah, she's trying to get that ratchet money. I see what she's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's
Hey,
what's
man,
going
so
to
I'm
be on
watching
there.
this card.
A whole bunch of ratchet people watching.
Yep, there's going to be a whole bunch of ratchets in the building too.
Yeah.
You can believe that.
Hey,
But my
hold
thing
on.
is this.
Oh, go ahead.
My question is, are they staying for the real boxing event? Because wasn't a damn soul in that press conference for her. But it sounded like a whole bunch of people in here for this undercard.
They here for the mess, and that's what they.
Yeah, they here for the mess.
And it's all entertainment.
And
It's
it'll
all
be
sports entertainment.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. That's not sports. This nonsense is not sports. Are you crazy? This is not a sport where people just get in there and claw each other eyeballs out and pull each other hair and all that other kind of fool. That is not a sport.
You seen the UFC
That is bottom
card
of the barrel
at the White
gutter
House?
nonsense.
Yeah, what happened to the girl who's supposed to fight? She's fighting some girl I never heard of. She's a girl that Calista fights. I thought she was supposed to be fighting Lauren Price. I don't know what happened with that fight. And Michaela Mayer was
nobody
being
knows.
mentioned. And now she ended up fighting this guy, K. Scott, whatever her name is.
This guy.
That's crazy. You know, she going to get in there. You know, we're going to let her make it because she fought a good fighter in the last fight, Big Mama. She beat her in the last fight. But, you know, you can have a easy fight. But after this, man, you can get in there with a Michaela Mayer in the next fight, Clarissa. Michaela Mayer or Lauren Price, somebody like that, man. Nobody want to see no people, no person.
Don't
that
nobody
you
want to see
never
no
heard of.
damn Lauren Price neither. Lauren Price, 147 pounds. I don't want to see that shit either.
At least she got a belt, though. This girl, I guess the other girl got a belt, too. But, you know, that's women division.
This girl got like 5 belts. This girl got seven
Yeah.
fights and 5 belts.
Ain't
I don't
nobody
understand
in
how
her
it's
weight
happening.
Yeah, it's nobody.
I don't
They
understand how
don't
it's
have a lot
happening.
of depth in the women's boxing. That's what that means.
She got to fight
most of those
MMA
belts-
fights again.
Yeah, most of those belts are probably regional belts, fights that were unsanctioned, you know, recreational, rec center belts. You can come in with belts from your amateur days.
Really? Oh, that I didn't know.
Please, people come in carrying their belts because they want to show that I'm a belt holder, that I won some belts. You can win a lot of belts that don't mean anything at the top level, but you still want to show yourself and present yourself as some type of champion who has belts. And that's all that really is. A lot of time, even some of the guys you see now, they coming in. I forgot about the IBA belt and there's the
IBO.
Well, that too. It's two. It's IBO and IBA. And so it's a whole bunch of regional belts out there, or state champion belts, city champion belts as you come in the ring.
I was sitting next to one of the people that work for the WBO, and I was talking to him about the different kind of belts and stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, let me give a shout out to Angela Yee. I bumped into Angela Yee at the fight. She's a wonderful, beautiful woman on the air and in real life, yo. Shout out to her, yo.
Okay.
She hooked my people up, yo. She hooked my people up. Dr. Russell, she hooked her up with the
I recommend
email
Optimum Fiber, starting at only $25 a month.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Shout out to Angela Yee. This is
Real
gonna be
shit,
ghetto foolishness on this. It's looking real ghetto. It's looking.
Yo, but
It's gonna be on the zone, right? Not on the zone pay-per-view. It's gonna be on regular zone. This fight, this card.
Just, it's probably gonna be on EBT Plus. I don't know. It's gonna be on EBT Plus.
You see the shirt?
Yeah.
That's EBT. Hey yo, what Gorilla say, yo? Say shout out to Zeus Network on the real baddie. She probably out there performing, yo.
Yes.
Yo, why they got the bouncers talking, yo?
Oh, the bouncers
Are they gonna be fighting too? They
No,
probably
I don't
will
think
be,
so.
yo.
I don't know.
They gonna get some
Some
Diddy
stuff
oil and be sumo wrestling.
That's disgusting. All right, y'all. Final thoughts, because y'all just this is bad, man. What state do we really think Clarissa's career is in right now?
The top.
And this is the route
Yeah,
she's
she's still
taking.
one. She's still one of arguably the biggest name in women's boxing. You know, she's arguably the biggest name. She probably is the biggest name. So I'll let her make it on this one fight because she took a good, strong fight in the last fight when she fought Big Mama.
The fourth that she fought already 3 times. That one.
Yeah, but she was she's top tier fighter. You know, it's not a deep women's boxing, but she was one of the top fighters. She beat her decisively in the last fight. So you can have what you call a tune up in this fight, but next fight she got to get in there with a top name, Kayla May or somebody like that. Next fight.
Fought, yo, she got knocked out, had to go to the hospital.
Yeah, that's.
Oh, that's
all right. So
the girl out of Jersey.
Yeah,
Shadeja
Green.
Shadeja Green.
Yeah,
but,
Shadeja got knocked out.
This, I don't know. I guess we look at it differently. I don't see this as a good thing at all. When you start to mix like reality TV with actual combat sports, it's just not a good look. Especially when you have all kind of foolishness. Like I don't understand how she doesn't feel disrespected by this. You train, you went to the Olympics, you professionally box. You're gonna have ratchetivity on your undercard.
That's what MVP built off of. They built off of Jake Paul and the goofy shit.
No. See, there's nothing to do with it. This ain't got nothing to do with MVP because Clarissa can't go to anything that involves
No, I'm
MVP.
saying that's
a
what
leader
MVP
promotions.
built off of.
It's a leader promotions.
Built off of him doing his
that's
thing.
Zeus Network.
No, I'm saying him doing his goofy crossover shit is how they got the funding to really pump up MVP and make women boxing big. But it came from his seed money, which was doing that fuck shit, on them bullshit ass fights, them crossover fights.
Well, it came from him. Actually, him and his brother started doing that, like that stuff on TV, almost like a Jackass. They were like a low budget Jackass, in my opinion. And then they continued on, snowballed on, and then he transitioned to where he started fake fighting. But then he got real boxers. You know what I'm saying? And to legitimize himself. You know what I'm saying? She's going the opposite direction. You don't become. You're already a legitimate boxer.
But if it work, it work. She need the money. She don't need the excuses.
But that's what I'm talking about. But
her brand is just going downhill.
But J-Man, it's gonna do numbers because people
sponsored by Tidy Bowl.
Yeah. It is probably gonna do numbers. Hold on. Well, I don't like how shit smells. J-Man, I agree. This probably will do numbers, but it won't be because of her. And that's the point I'm trying to make. None of this is benefiting her. She may be benefiting them by trying to give them some sort of legitimacy, but they're look at the likes of what you associate yourself with. My mother always said, you want to tell me who you are, you show me who your friends are. and the
Yeah.
people you surround
Think about
yourself
how
with.
many fights she got left. You get what I'm
And
She
saying?
only got 18 damn fights. She this is
No,
what I
I'm
don't
saying
understand.
she don't have opponents, so she can't have any more fights with no opponents. So eventually, she gonna get
She got to
phased
fulfill
out.
that contract somehow. She better
Yes,
do something to fulfill that damn contract.
That's
that's
why
what
she
they
got
probably looking
mighty
at. They
more
trying
fights.
to fulfill that money that they got to pay her. Don't you sign an $8 million contract? So you need to have an event that's going to track eyeballs,
She
and that's
signed
one
to
of
her
the reasons
boyfriend.
why they got their undercard with a bunch of ratchet nonsense on it.
All
So
I'm saying is, if this ratchet works, if this shit actually works and get money, I can see her branching off and just keeping this up and retiring.
That is so tacky.
'Cause
But
people
okay.
actually buy this goofy shit. I don't know why, but people do. A whole bunch of
Yeah,
They been
people will
actors and
buy
consistent.
it.
rappers and shit fight all the time.
Hold on. Shout out to Lee Jackson and with the $2. This is a disgrace to Clarissa Shields' legacy.
the thing about it is you don't have a lot of fighters. All the women fighters are with MVP. I'm talking MVP got a monopoly on women's boxing. You know,
Facts.
I don't think Salita hardly got any female fighters for. And then she got to the incident with Bumgarner. She's blackballed from MVP. Everyone won't have nothing to do with her as far as having her fight any of their fighters. So she in a tough situation.
She
You
can't.
know, she don't have a lot
She
of
can't
options.
even go to
She
their
don't got a lot of
events.
people in her weight class anyway. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, that's too. She in a
Yeah,
tough
but whose
situation.
And
problem
she
is
don't want to
that?
come down.
She yes,
And
I'm
she
about to
don't
say
want to
it's not
come down.
about it's not about whether or not there's people in her weight class because she doesn't have to be up that high, right? She's up that high because she want to have to, I guess, monitor what she eats and live a clean fighter's
That's
lifestyle.
not true, yo.
That's laziness, bro.
How long she
That's
been at the weight
laziness.
class?
You talking about heavyweight? She was at heavyweight for about what 2 or
Yeah,
3 fights. She was at heavyweight. That's
No,
175 and more.
she.
I'm saying
That's what I'm
how
saying.
the weight class she would have to get down to fight real people. She been at that weight class for years prior. Like it's been a long time. Eventually she gets heavier. That's what it is. So
Yeah,
you
this
can't
fight here is at 160. She's already talking about in one of the interviews that she's gonna have a hard time. She got to really sacrifice just to make 160. So her weight class is not a lot of big names. All the big names are at the lower weight classes. So that's another bad situation. And then on top of that, most of all the fighters are with MVP. She don't have a lot of options. Salita don't have a lot of female boxers up under his banner.
But that's because Jake Paul decided that women's boxing was something he wanted to focus on, and he decided that
And I
he's
ain't
going to
mad at
pay
that.
the
I'm
and
not mad at that.
he's going to pay these
I
women,
am.
and he's going to put on good cards and good fights, and he fills up arenas.
He got like 2 SA charges and some
Yeah.
more shit. I don't fuck
But
with
the
that.
MVP, they need to step up their game too. That last thing they had Bumgarner fighting that Asian girl. Bumgarner need to be fighting Dubois. They both with MVP. You need to make
Dubois,
that fight.
no, Dubois. They will make that fight when they're ready. But Dubois got to clear out her division. You can't. How you gonna make her come down to 130 unless you going? When I see one, I'll leave one
Bumgarner need to
alone.
go
Big
up.
father says
He's been,
who? Just
Bumgarner been at
because
130.
her whole career because that's where she belongs. You can't
But
get mad at somebody who's fighting in their actual weight class because all these girls are growing, I guess, or whatever the hell. How you still growing and you grown as hell? I don't know. I'll never understand that. But because she's in her natural weight class, just like Javante, because they're in their natural weight classes, you want them to go up to fight this, do all of that. No. If you want to fight me, then maybe come down to 130, or maybe when I come up to
That's crazy.
135. But I ain't rushing for you. Who the hell is you?
What is Bumgarner big fight though? Because Serrano not gonna fight her. Serrano obviously in the back nine of her career. She's looking at maybe a fight or two, and she's gonna ride off into the sunset. So that ain't gonna happen. Katie Taylor having her
I
final fight
know.
in Croke Park. So
Yeah.
what is your big name? It's Dubois. That's your big name. You go up 5 pounds. We're not like asking you to go up 10 pounds, 5 pounds, and make the fight happen. I understand that Dubois got business to take care of 135, but the fact is that is the biggest fight to be made in and around 130, 135. That's the 2 biggest names, man. That'll be a big fight. A lot of trash talking in the lead up to the fight. That'll be a good build up, and the fight actually would be good. You got 2 girls that bring it.
I don't know if that's the biggest.
They want to get Dubois a couple of more fights at 135 before they make that fight.
But here's the problem with that though. She's already said that she's going up to 140. She's having trouble making 135.
That's why
Well,
she
that
really
fight
trying to
ain't
make
gonna
that
happen
fight happen. Before she move up.
because I don't see Alicia going up to 140 for any reason. I mean, she can probably make 126 without too much problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's a small
She
girl.
fought to get rid of that Turkish girl.
She needs to fight Elif Nurtaran. That's who
Yeah,
Caroline should unify with. And then she said she wants to fight Stephanie Hahn. So those are two unification fights that she can make. But that fight that Baumgartner fight, that's definitely a fight that needs to be in 2027 for sure. You know what I'm saying? On the latter part of 2027, because you're right. Alicia has no other big names that she can actually fight. So if Caroline can unify her division or whatever the case may be, and she can still make that weight, if Alicia goes up, hell yeah, squabble up. Squabble up.
Yep.
But
Hey,
yeah, so I mean,
hey, yeah, they talk about Boots and they talk about that weak ass jab. If everybody think they chinny, then sign up to fight him. Because all these motherfuckers been ducking his ass for over a decade. It's fucking ridiculous.
Well,
we'll see what's next with him, because we know
when
now
they get
Pandora's
stunned,
not.
most people when they get stunned or buzzed or whatever you want to call it, the first thing they do is either grab or start to run. A whole lot of lateral motion. Boots took 2 steps back, he shook it off and stepped back in the fire.
And that's all there is to that. And that's all there is to that. So
that's
I don't know why a lot of people
difference
made more out of
between-
it than it was.
Well, hey, he got rocked. Bam. Ooh,
I know
what
why.
the-
Because people won't be
he
hating.
He stepped back, cleared the cobwebs, and stepped back into the fire.
Everybody say he not like that, but everybody say he need to fight Bud. Like, come on, yo. Which one is it?
Well,
Bud's tired. He's a tired fighter. We need this other good fighters at 154 for him to fight.
But
Bud
what I'm
Crawford
saying
is tired.
is they say he not like that, but then when they look at the odds, they say if this guy like Xander, they say if Xander beat, that'd be a big upset. How's it a big upset if he not like that? If he not like that, it should be 50-50.
Well, Xander had 2 belts. He fought 2 champions. He collected 2 belts,
Mm-hmm.
and he didn't have to take the fight. So I give Xander all the credit in the world for standing up and taking that fight.
I give
Against
him all the
somebody.
credit now after the fight over. I give him all the credit now.
I gave him all the credit before because he stood up and took the.
Well,
he
we
took the
know
fight.
you didn't give no damn
I
credit,
ain't getting
Dr.
no
Eugene.
fucking
We
credit.
know
Fuck
that.
motherfucker.
We know
but
that.
now I
Oh,
give him
my
all the
God.
credit, in the world. Now that he had the fight.
It
Thank
don't
you.
look like that.
Thank
Anyway.
you for holding the belt, so my man. But
This
no,
show-
I don't know if y'all saw it on TV because when I looked at the replay, it didn't show it. But he gave a shout out to Venezuela because they had the hurricane shit, and he said, "Anybody want to contact me, and I'll support y'all." So he
Yeah, I saw that.
he
saw
real
that.
high
Yeah,
character, yo. I really fuck with that guy. But he been high character. This ain't nothing new. He been that way.
But
Yeah,
they
he'll be
talk-
back. He'll be back. Go up to 160. They got some killable champion that he can fight and get a belt.
Yeah, he'll be
He's
back.
learned
before 3
something,
months.
and that's a good thing. He's learned something, but this also shows sometimes the generational gaps between and fight fans, where the
Yeah.
younger fight fans don't see or haven't seen and don't even know what the older fight fans do. And that's why you hear sometimes they're calling somebody like Xander the names that they have been or criticizing the way they don't understand. This young kid showed what he had. That's what he had right there against Boots. He had some moments. There will be other moments for him as long as they move him properly, keep him in good fights, and don't let him lose his confidence. Because you're gonna lose a fight. That happens. But when you hear he trash, this, that, the third, it's because you, as I guess that's Roger Mayweather saying shit about boxing. I don't like to say that, but you don't know enough. Some of these guys who criticizes him don't know enough about boxing to understand the bigger picture. Boxing
Yeah, like I saw Devin said something like Xander quit, we are not the same. Which
Now,
to
wait
me
a
is
minute. Now,
distasteful,
see,
right?
His corner is the one who stopped the fight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They
And
hate it. That's all.
And the
but you
referee
know,
went before the referee went out there before that last round. I told him, say, hey man, you got to show me something. So basically saying, you get
Yep.
caught, get in trouble,
Yep.
get dropped one more time, it's over with. So he knew that once he went down, he knew that fight was over.
And I don't
No,
blame his
but when
corner
he
at
got
all
knocked
because it's
down,
called preserving your fighter. You have
yeah.
to preserve your fighter
You
so
have
he
to,
can fight again.
you got to know
When he
okay,
got knocked
yeah.
down, the ref is
So
counting, and the corner ran up the steps. Before he even turned his head, they was already up on the steps. So when he turned his head and saw him, and they waving the shit, it's over. So it wasn't like he quitting. These motherfuckers are running up the steps, and he looking dead at him. He could
well, you
wave. He
know,
could wave his head no and be like, "Don't do it." They still was gonna do it anyway because they told him in advance.
you've been down 3 times. So that's 3 10-8 rounds.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 3 10-8 rounds. You need a knockout to win.
And he ain't getting that shit.
And
and you've been taking some hard
he's
shots.
not a knockout puncher.
But you know why? Most Boots fights end in the 6th round or earlier. That's why he probably pushed it to the 7 just so he could be special. But end of the day, it wasn't smart. It should have ended in the 5th round when he got up slow. And then I don't know if y'all noticed, but at the end when he was beating that body up, he damn near almost got another knockdown, almost quit. But you know, ran out of time.
And keep
He
in
got
mind,
hurt 3 times severely, including the 3 knockdowns.
and they had to take him to the emergency room.
Yeah.
You got to keep that in mind. That adrenaline will hide some of the damage that's being done to you until after you calm down.
He was
You
beating his
realize,
body and his head. Like
yeah,
something bleeding, either internally or maybe
I'm
even
glad
head
he's
bleed. I
okay.
hope not.
But that's what people miss. Those punches to the side of the head, the temple shots, they hurt more after the fight than they do during the course of the fight. Because everybody's been in some kind of fight. That adrenaline is rushing. You don't realize who you fight might have stabbed you 3 or 4 times, but because you're fighting, you're not feeling all of that right away because you're fighting just as hard.
You don't know who blood that is.
And that's what happens. You
Yeah,
see,
well,
guys got to be who slip, have slumped down in their seat and had to take to the hospital. They got to do the MRIs and things like that. You got to watch how those, when you're watching the fight, you got to watch how those punches are landing, what the impact is, how fast they are. And that's when you start to realize, okay, wait a minute, it might be time to stop this.
And we talking about Boots. So whatever you saw this fight, replay that fight, and I bet you'll see 10 more, 20 more punches you didn't even catch. Because
Yeah.
he's that fast.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
You end up with bruised ribs.
That this kid could actually still stand in there and throw something back is a testament to where he is in his career and what his skill set is right now. But he can be better.
But he also got played because he wasn't hurt in the 3rd round, but the crowd was screaming so ridiculous that he probably thought, "Oh, I'm real close. I can do it." No, motherfucker, you can't. But nobody gonna tell you the truth.
But that's the whole thing, that you would think that when you got somebody buzz, you automatically get a little bit more like, you know what I'm saying? Because remember, the very first round, a couple seconds, he was down. So already his confidence is low. But when you see that you hurt somebody in the 3rd round, your confidence increases after that. You like, oh shit, I'm coming back. You know what I'm saying? You ain't thinking like I got knocked down, but you're not thinking about that no more. For one, he doesn't seem like the type of fighter like a Bud who would try to get his lick back. I think Xander really legitimately went in there trying to win. Now, what game plan they had, I don't have no goddamn clue what kind of game plan that was. But he legitimately thought he had a chance.
They had they had a game plan to fight at mid range to the outside. Don't get caught inside with Boots because he's hell on the inside.
Right.
And he started off at mid range, and Boots caught him, and he got up off the canvas going, "What the fuck just happened?" And then, okay, he says, "All right, I got this. Let me get myself together. Let me get back in here and get back on game." And he got back on game, and then but Boots was still beating the snot out of him. Beat him to the punch. He was faster.
His hands is too slow. His head is too slow. Everything from the waist up.
Yeah, he moves his body. He moves his body, but he don't move his head. That's so weird to me. He has some things that he can definitely work on and definitely fix. But I believe I believe that he will be champion again at 160. You know
So
what I'm
do
saying?
I.
I don't feel like Xander's done. Not at all. And I feel like that's what we want from our young champions. Step up to the plate. Yo, and I know Dr. Eugene, you keep telling me that, he had to take the fight, but I don't think he did. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he had to take this fight. He was a unified champion taking a dangerous fight when honestly, Boots had nothing to offer him but a beating. Nothing to offer him. Xander came in there with all the hardware. He came in there as a champion. I mean, other than the name recognition, you know what I'm saying? That was a dangerous fight for him. He came up short, yes. But Xander, I'm still rooting for him, yo. I don't like to see people disrespecting him. I really don't.
I
Calling him a
told
quitter,
multiple
saying he ain't
people
like that.
multiple
Well,
times.
like, stop that shit. Especially Virgil Ortiz. You from your couch talking crash when you had the opportunity to fight both of them.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Maybe he'll get
Hey, yo,
the
Xander,
benefit of the
hold
Tank
up.
Davis effect.
Hey, yo, Xander was the second best motherfucker at 54 because the two people above them was Fundora and Ortiz. Both of them motherfuckers duck Xander, so they can't be above him if they ducking him. So automatically that make you number two, and Boots is number one. Period.
Yeah, I think Fedora's better than him, but he did not fight him. But you know the PBC history with the WBO, they don't care nothing about no WBO belt. Go back to when Crawford had the belt. They ain't never recognized it on none of their events. They don't really care nothing about the WBO. They with the WBC and WBA. But so I think it was more about that than if Fedora was scared of Zayas. Oh, I'm scared of Zayas. I don't think it was that. I just think the PBC don't care nothing about the WBO, and the history has proven that.
Yeah.
That's because the
Fundora
WBO
ducked him,
stands
he ducked
for whatever
Ortiz,
Bob
and he ducked
orders.
Boots.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time. All right. Well, listen. Dr. Eugene, we saw what we saw with that fight. I think it was a good show, and I think Boots needed that round 3 to show that he is human, to show he can surpass adversity, to show his chin. You know what I'm saying? Buzzed for a second and got right back in there, like Big Dre said, right back in the fire and finished the fight strong. I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't know why a lot of people are nitpicking this third round. People get buzzed all the time. It happens. Move around.
He made some new fans, I can tell you that.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Fans.
Boots' number one attribute is his chin, and then under that is his accuracy. I'm just letting you know facts.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. So what's next for the young lion while we wrap up? What's next for Boots? Who do we want to see him fight next?
Don't duck him.
Josh Kelly, I guess. Josh Kelly should be next. He's with Matchroom Boxing. That should be an in-house fight to make. If it don't happen, it means Josh Kelly don't want it to happen.
Well, Josh Kelly didn't want it to happen to begin with because that's why he didn't fight Josh Kelly. Josh Kelly made a deal with him that if he were to beat Bakram for that belt, that he would fight Boots. Once he won that belt, he said, listen, I got options. I can go either way. You know what I'm saying? So we got to see.
He's supposed to be on the contract court. Eddie Hearn said Josh Kelly is on the contract that Boots signed. When he signed that new deal with Matchroom Boxing, Josh Kelly is on that contract. He's one of the fighters on that. I don't know if it's a 3 or 4 fight deal, but one of the names on that contract is Josh Kelly. So that fight definitely should happen. I don't know if next, but it should definitely happen in the near future.
He wasn't on the contract because when he signed the contract, he didn't even have a fucking belt.
But that's what Eddie Hearn said. Eddie Hearn, the promoter of Boots Ennis, said that Josh Kelly is on the contract. So
he on a contract for Matchroom, but
he's one of the names. He's one of the, I don't know if they got a deal. I don't know if they got no deal as far as what they gonna do. But he's one of the names that he's one of the names that he's one of the he's at 154. It's a unification fight.
I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that because he should have fed Conor Ben the Boots when Boots was at 147. All them times Boots couldn't get a fight there either.
He said I like him. He said
Conor Ben never had a belt though. Conor Ben had got a name. He do have a big name, but he didn't have no belt. But he did have a big name, so that fight should have happened at 147.
He had Conor Ben signed before he had Boots signed. So he trying to protect his people, yo.
All right, y'all. What's up? What's next? What's next for Boots? Mr. Gray?
Anybody who don't duck him.
Okay, Dr. Eugene.
I would in a imaginary world, I guess it will, because it doesn't happen. I like to see him either fight next Ortiz or Fondor. I don't care about he had a hard fight. So take another one. That's how I look at it.
He want one of them too.
So
Fondora is contracted to fight his mandatory now, so that's not going to happen next.
So that's out the picture.
Right now, yes.
And I don't think Kelly. Yeah, Josh Kelly would come up next, but I would like him. I like to
Josh
still
Kelly got a fight already.
Rise.
He got a fight next month, so they can make that fight in November, December. That's when Boots supposed to come back.
Yeah, and hopefully it's a harder fight. That's what I like to see because what's going to, in my opinion, make these fans who don't understand what they're looking at is to see him continue to elevate and fight somebody even tougher who can also punch, who also has some great skills that will make Boots show his dimensions like he did before. He showed the dimensions and his ability to come back to handle a crisis. Now we need to see some more new stuff. I love seeing fighters do things we have seen before, and that's what I think that kind of fighter, whoever he fights, is not going to be Ortiz or Fondor. Somebody that can make something else happen for him in that ring, where we can still be amazed about. Oh, damn! I didn't know he could do that as well. That's what you want. That's what I want to see. So if
Well,
it's
you know
John,
what? You know, Mr. Greg, that leads me to my next and final question. What fight
Can I
does
answer the
Boots have
question
to
for you
be
change
in?
question?
You already answered it.
No, I was just bullshitting, but I really got a real answer though.
Okay.
Hey, my real answer, what I want to see, I want to see fucking Spence. That's what the fuck I want to see, yo. So he could beat his fucking ass, so all these Arab-sexuals can cry in the car.
Oh my
That's what the
goodness.
fuck I
Oh
want.
my
Out
goodness.
Dallas,
Yeah,
out
Errol
Dallas
fighting
Stadium.
Tim Zoo. Errol fighting Tim Zoo. If he win that fight, they're gonna probably set the fight up for Fundora
Hey,
in
yo,
Dallas. That's what
that's
the
what
PBC
I'm saying.
want to do.
I want him
Well,
to beat
I would
him in
think that
3 rounds.
if he wins, he's gonna beat Charlo. If he wins, he should fight Charlo. Isn't that what they're trying to set up? Because they both on
Nah,
that card.
I think they trying to set. No, that's Jamal. That's the older brother. Jamal fight at 168.
Oh, that's right.
Jamil,
That's right.
Jamil is
That's right.
at
That's
one
right.
154. I think if
Okay.
Spence beats Zoo and Pandora take care of his mandatory against Habadiji, whatever his name is, that they're gonna make that fight with Pandora and Spence in Dallas. That'd
PBC.
be a big fight over there. Earl can still draw in Dallas, so I think that's what the PBC gonna do.
I don't think the
All these
Charlo fight is
Arab-sexuals hating
anyone.
on Boots. Yo, Boots whip all their ass, make them cry. Yo, that's what the fuck I want. Yo, fuck all that bullshit.
So realistically, I guess we don't know who's next to Boots. We have to wait and see. I know a lot of people are saying Josh Kelly, but I'm telling you right now, it doesn't appear as if Josh Kelly wants that smoke. Like I said, he had the opportunity to fight him before and didn't. You know what I'm saying? So we'll see.
Yeah,
Well,
let's see what kind of
I
heart
think
they
I
have.
think Eddie's gonna mess around and give Boots a soft touch in Philly. Um, sort of a hometown.
For real, no. Like what against a Magic Mouth or somebody like that?
No,
you
no.
know.
Hey, yo, his last fight was in Philly.
Yeah, but he's had 3
I
fights
thought
in
his last
Philly.
fight was in Atlantic City.
No, the one just now was in Brooklyn. The one before that was in Philly, yo. I was there. It was in Philly versus Lima.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought it was in Atlantic City.
He
No,
fought
that's
Stan
the one
Jones. Stan
before
Jones
that.
was in
That's the one
Atlantic
before
City.
that.
Oh, okay.
Well,
All
maybe
right.
he
Well,
need to go
listen.
down. Maybe he need to go down to Atlanta, and fight somebody in Atlanta.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how things shape up for the young lion. But outside of maybe a Fundora fight, who do we think will be the fight to give him his respect? Because I see niggas are still
Nobody.
not respecting him.
Nobody. He beat
Getting there
the
with
second
Ortiz.
guy in
Virgil
54.
Ortiz is a good fight. Virgil. If you can't get the Josh Kelly fight, gotta go
ain't
for the
shit.
Virgil Ortiz fight.
All
He
right,
got
we'll
knocked
go with
down by
that. Sure.
Sergio Boachuk, like what, 2 times, 3 times?
Boychuk is boy cheeks. That boy's trash, man. He got way too much credit for
Well, you can't.
hurting,
You.
Virgil Ortiz.
I don't see how. I
He
don't see
but
how
he didn't
because
do
he
nothing before
knocked
the fight,
down,
or he didn't
knocked
do nothing after
around.
the fight. Yeah, he did nothing before the Virgil Ortiz fight. He did nothing after the Virgil Ortiz fight. He didn't do nothing.
barely
Well,
beat Israel.
One at a time. One at a time. One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
I was saying he
Okay.
barely beat Israel, but when he barely beat him, Israel was still suffering from, what is it? What he had? What kind? Not asthma, but something else.
the flu, didn't he have the flu or something like that?
I thought he had the flu.
No, it wasn't the flu. It was something else. So what's the other thing? With it fuck up your lungs? Not asthma, but something else.
Man, I don't know.
Pneumonia.
He had a real bad case of that shit to the point where he almost died. He still was suffering from that shit for months.
Yeah, we ain't seen him in the ring since the Virgil Ortiz fight, Magic Mouse. He been out boxing for a while.
No, he just had a fight recently, but he just came back.
Oh, he did? Oh, okay. He's on undercard some fight. He's fighting on somebody undercard.
See,
Okay.
fucking with Turkey, yo. That's
All
how
right,
Boots said, I
hold
ain't
on.
fucking with you, yo.
All right, FaZe, what's up, baby? Talk to me.
What's
We're on
up,
the wrap up.
Jacqueline?
Talk to me.
How you doing
How
today?
you doing, baby? I'm good. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. Was just sitting here looking at the ring rankings, And they got Boots #1, which is good, but they got Virgil Ortiz #2.
So
And
what
that's
rankings did
like,
I have earlier then? What rankings are these
oh,
then? Was this
You had
oh,
the
somebody
pound for
else's?
pound. You probably
Yeah,
had the
the
pound
pound
for
for
pound.
pound.
oh, you had the pound for pound. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
okay.
that's
This is
Okay.
#9.
junior middleweight rankings. Pound for
Yeah,
pound
Yeah,
oh,
rankings.
okay.
middleweight rankings. I'm like,
Okay.
how Virgil could be #2 is Fedora
He
right
can take
there.
a light touch like Michael
Yeah,
Fox.
they had Virgil #1. He ain't have no belts. That was crazy. Before Boost beat
Hmm.
Zayas, they had Virgil 1, and that was crazy. But now they moved Virgil to 2 and they
Because
put
they had
Boost 1.
Israel. Israel was top 5, and he beat Israel. That's why they had him up that high.
Oh
Yeah, but
yeah,
after that he fought Lubin. Lubin wasn't really nobody, and that was still last year. Like either way you look at it, Virgil shouldn't have his ass up that high.
Jab Queen. Dude,
Yes,
Oh,
baby.
you know.
they said Oscar De La Hoya. He the one that sold Ring Magazine, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sold it to Turkey.
Hey, maybe he got like a little stake in there that just say, keep my fighter #2, like
I
something,
don't know
because
what the hell he got
It's
going
happened
that
on.
makes no
before.
sense.
Hey, it's
But
happened before.
they've been really they've been saying a lot of stuff about Clarissa Shields' event that she gonna have with Ray
K
J and
Scott,
Orlando Brown. Yeah,
yeah,
all that
all
stuff.
that ghetto shit,
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
but they be doing that on MVP all the time, So,
How so?
well, because they be having like random people fight and stuff. Like I seen random people fight on MVP a couple
Not on
times.
their boxing cards, maybe on their MMA cards, but not on their boxing cards. They keep that separate.
Oh yeah, before they got real big. Yeah, I guess it was before they got real big. They was doing that stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah.
So what do you think? What matters more to you, FaZe? Do you care about the level of competition or the want to fighter's record? Talk to me.
Uh it got to be a balance. You can't just fight all bums like Zerto or Munguia when they had all those wins. Zerto was 44-0. He was 48-1 against Benavidez, but like you couldn't really, say he had a good resume. But
Okay.
you if you like a Floyd or Crawford and you undefeated and you got some, you fought the best in the division multiple times. Like, Floyd fought the best at 140. He fought the best at 147. Bud fought the best at 140, 168, and 147. So if you got that under your belt, then you good. But if you just got just all like how Boots had before he fought Stanionis, like nah, you gotta fight some guys. Like you gotta fight some guys.
Okay. So when you say like Floyd and like Bud, who do you consider top level competition on Bud's resume?
I would give I would give it first title when he run against Ricky Burns. I think that was a good win. I think the guy Postal was pretty good. I think Earl Spence was pretty good. He was pretty good. He was all right. Canelo was pretty good. Um, Porter's a decent fighter. Mean Machine was undefeated. He's pretty good. Floyd too. Floyd got Pacquiao, Zab Judah, Chop Chop. I think he was undefeated when he fought Floyd, if I'm mistaken.
Bud fought the
Madonna,
#1, 2, or 3 guy in every weight class he ever been in.
Madonna. He was doing his thing. So I think when you got like a collection of that, you kind of got some good competition. I wouldn't say Bud fought a guy that was just like a super first ballot Hall of Famer, except maybe Canelo and Floyd. He fought some Hall of Famers for sure.
Mm-hmm.
He fought
Mm-hmm.
Israel. He put
Yeah.
in
So
pneumonia.
but see that was that's where I was going with that because
Yeah,
you said Ricky Burns. Ricky, what did he go on to do after he beat Bud? After Bud beat him? Right, because see, to me, a
yeah,
measure is like I said with Xander, right? Like I think he'll be champion again, right? Like
yeah,
so, let's go to you said Ricky Burns, and you said and then, I mean Sean Porter was decent, you know what I'm saying? Sean Porter was okay. Me personally, I was never high on him, you know what I'm
yeah.
saying? But he was decent, you know what I'm saying? B, solid B, maybe B minus, something like that. But I mean, like when we talk about these guys going to the Hall of Fames, I mean like a resume. Like to me, Floyd probably has the best resume. You know what I'm saying? Of like a lot of these guys because he fought a lot of killers. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
Shane
I think
Mosley, Oscar De La Hoya. You know what I'm saying? Even
and
even when he rematched some of the guys that he had close fights with, just stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Pat, yeah,
I
Floyd.
look at it like I think Crawford era, the guy he really missed out on was probably Pacquiao or Keith Thurman. Uh, but I think Floyd, they say he missed out on Winky Wright or Paul Williams and stuff. So I mean, you can't get everybody in the ring, but Pacquiao lost. Earl's gonna fight Pacquiao. And Pacquiao lost to Ugas. It's like people be losing.
Yeah, but just because you take a
But
loss
hold
don't
on,
mean
hey
who
yo,
is
Bud,
that with all that noise? Who is that with all that? Just because you take a
I
loss
had to
doesn't really
deliver
mean
my
that
bad.
Facts,
that's
Queen.
okay. Just because you take a loss doesn't mean that you trash, right? And I'm not saying that, fighting guys with losses on their records mean anything, because some of these guys with losses on your record will come in there and whoop your ass.
Right,
Right.
right.
And you can even overlook some niggas with O's on their record. Look what happened with Caleb Plant and Resendez. Resendez beat the hell out of Caleb Plant.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So there's a lot of cherry picks going wrong. Yeah, the
Yeah.
Kodo situation. So I'm not saying that. I just mean like their level of competition. Like you mentioned the Ricky Burns and all of those. Like, who did they beat? And I know we could do this with everybody's resume. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to figure out what we value as fight fans, right? Because I'm sick of seeing like the slander now that's going on for Xander Zayas with his corner throwing in the towel. You know what I'm saying? A
Well,
lot of just
well, if you look at Gamboa, he was undefeated. Postal was undefeated. Mean Machine was undefeated. Earl was undefeated, and Canelo had only lost to Floyd and a big old B-Vol. So I think
Bivol, yeah.
when you look at everything and put it all together, it makes a good resume to be a Hall of Famer and undisputed all those times, 5 times champion. People don't like the belts and stuff and the collecting belts in different weight classes, but through boxing history, it's only been about 56 last time I checked, people that's had belts in 3 different weight classes. So as easy it can be, strategic as it can be, it's only been 50 in all the years of boxing. So you got to give these
right,
guys credit.
but no, and they'll get their credit when they earn it. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, a lot of these guys are paying too much attention to Money May and not enough attention to Pretty Boy Floyd. Like I can't see any of these niggas' resumes even coming close to Floyd Mayweather's. Like these niggas fight one guy, you know what I'm saying, think they go into the Hall of Fame off of one nigga. That's not where we at.
Yeah.
You
You
know what I'm
gotta
saying?
have.
None of them, you can't have 8 niggas in the same weight class claiming to be the best and then never fighting each other. That's ridiculous.
Oh, it's disgusting. Yeah, it's disgusting.
It's nasty business.
I
You know
don't
what I'm
even know.
saying? So
Like, I was so happy today when we was talking boxing, we didn't bring up, Devin Tanker Shakur, because sometimes just talking about those guys over and over, it gets kind of ridiculous. Keyshawn and Shakur situation, and then Tank is the A side over everybody. He can just fight who he want to fight, and Devin is at 147. So it just be a lot of picking and choosing.
well, it's a lot of noise surrounding those particular gentlemen because they're doing a lot of Twitter typing. You know what I'm saying? They do more fighting on the internet than they do in the ring. And for content creators, that's content. You know what I'm saying? When they give you something to talk about. But I get your point, which is why, I geared it more towards what this weekend's fights are going to be and the fights that just happened this past weekend. But you have to mention certain things because things are still developing. Like the WBO finally mandated the Keyshawn and Devin. You know what I'm saying? So a quick conversation about Devin and his situation, you have to kind of mention it just to keep people up to date on what's going on. But I agree, those guys, they're extremely exhausting.
Oh, Jab, I listen to you. You talk about everybody. Like, I've seen you talk about prospects.
I'll talk about
I've seen you
everybody
talk about
because
everybody. So
especially
that's a
if
good
they're
thing.
worth talking about. But I get what you're saying. I just wanted to know like where we are, whether it's competition or if it's the 0-1 people's record. And then when somebody loses a fight, guys, we still got to stand behind them, because if we don't, then they're going to be afraid to take tough competition because they don't want to lose the little support that they may have.
I was real proud of Boots winning them belts because I felt like that's the only way that he can probably get fights at 154. And that's what I hope, having those belts and being more of a big star and being an A-side can get you more fights.
I don't think so. So. And the only reason I say that is because look at what happened at 147. He was unified there too, and still he was having trouble getting fights. I'm not like that. I think that is my biggest issue with a lot of the people that have a problem with Boots, and I'm still trying to sniff out the problem. I don't know if it's because at one time he was linked with Bud Crawford, and there's so many Bud Crawford, lovers. You know what I'm saying? I don't know really where the Boots hate comes from, because
I
if
can
you're
tell you.
looking just from the outside, it looks like a fighter that you would want to get behind, a nigga that wants to clear out his division, the nigga that wants to be the man in his division, not play hopscotch in all these divisions, a man who's calling out all these fighters, wants to get them in the ring. They disrespecting him, backhand compliments. He ain't fought nobody. He ain't this. He ain't that. But yet you asking for double and triple to fight him. It just
You
doesn't
know,
make any sense. And the hypocrisy is, it's like almost, it's suffocating.
well, Boots is an amazing fighter. Some people mistake his confidence for arrogance, but I would say that there was a lot of narratives circling around Crawford, and people that was rooting for Spence, kind of went to Boots as the next, guy to beat him, the guy that they can latch on to say, oh, Crawford wouldn't beat him, or Crawford was scared of him. So I think all those narratives around Boots is unfair. I think people shouldn't even, latch on to him because he beat one of their favorite fighters. Like, just let Boots beat him and let him win, let him show out, let him put on for Philly, and that's it. But they just got to keep on beating the dead horse. That's what
No,
they like.
and I agree, FaZe, and I would say this, and that's why me personally, I hate when fighters attach their name to other fighters. Like,
Yeah.
get your own, get it out the mud, get your own clout, get your own respect, get your own. Stop being like, as much as I love B. Norman Jr., I think they did that over the top with Boots. Like, oh, he'll beat Boots, he'll do this, he'll do that. Like,
Oh, yeah.
latching your name to Jerron Boots Ennis, and then when the Devin Haney fight happened. It's
Yeah.
kind of like that kind of had to get quiet down, because I think we can all agree that Boots puts Devin in the dirt.
Jab Queen,
Not
that's
to-
you gotta I was with you till you said put him in the dirt. They
Okay,
both
well,
too
we
high.
can talk about it. We can
Well,
talk
I
about
think-
it.
Well,
If
hold
you
on.
don't think,
Before y'all talk about the Devin thing, I want to cook on what he was saying. So you mentioned about the O, and you mentioned about fighting good competition.
I want to
Now,
know, what do you prefer? What is your poison? Yes.
Now let's bring up all these fucking punk ass aerosexuals. So they
Oh my
keep talking
goodness.
about, oh, he got 3 belts. He did all the heavy lifting. Who the fuck did he fight to get these 3 belts? Cal Brooks, who went up 2 weight classes, got knocked the fuck out, came back down 2 weight
Sean
classes.
Porter and Uga.
That actually matters when you go up 2 weight classes. If it mattered when fucking Roy Jones, why the fuck it don't matter with him? And then they fucking what you said, Ugas? Oh no, he the eye collect. He eye collect. That was after the car crash, and he the eye collector.
But
he
Uzis was not that good, but still, and he wasn't the same after he came back after them car crashes. Like I said, we could do this with everybody's resume, but Dr. Eugene, this is what I want to tell you that's extremely important. Don't you ever in your life disrespect Roy Jones Jr. again. I will claw your eyeballs out with my bare damn hands. Don't you ever in your life.
I just said I did not
Don't
disrespect
you
Roy Jones
ever.
Jr. I said when you go up weight classes and then go right back down weight classes, that makes a difference. I'm saying that's why he lost.
It does. It does make it. It does definitely.
And Jab Queen, you got to understand too. That's the thing, man. People got to get over those fights that their favorite fighter lost. I think people really sick of Bud. Like, they hate him bad for that loss that he put on Earl Spence, and it's just like, it's okay, bro. It's boxing, but.
I think his fans are the ones that really keep it going and stirring the pot. And a lot of it comes from the conversation that happened beforehand. Of course, when you have a big fight, 2 black fighters, a lot of people are going to choose one or the other. And somebody's going to be right and somebody's going to be wrong. And usually the people that are right just can't shut the fuck up about being right. And that irritates the people that were butthurt that their fighter lost. Let's just keep it real.
Because when Boots was coming up, all of these aerosexuals was hating on Boots.
Would you stop calling them people aerosexuals? What is wrong?
Yeah, and that's the thing. They hated on Boots.
And once Bud whooped his ass, then they became half of them became Boots fans and shit.
Exactly. That's what
I
happened.
remember all of these.
I don't know if that's how that happened or that's why that
telling you a
happened.
fact. I'm telling you that's a fact.
What happened.
I'm literally telling you that's a fact.
That's what happened.
I'm trying to tell you that's a fact.
All
right, well, listen to me.
Me too, Big Dre. If I see him in the street, I'm gonna step right on his toe. You can believe that.
Hey, yo, I read the comments for 2 years. 2 years before I ever wrote my first comment.
Okay.
I watched these motherfuckers hate on and shit on Boots for the longest. And they all were mostly aerosexuals. That's what I'm telling you. This is a fact. And I remember some of these names and shit. So now I say to him, Boots gonna knock him out in this round. I'm like, this bitch ass motherfucker right here. I'm trying to tell you, yo, most of
Jab
these
Queen, I went
motherfuckers
to
are
the
aerosexuals.
most of the content creators, and I was just hearing most of their words, and I went back and looked around, the time that Bud and Earl was gonna fight, and they was just calling Bud all kind of names and saying sign the contract and doing all these things, and then after the fight, I don't see no content. Like no content on the fight. It
That's
just goes
because
dark.
that's
It just
because
goes
they're
dark.
not content creators. They're man fans, and
They're
that's where y'all
man
have to learn the
fans.
difference. They're
Right.
not real content creators. They create a
They're
page to support a
aerosexuals.
specific fighter, and then when that particular fighter loses, they have no other content because for one, they probably really don't cover the sport, or for
Right.
two, they're so embarrassed that they can't take the L. Like I came right online even after Devin beat Brian because I was talking the most shit. I was like,
Yeah.
Brian about to whoop his. I came right the fuck online because for one, first of all, you ain't never gonna run me off of no block. Ain't nobody never gonna run me off a real block.
You're a real one.
Ain't nobody gonna run me off of no block. That's for one. And for
Exactly.
two, it happens. It's boxing. Move on. Just like when I'm right, I don't brag about it constantly because for what? It is what it is. Like people have to really
Yeah.
understand certain things. Like, are you a fan of the sport or are you a man fan? That's a
Right.
big difference.
That's why you gotta
It's
respect
a big
Floyd
difference.
Mayweather. Because Floyd Mayweather, he should shit on everybody until he fought. And once he fought, he had the utmost respect for everybody he ever fought. That's what you're supposed to do. I
Shut up,
give
Dan
you respect
Carver.
because this is the
Dan
reason
Carver
why
get on
I'm
my
here.
nerves.
I'm here
Dan
because
Carver
of
get on
you.
my nerves. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
yeah. But no, but you make a great point though. If you just undefeated, but you ain't fought like the number 1 and 2 guys in your division, you ain't never, took a belt off people and stuff like that, then that's just an inflated record. But
yeah. And
if you
another thing,
if you pride yourself
See,
on
y'all gonna
fighting
keep throwing. Come on,
the
y'all.
number 1 and 2 and 3 guys, like if you pride yourself on that, then you'll be all right with an undefeated record.
Well, Sean
As long as it's
number 3.
competition, bro, I
Yeah.
don't care. As long as it's competition, and sometimes you don't know who could be competition. Like we get in there with guys like, oh, this is a tune up. He about to fight him and then go fight this nigga, and then that tune up wear you out. You know what I'm saying?
Like Jab, I would never.
Yo, this is
I
a
would
day
never
walking down the street, yo. What the fuck?
Yeah, I would never wish Shakur or Tank to lose against each other. Like I don't know who's gonna win. I think probably Shakur, but
But that's a fight that has to happen, and there can only be one winner. You know what I'm saying? That's the fight boxing really needs.
If Tank lose to Shakur like 10-2, man, these content creators gonna be I'm telling you,
in the top 3 at 47.
I don't know. He might have been.
Was August?
Bud was up there. Earl was up there at that time. Ugas might have been because he had the belt.
Ugas was a top 5 welterweight.
Yeah,
Not
the top 3. Not the top 3 though.
All right, one at a time, y'all. All right, so let's go around. Final thoughts because we've been up here almost 3.5 hours. Final thoughts, Mr. Greg. You told me you value competition over everything. What do you think that the fans should do if a fighter loses? Right, because we still got to support them, man. Like we can't be, we can't just be shitting on niggas when they lose. That's not going to help the sport. We got to really, because I feel like lately we've been getting some good fights, right? We just finished another one card last weekend. We're going into another banger ass card this weekend. How do we keep that momentum? Because that's the only way I think we're going to be able to keep that momentum, showing these guys it's okay to step up in competition and we're still here to support you instead of kicking their back in like some of these niggas from their couch did with Xander Zayas. How do we bridge that gap with some of these fans that are just out here just running around the internet just biting people? Mr. Greg, is he still there?
I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm sorry.
Okay.
What you have to do, it's going to be difficult. Fans have to learn how to watch a damn. Excuse me, I got almost cussed. How to watch a fight, because did the fighter that you favor give you his all in that performance of the fight? Did he lay down the fight, or did he fight? He just didn't have enough for his competition. But did he give you enough that you say, okay, we're going to come see you next time? Just like you watch a basketball team. Sometimes they lose, but were they playing their hearts out?
Knicks, look at the Knicks. I mean, oh my God.
So that's what fighters have. That's what the younger fans now have to do. I also, again, will suggest they watch old fights from guys from the previous generation and maybe the generation even before then to understand the fight game in the ring. The business is going to be always tricky, but understand who the fighters are. Once you can get behind a guy who going to always go in there and give you all he got, you're going to see some losses, you're going to see some wins, you're going to see some near misses and everything else. But that's how you build a fan base. Look at Arturo Gotti. He lost a lot of fights, but people came in droves to see him because of how he performed. And that's what the fighters have to always have to understand. They got to give something back too. They just can't take and give very little.
Right.
They get that mindset. The fans will start thinking the same way. But until they do, all they're gonna think about is when, oh, you're a bum if he's a bum. Find out who the guy he's getting ready to fight. Find out who he's fought. Find out how he fights. And then understand maybe Xander might have even raised his game in this particular fight. You have to be able to see that. But they have to educate themselves. It's a part education, is part being a real fight fan and under the game, understanding the game, and you got to blend the three together in order for it to change better, because we'll dismiss somebody who lost one time. And he's lost one time, but what about all the other times? You're going to finally meet somebody who's going to beat you in some kind of way. Maybe you can get cheated, but it's still going to happen one way or another. And you have to be realistic and mature enough to understand that, because I don't want to go too much of a tangent. I remember when I first started coming on panels and stuff like that, or, visiting some of these platforms, when the Earl Spence Terrence Bud Crawford fight was just being talked about, how absolutely insane it was. I mean, I couldn't believe that there were people out here who were threatening each other over a fight.
Oh yes,
even
ghetto, straight ghetto, just ghetto.
And all these sites popped up.
Bud buddies.
It got crazy, and most of those people are gone now, thank goodness. But the fact that it was still littered with all these people who had all this mouth and knew very little about boxing, but they could talk very well, I guess, or talk good enough to get an audience. And now, what we have now, like I said, there's a little bit of a generation gap here with the fans who are older and the fans who are younger. And the only way you bring them together is through the education, to watch these other fights so they'll understand the mindset. And that's I think that's one of the things you have to do.
I was starting to do that with my Throwback Thursday, but I was always getting flagged, I guess, because some of the older fights, they are really like protected. When I was getting them off of like classic channels and stuff like that, just to show, like, how I do with some other. So I don't know, maybe I'll have to do a workaround and start putting some of those back out, because those were helping, right?
Yeah.
Some people were telling me they were interested in those, but
and you were the only ones who were really doing it that I have seen. I've seen some others, right, but they might have a different platform. But I've seen when they're showing, like, one of the fighters that I always admired, even though I wasn't always old enough to see him all, was Sugar Ray Robinson. I used to watch every tape, every film clip that was available, because I happened to be around somebody who had a lot of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Those are kind of things that you help learn when you're trying to box yourself, because you're going to start studying greats. That's the other thing that today's fighters don't do enough. I mean, once Shakur opened his mouth and said Sugar Ray Robinson was a bum and all he fought was bums, I was done. Completely done. The 6 fights with Jake LaMotta is better than Shakur's amateur and professional career. Eclipse it, period. But ego and the fact that you ain't lost and the fact that you got a little marketing behind you and you're in this new era blinds you to how ignorant you were to say that and even believe that.
And the fact that you're young enough where nobody can hit you in your daggone mouth.
Yeah, some of the fighters have that same mindset where they don't look back.
So you think that it's not enough film study on the ones from the ones before?
No. They don't have the brain trust. They don't have the brain trust either. The Georgie Bittens, the Eddie Futches, the
Yeah,
Manuel
I remember
Stewart.
you talking to me about that before too, like
Angelo
their
Dundee.
corners and their coaches. They don't really have those. That's why I thought it was such a great thing when I heard that Frank Martin was training with Buddy McGirt for that time or whatever the case may be. Like I thought that was great because he's an old school fighter. I think that they need to do more of that.
Yeah,
You know,
need
just
to
like
be
Devin
taught.
Haney now training with who is he training with Lights Out Tony. You know what I'm saying? I thought that that was good because those are guys that can give you insight to what's happening in the ring. They can actually help you when you're in like the middle of something and you look like you may be in trouble. They may be able to provide you some sort of guidance to get up out of that really quickly. You know what
Hey,
I'm saying?
Jab. Hey, where'd you get your old stuff from? Your old boxing videos?
I would just get them like some of them I would find on YouTube and then some of them I would go to like the
No, I'm saying like
Top Rank
what
Classics.
promoters they were under.
Oh, I was gonna tell you, most of them were Top Rank. Some of them were under the
Yeah,
Showtime
that's what I
banner.
thought.
It depends on which of the boxes I cover. I covered a lot of them before they like really
Don
started
King.
flagging me.
A lot of Top Rank is actually now with what is that? What is that called? Roku. You know, it's on a basic.
Roku, yeah,
Roku.
Roku,
Yeah, Top Rank got
That's
their
why
own
you get
catalog.
tagged
So
with
yeah,
them.
they're gonna flag you.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of my stuff was getting flagged. But I did a
Showtime
couple
might
of them
not
before
flag
they
you, though.
started. Like, no, they did. Because who did I do
Damn,
that
'cause
was
they
on Showtime
debunked. What the
before?
fuck?
Oh my God, who did I do that was on Showtime? Because I did a lot of them. I did
They had those legendary
I
nights.
did
I
the
know you probably can't play that. Them legendary nights.
yeah,
That's what
no, I did
that's
Hands of Stone. I did
Oh
did I get to George Floyd? I did a lot of I think I did Fernando Vargas, I did Tito, I did Chavez, I do Chavez, I think I did Oscar. Y'all gotta go down my page. I did a lot of them before they started getting flagged. So I just stopped because I was like, this is too much effort for them to be not being able to be seen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, a
But
couple of these fights are on YouTube though, so I'm not sure why the fuck.
I know, but trust me, it depends because remember YouTube posts them too from like other sites. They're not just YouTube's. You know what I'm saying? So
It depends
but
on how much money they're making from YouTube doing it and how much the promoter.
Yeah.
It's always about money, some way, shape, or form.
Right. Vernell, what's up?
Hey, what's up? What's
'Cause
up?
we
How y'all
wrapping up,
doing?
baby. How you doing? We good.
Oh, y'all about to wrap up and leave?
Yeah. But go ahead. What you got?
Oh no! I thought y'all was cooking, but I wanted to say, well, only good thing I could say what Big Doug said was it is one fight out there that watched a lot of old school fights, and this one Brian Norman Jr. was about to fight Devin Haney. He was talking to the white guy, and if you listen to the interview, what he said, man, I always go back and watch all the old school fights. But put it up to that, I think that's the problem is right now. Also, I think that the problem is they not fighting. They not fighting at all. They're not fighting each other. This been going on for like 8 or 9 or 10 years, yo. It's like I'm tired of hearing about it. Not to say it like that, but I am. My second thing I want to piggyback on, right? I love what you call it? I want to agree with all of y'all. I do not like coming on channels. All right, I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I do not know Tank. I know Coach Kenny. I met Coach Calvin.
Hey, you from East or West, yo?
Huh?
You from East or West?
I'm from over West. I'm from down the Terrace.
You already know. You're from Midway.
See, I always say I'm my fault. Yeah, and it's another lady I'll be scared to talk to because you know when we say TWO, we sound country as shit.
Yeah.
So I'll be spelling her name, so sometimes she get mad. So just let her know it's all love, yo. When you talk to her, I forgot who she was though.
Like
Oh,
2
yeah.
cents.
I'm glad.
Probably
Yeah, that's her name. Yeah, I was scared to say that. I was scared to say it, right? That sound weird as shit, but.
Were you
like,
the
why
guy
don't
who was
you-
called her Tutu?
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me. That's me. Yeah. What's up, old school? How you feeling, brother?
How you doing, man?
Man, I ain't doing.
I'm nearby
It's another
y'all
day,
in
yo.
DC.
Are y'all before y'all leave, right? And listen, I gave myself the 4th of July to remember who all of y'all, but it seemed like in my mind it's always 2 of y'all. Like, well, now hold on. Now it's 3 ladies, right? So I got Juicy, hate to say it, Tutu, and Miss Queen, or Miss Queen. You is Miss Juicy. I be so confused sometimes.
My name is Jab Queen.
Jab Queen. All right,
nigga.
I got it, Jab Queen. So there's 3 ladies, man. All right. Yeah, Miss Queen.
But
I
so
got it.
tell me what you think about what I asked my question, right? What do you respect more, the O or the competition? Because this seems to be like a issue that we're having in boxing, like an underlying issue where it's like fighters take a loss and then all of a sudden they trash and we throwing them away. So what do you respect more? The competition or the record?
I mean, I respect more of the competition, but when you got guys like say when Rolly fought Devontae Davis. I mean, I get it. I know he lost again, but a lot of people keep calling Rolly trash. Let me see you get punched in your face like that. So yeah, I mean, but I respect the competition though. The competition.
I respect the
Always.
competition too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that matters more than anything to me. Who you fighting, right? Because it doesn't matter if
Yeah.
you fighting like a bunch of trash cans and you got an O,
Right.
and then you beating on your chest like you
Yeah.
really doing something when you really not. You
So
know.
let me not to be funny, right? I just got my license when I turned 36. I had my permit for down there 15 years. I felt that motherfucking probably like for 15 years I felt it. And one day I just went in and I passed it. I'm
Okay.
being real with y'all.
Congratulations. Support.
Uh,
Okay.
Hey, yo, he
Yeah.
from Baltimore, so I already know he been driving for 15 plus years.
Dr. Eugene, stop putting that man business in the
Hey,
street.
look, no,
Putting that
it's
man
right. He
business
can
in
do
the
that because listen, hey, bro, this how I did it. I used to always have on like my nightgown and shit like that. So when they pulled me over, I used to like be like, look, bro, I'm going to the
nightgown.
hospital. I mean, not a nightgown, my fault.
Well,
Like
you know,
having on night
pajamas,
clothes.
pajamas.
Yeah. So if I
I
ever
was just
get
going to
pulled
the
over,
store to get
I'm
some milk.
yeah.
Hey, yo, I learned how to
Terrible.
drive from people, my people around the way stealing cars and shit. So I hopped in.
All
They
right,
like,
we're not promoting that. Okay, we're not
I'm not.
promoting that.
I'm just
Thank you,
telling you the
Dr. Eugene. Thank you, Dr. Eugene, for stopping by.
Don't say we're not promoting that. I'm not promoting it. I'm just letting you know the truth.
All right. Well, listen, y'all. The
I'm
rundown
on
of
the porch
everything
right
that we've been
now.
over tonight. What do y'all think? Let's just real quick the rundown. So we talked about the competition of the O. We talked about this fight next weekend. What do y'all think? Albert Bell, Abdullah Mason. Come on, give me y'all final thoughts before we get up out of here. Albert Bell or Abdullah Mason?
I got a
Man, Mason,
doula,
yo.
and we're gonna see him do something different because they know each other a little bit from sparring. So they
Yep.
got to do something a little bit different to catch each other by surprise in this fight. So I think we'll see a lot of a good deal of intelligence to try to outsmart each other. We're gonna see some, they're gonna mix it up a little bit, but ultimately it's gonna come down to, because they do know each other a little bit, who's smarter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And who wants it more? It's going to come down to who wants it more, in my opinion. Like you said, they are familiar with one another via sparring. But it's definitely going to come down to who wants it more. I mean, Abdullah just won his belt in his last fight. This is Albert Bell's first shot at a title in his home state. So it's definitely going to be fireworks. I expect it to be some real fireworks for sure.
Yep.
And
Somebody old
it's
must
another thing
go.
about a dude too, right? Look who the guy he fighting. Hey man, I gave that boy 1,000 points. He ain't fighting no cab driver. He is not fighting a cab driver, yo. He ain't. And you don't know if that guy went in there a spar Abdullah Mason. He probably did everything wrong to make him just think like that.
Word.
I
Yeah.
don't trust this dude because a lot of people say he the boogeyman. People scared to fight him. But when I looked at his record, it's a lot of 8-rounders. So I'm like, yo, are you sure?
That's gonna take a no. That's gonna take a. He got dropped from Top Rank, if I'm not mistaken, because they couldn't get him any fights. Shakur Stevenson was offered an Albert Bell fight. His team declined. There's a lot of guys behind the scenes that were offered an Albert Bell fight that declined that fight. So I have no doubt that he's almost like a low key, like a Boots. Nobody wants to fight him, and if you don't have a big machine behind you, y'all know how that can be.
But you gotta work the section of bodies in order to get the fights. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, true, but listen what she just said. Like Abdullah Mason is fighting him. Shakur could have fought that man.
But you can't. But that's a bad example because Shakur is a bitch and he ducked a lot of people. So
all right, Doc Eugene, thank you. You've been acting a fool all night. You've been acting a fool all damn night.
He right
he ducked
though.
like 10 plus people. He ducked on some real. He ducked 10 plus people. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. They had a chance to fight Tank 3 years ago. What'd he say? Are they gonna offer him a one deal fight? No, he want. Man, come on, bro.
And a couple of the people he fought, he ducked them first and then fought them later on. I'm like, man, this dude, man.
After he fought him.
Oh, be familiar with him. He fight him, man. I got you.
Yeah, you want to spoil you. Didn't
I've been laying off of him.
Fighting shot.
I've been
laying. Come on,
I've been laying off of him. I've been laying off of him because he was supposed to be my next episode of DuckTales. I said I was gonna let him live because I do a lot of.
No, Miss Queen, get him.
His head underwater. Fuck him.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
All of us know for all right, put like this. For 18 months, this man been putting his foot in his mouth. All you gotta do is listen to KO. He would gladly do a whole video about him and let you know. This This man would go to the internet, let you know what he said, what time, what day, if it was raining and everything.
Mm-hmm.
No, I
And that's a
definitely
fact.
do. I've done some double talk videos on him, and people get upset with me. So I just let him and his little fans
So
be,
what?
honey.
So man, let
Him
him
and his
get
little
upset. That's why.
girlfriends.
Listen. That's why I can get rid of CeeLo Green. I can go to work tomorrow and be like, nah, here go a new young lady. That's why I'm keep telling you
Okay.
don't listen to CeeLo Green enough.
Hey, yo, when he
I
shut
don't know
up,
who the
you
hell
can
that
shut
is.
up. But since he don't shut
Right?
up, you keep
Okay.
going.
Okay. Talk about it, Dr. Eugene. But
Talk
all right,
about
y'all.
it. Sorry, my bad. My bad.
I'm gonna put you right on off ahead. You've been acting crazy all day. I'm gonna put you right on up off ahead. But listen, all right, guys, we had a great weekend of fights. We got another great weekend of fights coming up. So boxing is in a definite decent place. All right, we got to give a little bit more grace to some of these boxers who out here get knocked upside their scalp for us, our entertainment. You know what I'm saying? And the Xanders of the world and those
Mm-hmm.
people who make sacrifices for the greater good. Those belts belonged in Philly. That just is what it is. But
Hey,
Hey,
Xander will
no,
be champion again.
but you know
Oh
what?
yeah,
Shout
he
out to
back.
Xander. But guess what happened to Xander when he fought Boots? And I peeped this. A lot of people don't know. Well, like how Javante Davis fought a couple of people, Roach, and he fought Pitbull. That motherfucker famous now. I went on that Instagram. Yo got like 86. I ain't say 80 what, 86,000 now. You had 22.
that's what I tried to tell her, but she ain't want to listen to
That's
me.
what's up. That's what's up.
That's when
All
you know
for
you're a star. Even in a loss, you make your opponents a star. That's what Tank done. So
Right.
yeah, Boost is
Hey,
going,
yo.
Yep.
is heading that way.
Hey, yo, you know what happened? He got put on the altar like Spence. Yo.
But you
All
know
right,
what? Shout
Dr.
out to
Eugene.
Yeah,
Lil
but
Thanks for
Spence
homie
was,
stopping
though.
Spence was
by.
a name before he fought Crawford, though. He actually was a name
The
before that.
altar, yo. No, I'm
Oh
talking
yeah,
to
hold on.
no, I'm
Hey,
talking
Miss
interview.
Queen.
He said
One at a
I
time,
felt like
yeah.
I was going to the altar on the interview.
Who said that?
He did versus what was it? Andre Ward. That interview. He was talking about he was going to the altar.
I gotta go back and look at that.
Yeah, he
All
talking about
right.
he might not make
Y'all
it.
terrible.
Two
Y'all
cents did the
terrible.
whole thing on that, man.
Yeah, he
Y'all
did say
terrible.
that though, Jab.
See,
Who
told you.
said that?
Spence.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that when he was sitting down with her. I know. Yeah, it was almost like he said he knew he was gonna lose.
He said
Yeah,
he
he
ain't
knew
know.
he wasn't right. He didn't train. He hadn't sparred in 6, 7 weeks. You fight somebody like Crawford, you ain't sparred in 6, 7 weeks. You should, yeah, you
Yeah, that
know.
was
He went in there. He
irresponsible.
went in there and said, "I'm gonna give it all I got." He tried though. He tried to press Crawford. Ain't like he went in there running. He tried to press Crawford. He just was outgunned.
The question was before even I guess if we're gonna speak on that, I asked the question, what were you doing even before it was time to start sparring?
Thank you. Thank you. That's what I want to know.
But
What the hell were you doing?
hey yo, but can I ask y'all this?
This white girl
I,
look
I
ugly.
agree with my brother Punch Drunk said. Come on, Earl Spence. If you, I mean, at least throw your arms at a punching bag, run around, do something. If you ain't sparring nobody, like you fake spar somebody or do something. Come on, bro. You can fake spar somebody.
And
I'm
all of
sorry,
these
bro.
things
He
are
just did
all
some
of these
shadow
things were
boxing.
within
Yeah,
his control. That's the thing.
Yeah,
All these things were within his control. All these things were within his control. If you feel like they're not getting you no southpaws, you go out and get your own damn southpaws.
Yes.
Why are you putting
Facts.
your career in other people's hands? This is possibly the biggest
You
fight of your
pay Derek
career.
James, not the other way around.
Yeah,
yeah.
I give y'all a perfect example. When some guys play football, right, you know they break their hand. They put their hands in the cast and go right out there and play football. And the NFL.
That's called commitment.
Right.
Yeah, they say he had a rib injury, and
But how did he get that rib injury if he wasn't even sparring?
Exactly.
I think he got that
Exactly.
rib injury early in sparring. When he first started sparring, he got hit in that rib and got injured. So they
But
decided
he
to
didn't spar for 7 weeks.
yeah,
He
because
said,
of the injury. He must have had a real bad,
but
he
he
might have had a
didn't.
broken rib.
But
I
he
don't
Hey
didn't
know.
yo,
say that's
all
why he
all,
wasn't sparring. He said
all I'm saying.
they
Oh
did
my
mitt
bad.
work and didn't even speak on it. He didn't talk
Facts.
about the rib injury until later, where he had to get the shot to be able to do the
The
fight.
cortisone
So that
When
shot.
he had
rib
to get the
injury,
cortisone shot,
yeah,
yeah.
so that rib injury had to have happened way after the
Mm-hmm.
training camp opened up. So the 7 weeks that he wasn't training, he never said I couldn't train because I had a rib injury. He never said that. He just said we didn't spar for 7 weeks because I couldn't get southpaws.
I'm just letting you know
Oh,
all
so
of
you
you
saying
Arab
that's
fighters.
you saying he just decided not to spar because he couldn't get no softball?
That's what he
I
said.
thought the rib injury was the
But I
reason why he
mean,
Now
couldn't spar.
right.
watch it again and see how he answers, because he's holding some things back.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, how did you let Derek James bring you to training camp and all y'all did is mitt work for 7
Exactly.
weeks? When I know
Ridiculous.
from my own experience that some of the best champions out there over the years rarely did a lot of spent mixed work in the first place. So how did y'all get reduced to that? And then y'all weren't even talking to each other, which this is
And
his.
that's the crazy part.
So that's
I
like,
told you, yo.
what is going
That don't
on?
make no sense.
So there's a
That don't
lot.
make no sense.
It's a
He-
lot that he didn't reveal, and I'm disappointed that he didn't tell it. He's gonna tell it all.
Hey yo,
Exactly.
these aerosexuals move the goalposts all together. They all in unison.
All right, we're not gonna do this.
I
Okay.
tell you, yo,
All right.
when one move the goalposts, they all help them.
All right. Final words from anybody. Anybody got any final words before I shut it down?
I got final words.
Yeah,
Hey,
I got
yo,
something.
he's supposed to
Yes,
have a
Dr.
rematch
Eugene.
with Bud, and then he came back later, like real late, and was like, "Yo, this why I had a rematch because I had to get cataract surgery. That's why he was laying on them left hands. Y'all can pull it up. Don't take a word for it. That's what
Yeah,
he
I got
said.
a final
That's
words. This a real
Okay.
panel right here, yo.
Mm,
This a
mm,
real
Yeah.
panel.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to work and cuss everybody out. I'm sorry, Miss
Oh my
Gwen.
goodness.
Yeah, because usually
I
when I
tell
be
you,
at work, I come on. I be at work, trying to do paperwork, but I ain't good on no computer. I'm getting better at it. I be lying like hell, but it take me like 1 hour. Take me 4 hours. So I still
yo,
get paid.
Oh
I
my
don't care.
goodness.
his life is like Grand Theft Auto, yo.
Yeah,
That's why
it
he
is,
ain't
Thank
get a
you
bro.
for
license
coming
for
by,
so
Dr.
long.
Eugene. Thank you, Dr. Eugene. You've been amazing as usual. Lord, I always got to do a disclaimer every time you on my
He's
damn
funny,
panel.
bro. Can't
All
get mad
right.
at bro. I'm funny,
Yeah.
bro. We are listen. Yeah, wherever you go at, we always gonna have that one uncle, one cousin, one next door neighbor that's
But
funny
look,
as
but
hell. Yeah.
she don't know what we talking about. People in Baltimore,
Okay, got it.
they walk in the
Yeah.
middle of the street. They don't walk on the sidewalk. So she think it's
Right.
a joke for real. It's really not. They walk in the middle of the street.
That's why I started laughing when you said that. Like, yeah. So if she come down here, she'll find out.
Yeah.
Oh
Like
my
in New
goodness.
York, y'all have traffic, like people traffic. Like they got lights for
Hey,
people to
bro, they
walk.
don't never go to sleep. Yo, I went there on my fault. I went there. It was cold. What the first one, all that stuff dropped. Bro, none of them people never go to sleep. I'm like, yo, what's going on? I swear to God, I'm sorry. Let me calm down a little bit.
It's something
Yo,
in the
they do
water, yo.
not go to sleep, bro. And I'm thinking in my mind, you know how we think. Oh my God, imagine if I had a couple units up here, but yo, them people don't go to sleep. Damn, they don't go to
And
sleep.
there you go promoting that other shit on my. All right, Dr. Eugene. Good night.
No, no man, no man. I really was talking about going to the Chinese store get some bootleg Timbs.
No,
That's what
you
I was
wasn't.
talking
I'm not no
about.
fool.
Yeah,
Don't
come
play
down
with
here and
me.
tell
Don't
them.
play with me.
Cause
Yeah,
Don't
no
play with
man.
me.
they
I
walking
wasn't.
Don't
No.
anyway.
play
They
with
need
me.
shoes. Everybody
Yeah,
walking.
Right.
don't
Need
play with
shoes.
me. Uh-huh.
Ma, we got.
Uh-huh. We're
Yeah,
gonna we're
yeah.
gonna don't worry about it. We're gonna get you walked right onto your car. Miss
Shout out to
Joette, Miss
Boots.
Joette, Miss Joette. We're gonna walk Mr. Eugene to his car. He's
That's why I
done.
like Boots so much.
All
Shout
right.
out to Boots.
Yeah.
So ridiculous.
I'm sorry, Miss Gray.
Ridiculous.
I'm just messing around.
Oh, you fine, baby. You fine.
That's what the
I'm just
lady
messing with
said.
Dr. Eugene. He
Right, right.
always up here
Got
acting
it.
a fool. But JB, final thoughts, final words.
Yeah, quick thing on the Abdullah Mason Albert Bell fight. It's gonna be a good fight. Those guys, I think they sparred around 3 or 4 times, so this might be a little similar to Tank versus Lamont Rose as far as you knowing your opponent very well, for which we're going to make this fight a very, very interesting matchup. I like Abdullah to win the fight. I just think he has a little bit more firepower than Albert Bell. Albert Bell is a good boxer, fundamentally sound, good technician, but I think he's outgunned in the power department, as Abdullah Mason can box as well. He's a guy that can box in jab and throw combinations. I just think it's going to be a matter of his power being the deciding factor in the fight between those two guys. And I think a big fight down the road, a big mega fight in maybe the next 3 or 4 years, like we've seen with Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. Before that, Mayweather Pacquiao. I think a big fight down the road. Both guys keep winning. It'll be the green print. Be Abdullah Mason versus Emiliano Vargas. Yeah, Emiliano Vargas. That could be a big fight in the next 4 to 5 years. Big fight.
No, he going to 40. He
For
probably
5
on
years,
last
let's say
time.
18 months. We
Abdullah's
ain't
a
all
big
promised
135,
tomorrow,
though. He
big
gonna
brother.
move
I
up.
understand what you said, but we ain't all promised tomorrow. We can be on here just to help our old lady and the man upstairs take us. They can do it 8 more months. Like,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah.
Well, these fights need to stop marinating them to oblivion and just give us some of
Right.
these damn
Right.
fights. You know what I'm saying? I definitely agree with that. The marination be too damn long for that. JB, I appreciate that, and I definitely I agree with some of what you said, but here's my issue, right? Abdullah Mason, he likes to fight. right? And if Albert Bell stays poised in there and kind of just tries to fight him from a distance, because I think he has a longer reach. I gotta look again, but fight him from like the outside or like mid range. Abdullah Mason's gonna have to learn how to get in. You know what I'm saying? He does have more power than Albert Bell. But as you said, Albert Bell is a pure boxer. Abdullah, he looks to fight. He looks to engage immediately. So we're gonna see if he's gonna be poised, if he's gonna take his time, if he's gonna be patient in there, because he may very well need to be, or he may miss a lot of shots.
Yeah, I think the jab gonna be the key for Abdullah. Abdullah's got a real good jab. He's got to stay behind
Oh,
that
Abdullah has
jab.
a longer reach. Okay.
Yeah,
Abdullah has
he
a
got
long.
a
I
real
gotta look
good.
at
He
those
got a real
dimensions
good
again.
jab. Real good jab, Abdullah. He'll be looking to close the distance with the jab, stay behind the jab, and try to basically walk him down a little bit. I think that's what he's gonna try to do. I don't think he's gonna be overly aggressive like he was in the Sam Noakes fight. I think he's gonna be a little bit more patient, and he's gonna try to break down Albert Bell. Albert Bell don't have a lot of firepower. I think that's gonna be at this mind. I don't think he have enough to keep Abdullah up off of him.
He gonna beat that boy.
Well,
body
we don't.
Watch that fight Sunday. That was a hell
Yeah,
of a
he got.
fight.
He's gonna have to go to the. He's gonna have to go to the body early. But I agree. I think this is gonna be a hell of a fight. Shoo should also pull it off. Who else is on that card? We know
Tiger
Buda Davis
Johnson
is on that card. Tiger Johnson is on that card. Yeah, so this is gonna be a fire card.
You heard me though.
I agree. No, what'd you say?
I said Abdullah is a young Boots. Like he fight almost identical to him, except for the switching. He don't switch as good as him.
Yeah, you know.
So why would you say he a young Boots if he don't even switch?
No, I said he a young Boots because he fight just like him. Like mentally, like his tenacity is almost exactly the same and shit. Like they're a replica of each other.
Yeah, they're aggressive, offensive minded fighter. Guy that probably could box more, but they look to make the fight. They
want to
look to
go
try
in
to
there.
get their opponent.
Yeah, they want to be. Yeah, they want to be. They want to be. Yeah, they want to hurt. They punch with aggression and mean intentions all the time. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, they looking for the knockout. They're not looking to go the distance.
And Mason the same way. If you see him doing interviews, he's so nice and polite and all that shit. But in that ring, he's a vicious motherfucker, yo. He don't play with nobody.
But I'm glad you said. Hey, listen, I'm glad you said that. What's up with Keyshawn, bro? Every time you get around Mason, you be talking to that man like he crazy. You'll be looking at him like, you know what, bro? I'm just gonna walk away from
because of the very reasons that JB just listed. Abdullah is very reserved outside of the ring, but inside of the ring is something different. And I don't like when Keyshawn does that. He tries to like big dog or little boy Abdullah Mason. But at the end of the day, Abdullah Mason told him, he was like, I'm called Jay Prince. And Keyshawn was pretending he was calling Jay Prince, but he really wasn't. So I think there's enough that's enough that needs to be said about that. If that fight gets made, I'm with it all too. But Abdullah Mason let all of them niggas know out the gate, we not boxing brothers. Y'all will not induct me into y'all little boxing brother Hall of Fame. You know what I'm saying? I'll fight all of y'all niggas. That's just what it is.
He remind me of the younger Charlo brother at 154, and that's my personal opinion. He'll go out there, kick your motherfucking ass like how he did. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yo, Boots don't like fighting with his mouth. He like fighting with his hands. Like he really the type that like I'm the same way too. Like I let people talk and shit, but end of the day, I always say the same shit to everybody. Hey, yo, 80% of talking is nonverbal. So if we can't talk it out like this, I'm gonna start putting my hands on you. That's the only way I know to communicate.
No, I'm the type like if you put your hands on me, like you put your hands on me, it's over with. I don't give a damn. Like, yeah, we can talk like men or do whatever, but I never put myself in that position to do that. I understand what you're saying. That's why I hang by my damn self. I hang with my people, so my son. That's it.
On the same way, because these people be talking crazy.
Yeah, do that.
Yep.
Are you gonna have a fight party when this fight come on, Jab Queen?
I don't know. I may come on after, depending on how long these cards are. Some of these cards be super long, man.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I may see what happens after that. But I like to just watch. I don't know. A lot of people do that. I like to watch my fights by myself because I don't like to listen to the commentary, and then I got to be talking to y'all. I ain't got no time for that. I got to see where these punches is being thrown, and I don't want to be up here being all extra silent. So I got to figure out how to do that. Maybe eventually that's something I'll start doing, or maybe when I activate my members only, maybe I'll start doing it then. But I'll definitely let y'all know.
It depends on how good the fight is. If it's a regular fight, you can watch it with anybody. But if it's a good fight, you need to focus like you fighting. You like, man, y'all leave. Everybody get the hell out.
So you won't miss nothing.
Yeah.
So I understand because you want to see what the corner is telling their fighter at each round, particularly if things ain't going right, and you want to see
Right.
if the fighter is
Yeah.
paying attention and listening, and then trying to execute it. Those are all the things. Those are little
You know what,
nuances.
Mr. Greg? I'm glad you mentioned that. Go ahead and finish because I got a question
Yeah,
for you.
those are all the little nuances that you got to look for in a fighter becoming special. Does he listen? Does he execute? Is he seeing something that he needs to change and he can communicate that to us? All of those kind of things. And there's one voice in the damn corner. Cussed again, I'm sorry. One voice in the corner that he can hear, and they ain't trying to tell him 1,000 different things, maybe two or three things, or maybe even two. Do this and this for the next 2 rounds, and then you watch and see how how it falls out. But I think in this fight we're gonna see a lot of that. So it's always good to listen, and that's why I understand why you don't want to do a fight party, because you want to hear everything. You want to hear what's going on and see how that fight is playing out.
Oh, you meant in my house or online. Oh, I
No, I
always do
mean
stuff like that, but I
both,
haven't done one of those in a while.
both, because I don't like to
Not on
necessarily
internet
watch
now.
fights with people who don't know what they're looking at.
Yeah.
That just drives me crazy.
Well, I got a good choice for all of y'all. Y'all can do what I do sometimes. Wake up at 12:30 and 1 o'clock. Somebody have it on YouTube or Facebook with her. I watched the whole Dan Ass Eye fight at 1:30 on YouTube. I mean on what
Yeah,
Facebook. I didn't even know the
we doing
person.
that same
Yeah,
thing.
they had the
You
whole
watch it
damn
on
fight
tape,
with me.
huh?
Did I?
Hey,
It
yo,
was
I ain't
crystal
gonna lie.
clear.
Yeah,
Hey, yo,
so
I'm
let me
crazy, yo. I don't like people breathing too loud around me, yo.
Right.
I don't know what y'all got going on, but okay, y'all. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. Greg. Hang back because I want to ask you one last thing.
Okay.
Anything else, Dr. Eugene or JB or Virgil?
I'm
Vernell?
mad that you wasn't at the
Vernell, I'm
fight.
sorry.
I thought you were
Yeah,
gonna be
we
at the
got
Oh
fight.
no,
one.
I'm about to change my name, y'all. I'm just
Yo.
letting y'all know I'm about to change my name.
I
So
wanted to
Yeah.
see you
yeah.
Okay.
in TD, and I ain't see neither one of y'all. I'm like, man, whatever. I seen
Okay.
Greg, I
Oh
seen Mill,
man.
but I normally see them.
You
Yeah.
see who?
Greg and Mill.
Oh yeah. No, I didn't get my
GGTV,
credentials,
YFM.
and I told you they waited too long. I didn't know that they wait till the last week to tell you whether or not you're gonna get them. I'm like, man, I can't get no good tickets like this. So I didn't go, but I don't know. I'll try maybe for a smaller card. I know that was a really big card that a lot of people wanted to go to, so I'm gonna try
Yeah,
for a
I only go
smaller
to Boots
card and see if
card.
my people can if my people can get me the credentials because I heard once you get them for one fight, then you pretty much can get them for
Yeah,
all of
yeah,
them.
you pretty
So
much certified.
I'll try a smaller card next time because I'm really trying to. That's really what I'm trying to do. Make sure I get my credentials so I can start going to these fights and really interviewing and talking and chopping it up with some of these guys. Because what's good is talking about them. I want to talk to them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But in due time, baby steps. But yeah, I watched it anyway. Shit, it was a hell of a card for me, and it looked like the atmosphere was pumping. Was it a good atmosphere in there?
Yeah, yeah, there's a lot of Ricans out there, yo. But even though
Of
it's a lot of
course,
Ricans,
of
it still is
course.
50% Boots fans, and all of the Boots
You
fans like everything.
hell, no. You can Google it right now. You got an iPhone. I Google it. They said at that fight it was 88% Puerto Ricans at that
No,
goddamn
that's not
fight.
true. That ain't true.
Or go. That ain't
Trust
true.
that. Hell no, it ain't true.
Oh,
Hell
because
no.
when
So you saying
when they
50-50?
did the weigh-in, when they did the weigh-in, you can look out in the crowd and see how many people was out there. I know I'm not be funny.
Yeah, a
I
lot
got
of Puerto
eyes just
Ricans at
like
that
you. There's
weigh-in.
more Puerto Ricans out there than
Yeah.
anybody. I'm not hating
Yeah.
on Boots.
Yeah,
I
but
like
just
them. Yes,
because they
ma'am.
were Puerto Ricans don't mean they were going for Xander. Because I watched them, you know how people had to tap each side when they were going in to see who would win. There was some Spanish people tapping Boots, so
Oh, I
just because they
believe
were
that.
Spanish
I
don't mean
believe
they
that.
was
But
necessarily
when I
going
No,
for
Googled
the
it, yeah,
thing
because when I
when
Xander.
Googled
you
it, they say it
when
was
you Google it,
88%. Yeah.
when you watched it, they pan the camera to them people to show just them. But it was, trust me, it's way more.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure
I
Philly
don't
was
know.
in the
I wasn't
building.
there, so
I mean
yeah.
I seen it backstage when Meek Mill went back there and he was asking. I'm like, yo, people in here, and Boots was like, yeah, Philly in the building. You know what I'm saying? So
I came
for
up and then I
sure.
brought 2 people that's from New York, but they live in Baltimore.
Hmm.
They came up with me, and trust me, the
Okay.
section I was in, it wasn't that many Puerto Ricans in the section I was in, and that's just one section. But looking around, you
Mhm.
could see how many people was there, and they wasn't.
But regardless, it was
And hold up, and the Puerto Ricans from Philly, they Philly first.
Mhm.
Like a lot of people be Puerto Rican first, or they be Mexican first. Like any Mexican
Uh-huh.
anywhere, they are Mexican first, and then wherever they at second. Eat like
Gosh,
Mexican
that's what you
in
saying. Yeah.
Texas,
Like we got
Mexican in
okay.
Baltimore, they Mexican first, and then something else. All
Yeah,
of
I
them
got you. I
people
think
from
you're saying
Philly,
okay.
they are all
Mhm.
Philly first, so they going for Boots. And all of them, all the Mexicans, the Puerto Ricans, the black people, the white people, they all got the Philly beard. It was a white dude in my section with a red Philly beard. I'm like, yo, you know he from Philly.
Yeah, that's that
Right,
freeway
right,
shit. That's
Yeah,
that
he
freeway
getting little
shit.
Aki shit. And he a white boy
hmm
though. Like with red hair.
Yeah, but when they grow up in the hood, you know what I'm saying, it's a little
That's what I'm
different.
saying.
But
He Philly first and everything else second. That's the same way with the Puerto Ricans. Them
Now,
Ricans is
now,
Philly
everybody out
first
there,
and
listen to
everything
that.
else
See
second.
what I just said and how this man corrected me? Why the hell would I get mad at him about it? He went to the fucking fight.
Oh no, trust me. People try to
You ain't
tell
go?
me this shit.
well,
Oh
aircraft is
shit.
crazy
What?
anyway.
Yeah.
But all right,
Try to
y'all.
No, I'm
swear
just
me
saying,
down
like,
like I
like, like,
wasn't
that's what's wrong with people. Like, I can't get mad. That man went to the fight. What the fuck I'm gonna tell him? He's like, nah, bro, chill. Cause fuck Google. All right, my bad. Like, yeah, appreciate you.
Y'all said fuck Google. Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, we don't trust them.
Nah. All right, Brenda. Anything else? Because I'm about to shut it down. I just want to ask Mr. Greg one last thing.
Oh no, I just like I'm about to change my name to a couple letters, and when I come back, y'all be like, why you changing that? Hey, it need to be
Okay.
told. You know what I
Lord
mean?
have mercy.
He my little P. I
All
got a
right.
tattoo
Well,
all
you.
on my arm.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll see you a couple
Oh
more
yeah.
times. I'll rent you up.
Oh shit, that's what's
All right,
up. I'm
baby.
about to get all right.
All
All
right.
right. Oh yeah.
Bye.
All right, gentlemen.
All right, I'm about to roll out too.
Yeah. All right,
I'm gone.
Eugene. I got to make my disclaimer after you. All right, JB.
All
I'll
right,
holla
JB.
at you.
All right, peace.
Peace out. Mr. Greg, I'm gonna let you go too, but I just want to ask you this one thing because we was talking about the trainers in the corners and when you get in trouble. And I don't know if you've heard or not, but Javante Tank Davis is now training with Jose Benavidez Sr. How do you feel about that? What do you think that he'll look like with that?
I'm when that first was announced, I said, well, how well does he really know Jose prior to making this decision? Because a trainer and a coach is like a good or a bad marriage. You
Right.
know what buttons to push, when to push them, know what motivates them. You know when they're in trouble before they even get in trouble. So you know your fighter and you know how to bring out the very best in him. But that comes from time, being with him
Yep.
over the years. Now, when you go to anytime you're going to somebody new, yeah, you're going to somebody new who might know something new, but how well will you receive it? And how well will they be able to teach it to you? Because sometimes somebody can teach you, two people can can try to teach you the same thing. One just is going to be better at it and getting through to you because you have to be able to respect your trainer as well and believe in him. How much belief does he have in Jose? He's never done anything with him before, unless something has happened that we don't know about. So that's the question I have. It's always the psychological part that I always think about first, because as you know, you got to have a certain kind of mindset to get in the ring for somebody who's trying to, break your jaw, punch you in the temple, knock you out. You got to be able to have.
Exactly.
So
You gotta be half damn crazy
yeah,
anyway.
and most heavyweights are almost crazy in the first place. When you
Right,
think
right.
about it. So I'm on the fence about that. To be quite honest, I understand that he had said something that he felt that his people were trying to be famous or something of that nature. I don't know whether that was affecting how he was training or not. I didn't see it, but if I'm not in his camp.
Right.
But I think I would have, if I was going to leave somebody I've been with all these years, I don't know if Jose would have been who I would know. It wouldn't have been Jose from what I know of him that I would have gone to. I would have gone to somebody that I know has a history of teaching you something different or teaching you how to improve in what you already do well and how to minimize whatever deficiencies you may have. And that means you got to study whoever you're going to be learning from. You have to look at the fighters and what he's done with the fighters that you do know and the ones that you really don't know. Because those guys are the ones who you need to learn, that you need to watch as well. That's my feeling about it. So,
Go
mm.
ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I'm really on the fence about it because I'm concerned about. Now, who is Tank actually going to be fighting Devin, or that's still up in the air?
We don't know. I mean, the WBO just ordered Keyshawn Davis versus Devin Haney. So again, Devin has choices that he can make.
Mhm.
He can choose to fight his mandatory or drop his belt if that Tank deal is more lucrative. But trying to big dog Javante is just not a smart move for any of these boxers because we all know that he's the A side. What I really can't stand about some of these guys who get into negotiations with him, at least the public ones that we see, they
Mhm.
always try to approach him as if they're just as good as him or as if he's not the A side, right? But they
Mhm.
never approach any of the Spanish fighters like that. Look at how humble, even Bud Crawford was to Canelo after beating him. He wasn't that humble after beating EJ. I remember going on every podcast. I told you he was gonna beat that nigga, this, that, and the third, this, that, and the third. I don't remember them doing that with Canelo. The same thing with William Zepeda and Shakur Stevenson. I don't remember him having all this extra bravado after beating this one or beating that one. But for whatever reason, when it comes to Javante Tank Davis, they have the audacity, the unmitigated gall to act like they're on the same level, as if they can somehow request 50-50 or try to make all these concessions with the face of boxing. It's just pure ridiculous. And I think it comes from purely the fact that he looks like them. Right, that they have the audacity because he's another black man to think that they're on the same level when they're not. Their careers are nowhere near the same. You know what I mean? So I think that's where that comes from. I don't know what kind of hardball or what kind of ball Bill is trying to play whatsoever. I'm sure he's trying to squeeze every dollar he can out of this fight. You know what I'm saying? But I just don't know. And then it's the weight class. There's a lot of variables that would go into this fight. A lot of intricate parts, a lot of moving parts that would need to be ironed out. But again, this goes back to what I said when Bill was on our pen when he was over here before about having 3 and 4 different weight classes on one list. That's going to cause problems because what weight are you going to fight them at? You're at 147 calling out 135 pounders. Naturally there's going to be some discrepancy in the weight, and then you refuse to do a rehydration clause. So it's like, why even call them out? Why have them on your list if you're not even going to do a rehydration clause? Call out guys at 147, Ryan Rowley, you know what I'm saying, guys like that. Karen Chikagazu was still at 147 if I'm not mistaken. There's a bunch of fighters at 147 that he could be fighting, but obviously they won't be as lucrative as Javante Tank Davis fight.
Right.
So he
It's
has some
because
hits.
it's trying to be in position all the time. You're not going to always be in the number one or the top position. It's also arrogance. And every fighter knows it. Nobody talks about it much, but every fighter who fights, no matter who fights or who has fought, no matter how great they are only one fight away from that being your last fight.
Yep.
So
Yep.
if that's the mindset that you actually try to go to each fight in, you're going to cause some kind of chaos because the mindset you need to really have is everybody in my division will fall before me. Now you got to prove it. That's when you get prepared. That's when you're fighting. That's when you're learning and those kind of things you have to learn in the ring. That's when you show, like we see Rolly, for instance. He got clowned a lot, but you can't say that he hasn't kept improving. That didn't just happen by accident. Somebody is doing something with him, maybe a number of somebodies, for him to improve as he has. And that's something that a lot of the other guys don't want to put that kind of work into. Rolly's probably watching films. I mean, he's only going to get so much out of his talent, but he's trying to get as much as he can, which is why we
Yeah.
keep seeing him improve.
Yeah, and I hate when people say that Rolly's trash because he's definitely improved from before. If you watch him before the Tank fight, even after, I think he started improving tremendously when he got rid of
Yeah.
Bullet Ass. But that's neither here nor there. But
And
back to
sometimes,
the
yeah.
point I trying to make with Tank, right?
Mhm.
The Jose Benavidez Senior. I too am on the fence, but for a different reason, right? Because we all know that Javante Tank Davis takes a while to download data, right? He's always, he gives away rounds trying to collect data before he starts, picking his opponents apart. If Jose Benavidez can teach him how to come out faster, I don't really see that as a bad thing.
Mhm.
If he
That's
can
if
teach
he
him
can
how to
do it.
put it, yeah, if he can, that's a big if. That's correct, and I do agree with you. It takes a while for you and a new trainer to gel together. You know what I'm saying? But is that a relationship that could work? If he can teach him how to put together more combinations, if he could train Javante to punch output like David Benavidez, how much better would that make Javante Tank Davis?
Yeah, Who else is besides David and his brother? Who else is in Jose's camp that he trained?
Jose Benavides has a lot of boxes, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Um, let's see. I could have sworn he was. Oh no, that's Robert. That's Robert.
Think about Robert
So
Garcia.
I think it's just his sons. Let me
Yeah.
see. David and his son. Yeah, and now Tank, if I'm not mistaken.
And the other thing too is how well will
Yeah,
Tank,
Rayo used to train with him. Rayo used to train with him. That's right.
how well will Tank get along with the other five fighters in that camp?
Well, I think he gets along with David. They're both under Al Heyman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
So
that
I
don't
don't
mean they
know.
get along well in the camp. I've seen fighters have issues with other fighters that they're in the camp with.
Mm.
And so all of those things play a role in how mentally prepared you are.
Diego Pacheco. Okay.
And if you're around guys who got some who do certain
Diego
things,
Pacheco not that good though. Diego Pacheco not that good.
yeah.
But go ahead.
But I'm just saying, if you're also around a whole new atmosphere and you're around guys who are doing some things differently that, that you have never done before, that's always a plus if it works for you. But at least you're now
Right.
exposed to it. You see it. You see guys who move a certain kind of way in the ring, and you think, you see how I do that, and maybe it does work, and maybe it doesn't. But you find that out in the camp. You don't go and do what
Right.
Ryan did and try to do the shoulder roll as he did. That just looks stupid. And that doesn't happen overnight. But
Right.
is he already training with him, or he's just going to him?
From what I understand, he's training with them.
Okay.
So we don't know.
So
You
we'll
know,
see how it works.
we don't
Like
know.
I said, I'm real concerned because Tank has never trained. I'm sorry, never changed trainers before that I'm aware of.
Well, he's
With
had a
him.
couple. Barry Hunter. He's trained with Mufasa for a while, but mainly, you're right. His core trainers have been Calvin Ford and Kenny Ellis. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
because he's messed with Barry. Because I know Barry, a little bit, and I seen Tank had worked with him in his younger days. So a
Right.
lot of the guys down here, like in Baltimore, parts of DC, and Maryland, Virginia as well. Sometimes there's not a lot of trainers that are down here anymore. So a lot of these guys from this area have worked with some of the trainers that you've seen on a national level because all of them are down here and they live here as well. So you'll see some fluent. I mean, Barry Hunter is a pretty good trainer. Uh, the way he runs his camp at least it used to be a lot of discipline in how that whole camp and how that gym was run. And that affects a fighter too. If you're a guy who goes to a camp where everybody's disciplined doing their work, that's going to affect you to be the same kind of person. Or if you're in a camp where everybody is, got women hanging around a little bit, showing off their cars, and everybody done had a good night, maybe got a few little things that has happened to them. The camp isn't as solid as it used to be, or you're around one guy and everybody just watching you. There's nobody for you to feed off of, to be quite honest, because everybody's watching what you're doing, but you're not getting any feedback from guys who may not have the same name as you or the status as you, but still doing some good work. I mean, look at when Earl was coming up and they called him in to Mayweather's camp. And
Right.
Earl told the story, and I knew of that story.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of
Yeah.
stuff that you want to happen in your camp to improve you.
What
Well,
the Dr. Eugene? The show is over. You see the wrap up here, boy. And where you get that link from? Because I removed it. What do you want, Eugene? Hello. Now he ain't gonna say nothing. What is going on with him? Yeah, he was
No,
with
I,
He
I
was with
was.
Kevin.
Can you hear me? I was watching the video, so I had this on mute. But you see the
What do
video
you
I
need,
just
baby?
posted?
No, baby, I'm still live. How can I see a video you posted?
No, I'm saying, do you see the link?
Oh no, I don't.
I put it in the private chat.
Oh, what is it? What video is this? Oh, I see.
Bozy doing a post fight interview real fast? It's right on YSM channel.
Oh, okay. All
I
right, I'll
just
take
let
a
you
look at
know.
it.
Yeah. All right.
All right,
I'm
thank
gone.
you. Okay. Lord have mercy. Anyway, what you were saying?
I know I was just saying that all of those everything that we've just been talking the last few minutes are going to be factors. And what state of mind is Tank in right now, too?
Yeah, that's what I'm really concerned about.
No, are
That's what
those
I'm
legal?
really concerned about.
Are those legal things put to the side? Or are they done? Or are they still hovering over his head?
Right.
'Cause I
From what
haven't
I
heard.
understand, he still have to clear up some things in Baltimore. From what I gather, right?
Mhm.
Because I don't know. I'm not like Tank crazy. There's so many boxes and stuff I be trying to keep up with. But from the last I peeked, he still has a couple things that he has to iron out.
Mhm.
Um, but we'll see. You know what I'm saying? We'll see. I know that he's championing recess now, so Lucas Body and Floyd Schofield Jr. will be fighting for that belt.
Mhm.
So I don't know, and Tank never really cared about belts anyway. He's more about his bag than anything. So we'll see.
That was
We'll see.
kind of the sanctioning bodies to, as opposed to just out and out strip you, put you in
Well,
position where.
that's because he's the star of boxing.
Yeah, right.
Let's not act like we don't know, Mr.
Yeah,
Gray.
they being,
Let's not act like we don't know now.
they being kind, they're like, oh, let's just put them to the side, but let's not get rid of them because some money can still come out. I get that, and I think that's uh, the business respecting that particular aspect of his game, because that's the most important part. Do you put butts in the seats? Are you generating revenue? And do people
Right.
still take to you? And people still are emotionally attached to Tank. They're going to come watch
Right.
him fight. And that's always a good thing, that you really connect with fans that way that don't even know you, but they connect to you like that. And because so far, in my opinion, he's giving fans what they want to see. I mean, yeah, you had that little mishap
Exactly.
with the knee, but hell, oh, I cussed again. I'm sorry to that queen. But heck, you- uh, that will happen to any fighter. We've seen our greatest fighters that we love get knocked down and even get pieced up couple of rounds and lose. But if you connect to your fans in a way that Tank has, and they have genuinely love for you, and it's because you're winning, of course, and they like whatever
Of course.
your
Of course.
personality is, they're going to keep coming to see you. All Tank has to do, in my opinion, if he is going to change, and the change is to improve himself in the ring, and maybe his the way he comports himself outside of the ring, that's a good thing. Um, and stay away from, of course, or try to stay away from the trauma and drama that these women he seems to get into with these women. So a lot
I
of it is,
about to say, don't blame these women. This is
yeah.
all his actions. We
No,
can't be
no,
blaming no
I'm
damn
just
women for
saying
no grown man
you
now.
you pick and choose how you gonna deal with anyone, and you got a spotlight on you. So have you matured enough to recognize that that's going to affect what you're doing, how your life is going to be if every time you blow up, you're gonna snatch somebody up, or you're gonna raise your hand or get physical with someone, knowing you're
Right.
going to be locked up and go and end up in court. Because once they get any of us in the system, it's easy to keep dragging you back in. It's easy for you to do something stupid. Somebody call the police and you got handcuffs on suddenly. So
Right.
hopefully that lesson, and sometimes, particularly with men, and especially young men, you sometimes got to get hit over the head multiple times before you realize you don't have a helmet on. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah,
so
ignorance.
yes,
I hope whatever issues he has with Calvin and Kenny, he works that out.
yeah,
I really
I
do.
hate to see a breakup that seems to work, but we don't know what's
Yeah.
going on behind the
Exactly.
scenes a lot of the times. You hear stuff and it's always going to be part true, part exaggeration, but you don't know. But what we do know, what we have seen in the ring, we've seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so
Mm-hmm.
let's hope this new change will be a change for the best. Like I said, I'm on the fence, but I do hope.
Yeah,
I hope
I'm on
he
the
ends up
fence too.
winning, like throwing, as you said, the multiple combinations like David does. I hope that works well for him. I hope we see it elevated because I always want to see fighters improve, do better. I don't care how
Me
good you
too.
are.
Me
I want to
too.
see you.
Me
I never
too.
see you. Like I know you love Roy Jones, and I know when he fought I believe it was Virgil Hill, who was from
Yeah.
North South Dakota. We hadn't seen Roy really, 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 really
In
use
his
body
bag.
punching.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
and once he
Yeah.
discovered that, it was like, hey, this really feels good. And I'm breaking ribs and stuff because
Yeah.
he
That's
really
because
hurt.
he all of that, Mr. Greg. He all of that. That's
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know you, Roy. I know you love Roy, and I love Roy too, to be quite honest. But I know, but that's what I'm saying. We were seeing Roy do, man, wow. Or when he went up to heavyweight, we know what he was going to do. We just didn't know how
Excuse
good
me.
he was going to do
One second. One second, Mr. Greg. I apologize. Cash, I'm gonna put you right on out of here. Try me. I'm gonna put you right on out of here, Cash. Talking about Chinny. Look at him. Disrespectful.
it. Oh,
If it
they
was
messed.
anybody else, I'd have just put his ass out of here. I wouldn't even say nothing if he was
No, they
anybody else.
messed with
I'm
you.
gonna put you right on out of here. Yeah, I know. I'm gonna put him right on out. Where's Miss Joette? Security. And it's a damn shame because he's security. I'm gonna get him on himself. Escort yourself to your car, Cash.
Yeah.
Okay, so J Man said he does not believe in Jose as a coach. Just David Nice don't mean Jose is a good coach. I can agree with that because it doesn't look like he has that many other and I don't think Diego Pacheco is that good. So I can semi agree with that. Like I said, Jay, when it's certain things like in any situation, you take what you can use and leave the rest. Right. So if he can teach him how to do better with his punch output and everything else is already solid, then just take that from the situation. I'm not saying go in there and revamp his whole game because I think Tank's footwork is already on point. We know his ring IQ is there. We know everything else is there. The power, you know what I'm saying? The counter punches, the uppercuts, all of that's already there. But if he can teach him to produce more faster, I don't see that it's a bad thing. I just don't.
Now, do you know why? Other than what he said about his coach, why Tank chose Benavida?
I don't. And Tank is not a stupid man. So that's what also gives me like kind of like, okay, I want to see where this goes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I would
Maybe
like
he's
to know.
interviewing new boxers. Maybe he's just interviewing with new trainers. Who knows? Maybe next week we'll hear he's over there with Bozy. Maybe after that we'll
Yeah,
hear he's over there with Rolly's coach. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he'll link up with some of the older coaches, which is what I think would be a better thing. You know what I'm saying? Link up with some of the ex boxers that are still coaching or teaching new things. You know what I'm saying? He needs that wisdom in his ear.
yeah.
You
I
know?
know there are a lot of. I won't even say a lot anymore because most of them are gone, unfortunately. But there are a lot of old school coaches who you never really knew them at the very top level, who were
Mm-hmm.
extremely good. They were great teachers. During my time as a teenager and so forth, there was a lot of coaches like that. Showed you some real game and wasn't playing with you if you weren't listening. Put you in there to see where you were in the first 2 or 3 fights. You see, okay, you don't belong in this gym. They'll let you
Yeah.
know that. You don't there may be a few lingering around in some of these smaller gyms, but they probably will never get the opportunity to have a great guy because you got to have a team from the very beginning. Somebody with some money, somebody with some connection when a guy is first starting, so they can get to the fact where the fans, you'll start building the fan base. Bigger promoters will want to look at them. But if you don't have all that, you can be very skillful and you just don't have the right people around you. You don't have enough sponsors to even be able to train properly so you can sharpen yourself. Somebody
Exactly.
at the very top got to turn around and look back and see you and say, bring him. Let me see what we can do with him. And that happens in any kind of craft. It don't have to just be boxing. It could be in fashion. I've said this before. It could be in
Mm-hmm.
any theater, And I use a lot of different examples just to say somebody was sharpening. I mean, like back when Roy was first starting, remember Roy was in Ray Leonard's camp at one point. Back when Mayweather, of course, he had a brain trust already with his uncles, but he was still in Purnell's camp. Um, we already know that Larry Holmes was the principal sparring partner for Muhammad Ali. So you need that iron sharpening you because they recognize your talent too. You look at like I said,
Exactly.
when I look at fashion, I was in that industry for a while. If you look at the history, a genius like Christian Dior produced Yves Saint Laurent, who was a mad genius. Yves Saint Laurent, Laurent. I don't know why I'm saying the name wrong.
How about
He,
say you up here like Clarissa Shields, Parcells? What is you talking about, Mr. Greg?
you know, it's just that the iron is sharpening iron, and that's the kind of stuff that has used to happen in boxing and other genres as well. You look at Chadwick Boseman, whose couch was he sleeping on when he was coming up? Denzel Washington. He was.
Denzel, yeah.
So that's what
There
I'm
was
saying.
another one too.
Yeah, it's so many stories like that where greats were behind the scenes of others who were coming up who became great as well. So you have no, a lot of times we only see the finished product. We don't always see what was happening as you had to learn and grow and develop. So that's true, and like I said, that's true about anything that you're gonna do. I mean, when people look at, even if you look at entertainment, look at Beyonce, people forget that she was on Star Search as a little girl.
Yep, her and hello. They was called something else too before
Uh,
they was Destiny's Child. They
I
was
think
called
it was
Times.
Girl Time or something like that.
Girls Time. Yep, Girl Times.
Yeah,
Yep,
and
sure
you saw the
was.
work ethic. That's what I'm saying. They've been teaching that
Mm-hmm.
you're being taught that work ethic to develop yourself early in life. Those are the kind of
Mm-hmm.
things that I wish we could see now, and I wish the younger generation, even if they don't see it, would go back and look at what I'm talking about and see all those.
You know what it is too? They're all birds of a feather flocking together. You know what it is? There's not enough people putting them on their ass, right? They out here performing mediocre,
Mhm.
against mediocre or subpar opponents, so they have no reason to step it up. Like I really truly feel like for whatever reason, whenever these guys, some of them, when they know they're getting up for a tank fight, they really get up for those fights. Look at Ryan. That was probably the best shape I've ever seen Ryan in. I don't know what the hell he was talking about. He was drained. He looked better fighting Tank than he did against Devin, in my opinion.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's like Frank Martin. You know what I'm saying? He was very alert, very sound in that ring. It's like they know the ones they got to get up for. And I don't know if they're being lazy or they just like fighting subpar competition because they think they're fooling somebody. I don't know who they think they fooling, but a damn sure ain't me.
You can't fool people who have the eye, but you can fool
Yeah,
people
you
who
know what I'm
don't know what they're
saying?
looking at in the first place. So that's what
Mm-mm-mm.
happens, and if that help lets you sleep well at night, and that makes you think that you're something more than you are, sooner or later, that punishment is going to happen when you're going to get embarrassed. That's and
Dr. Eugene, what the hell are you talking to? See, this man is insane. I don't have a problem with people being fans of people, but the man was buzzed, Eugene. Get over it. It happened. Damn it. He was, but what the hell are you talking about? Buzzed. It's okay.
I don't know
Jesus
why people think
Christ.
you don't get hit in a fight. You're going to
He's
get
an
hit,
idiot. I don't know what the hell
and
going
maybe they
on.
just messing with you, Jab Queen. I
No,
had
they talking to somebody else. He acting like a damn fool in here. I don't know what's happening with these people. But
but
no, but no, I agree with you. I agree with you. I think that a lot of these guys today, they don't take the time, man, to do the research. They don't take the time to really put in that work because, like I said, if they're fighting competition that they almost certain they can beat, I guarantee you, one of them go in there and get put on their ass by a no name or a guy that nobody's expecting to whoop them, they will learn to get their stuff together.
they learn not to take anybody's lightly because you
I
never
tell you, Caleb Plant. I
just
sat
one
here
buck
and
can
watched
do it.
Caleb Plant get his. I sat here and watched Caleb Plant get his ass whooped by Resendez,
Hmm. And
and that was
probably
supposed to be his warm up for Charlo. Remember?
yeah, And what probably was thinking during that fight is, what the heck is going on? Why is this happening? Probably because you were not prepared.
Mm-hmm. You didn't
That's
take it
all it is. You
seriously.
weren't prepared. You didn't look at it what an old trainer who was legendary used to say, and that was Eddie Futch. It is always better to be prepared and never get the chance than to get the chance and you not prepared. You always will find you in any kind of situation. If you're not prepared and you can't wing everything. There's some people who are coming to do their thing and they prepared. And maybe you got the bigger name, but they just realize, nope, it ain't gonna be me you beat.
Cash want to know, where would you put Boots on a pound for pound after his latest performance?
Wow. I would put him in the top three. I would put him in the top three, and he would be there pending the next fight. And the reason why I say the next fight is I don't think the next fight should be a soft touch. I think it should be, at best, at least as difficult or have some challenging moments like it had
Mm-hmm.
in this last fight. Because you need to see he's like that. You need to see, yeah, he gonna get hit sometimes because people like to say he gets hit too much or whatever. But you got to see that he does get hit and that he comes right back and he rises above it. If that happens, I would say he should stay at number three. If not, we got to see who can replace him at number three in whatever the next big fight comes up. But
Yeah,
that,
I don't understand that pound for pound list. I just don't. It's so stupid to me. But go ahead.
well, it's funny how over the years things have changed in terms of the top 10, the top
Yeah.
pound for pound. And I really just think it should be broken down into top 10 in welterweight, top 10 and the way the rankings are. And even though the rankings can be questionable,
Those rankings is a mess. I about to say those
yeah,
rankings is a hot ass mess, Mr.
but at
Ray.
least because why would you compare a straw weight and put them in the same category as a heavyweight? There's two different
Right.
types of ways a strawweight or even a welterweight has to fight than a heavyweight. So if you're just talking about who you like out of the group of fighters, that's different, in my opinion. But
Right.
I wouldn't compare it like that, but they do anyway. And then the pound for pound, remember why the pound for pound got created in the first place. It wasn't created for a lot of fighters. It was only created for one. That's how great he was, as far as those who were judging fights, who were writing about fights, who watched fights. And it was for Ray Robinson. Nobody else was included in that because they thought that he was that great that he was apart from every fighter. Now everybody wants to be judged in that category, but they have too many areas where you're lacking. Let's put it that way. So I would just
Right.
feel that we look at the welterweights, we look at them that way. We look at now. Nobody wants to stay in one darn weight class either. Everybody
Mm-hmm.
wants,
That's another problem. Everybody playing hopscotch with the damn belts.
yeah. So I mean, that's today's fighting, and we do have to recognize what I'm talking about, what I've seen, what other guys who are in my age class or age group have seen. It's not going to be there anymore because I saw when fights were 15 rounds, and some guys would get beat
Mm-hmm.
for 14 rounds and then won in the 15th round by knockout. I've seen guys, fighting. I can't think. I wish I could remember some of these names. One guy on Friday Night Fights, I'm sorry, on ESPN. That was Friday night. Yes, it was back then. Whose ear was hanging off in his fight.
Mm.
I forgot who that
What
guy
fight
was.
was that? I got to go watch that. What
Yeah,
fight was that?
if you type it in, it may still come up because it was on. I believe that was ESPN or Showtime, but his ear was literally hanging off of him. He was.
I remember watching the Fernando Vargas fight. Out of nowhere, you just saw this big ass hematoma on his head. Just like, I'm like, is this nigga growing another head? Like, what in the hell?
So
Who
you,
was he fighting?
yeah.
Was that Tito, or was that Tito Trinidad he was fighting, or was that Oscar that beat him like that?
Tito kept hitting him below the belt on in his fight with Tito. But I think you
I know
actually
Oscar
talking
beat
about
the hell out of him.
you talking
Oscar beat the
about the
hell out of him.
hematoma that
Yeah.
that was heavyweight. That was shoot. He's from Baltimore, as a matter of fact. He beat Lennox Lewis and got the belt from Lennox Lewis.
I just remember seeing that big ass thing on his head. No, he had one too though. Vargas, Fernando.
See, I don't
The
remember
father.
that Fernando guy, but I remember it starts with
I
an A.
think I don't know if Oscar gave it to him or what. Because remember they had like bad blood because he kept calling Oscar a
Oh
fake
yeah,
Mexican.
well, Oscar. That's another fight where Oscar said that fight would never happen, and he did make the fight because Fernando was saying he was a fake Mexican, et cetera, et cetera. Hasim Rockman, thank you, aircraft carrier. But I don't remember the fight where Fernando had a knot like that. I just remember Oscar pieced him up. That I do
Oscar
remember.
whooped his ass.
That was, but so you
Oscar
see,
whooped him
and
out.
that's the kind of fights that these guys are scared to be in the ring with and have.
Oh
Or
yeah, these guys
and
today would never have those kind of fights.
when Oscar and who was the dude? Not Azuma Nelson. Because they both had two knockdowns each.
Oh man, hold on.
But those are kind of fights, and it'll come to me in a minute. But Oscar, he was I think he was from Ghana. He had a belt too.
I know who you're
And
talking
he
about.
was giving Oscar the business
I
in
can't
that
think of
fight.
his name either. It's getting late. Shoot, I can't think of nobody's name.
And-
But
and-
I know
Go ahead.
those fights and just like infamous like press conferences and Dr. Eugene. I don't know where you keep getting this link from, but I'm gonna hurt you. This show is over. I'm just having my last final words with Mr. Greg. Yes, Dr. Eugene. And then he don't say nothing.
I Corte. Yes, there you go.
I Corte,
once
okay.
again, thank you, aircraft carrier.
We're not gonna keep thanking aircraft. Yes, you Dr. Eugene. Eugene, baby. Okay, well, he done hopped on, hopped off, hop on. I don't know what he got going on. But what I was gonna say was even with the Tito Trinidad and what you call it? Oh God, now you got me mixing names. The one that told Bill let's go in the bathroom, Bernard Hopkins. When he threw down his flag and barely made it out that press conference. Remember that?
Man, Bernard was crazy. He lucky he got out that stadium alive.
Man, they was up on his ass. They was up on his ass.
If you saw it, Bernard was laughing about it.
Yeah, he was.
Say,
Yeah, he
see,
was.
That's somebody you know crazy inside.
Oh yeah.
Got a whole.
Well, coming from straight from prison into boxing, I mean, something wrong with you.
Yeah,
I know the links in the private chat, Dr. Eugene. I told you I will watch it later, baby. I'm talking to Mr. Greg right now. Worrying me about this damn chat. What is this? Worrying me about this nonsense. Anyway, yeah. So I mean, I get it. And these boxes today, they don't have what the boxes from yesteryear have. They don't have the heart, in my opinion, and they definitely don't have the grit. You know what I'm saying? I've seen too many of them just look like they taking a dive, child. One good punch, they out the fight. They ain't built like that no more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that you started seeing, I guess, a deterioration once the first official fight that went from 15 to 12, and that was that was really Ray Leonard and Hagler. But that was strategy on Ray's part, which was brilliant to me. Hagler went on and went along with it. He didn't have to, but he took the $3 extra million in order to give Ray take off the 3 rounds. But once you started seeing a lightning and how long fights go, once you started seeing refs were jumping in, maybe sometimes too quick to stop a fight.
They still doing that. Sure.
Yeah, but they had just started it. You started seeing a deterioration a little bit. You saw, some training techniques, I guess, to make fights safer, but not necessarily making a fighter better. You saw a lot of fighters who were going over to MMA, or you saw a lot of fighters who weren't developed, who might have speed and footwork, but have brittle hands. and can't compensate for that. And so, of course, then you're going to have them in the ring with guys that it's going to be easier to fight to compensate for your deficiency.
Right.
So once you started seeing that, and then, of course, my man Al came in. I mean, I worked with them back during the Tiger Flower Dimensions Unlimited days. That's how I really know Al Heyman. I know of him. I'm not his friend. I don't have anything against him. That's why I know him. But once he came in and came in a major way and got fighters money. And I thought that was fantastic, of course, as well. But other fighters started just viewing that along with Mayweather because Mayweather was with Al at the time. And Al gave HBO all kind of, put them in all kind of knots, which is why they went over to Showtime in the first place. Because HBO didn't want to deal with Al because Al wasn't just trying to do something for Mayweather. He had all these other fighters that they needed to be included as well. That HBO didn't want to do that. But that's a whole nother story. But once you started seeing that more and more and more emphasis was put on get a big bag now. You don't have to worry about fighting these many fights. You might not be able to spend your money. You're walking around and you can't think and talk and so forth. And you did see that. So I understand that part of being careful that you're not fighting too many fights where you can't even think straight no more. But you got to still find the right kind of balance. And it only takes one fight to really do you in, as everybody knows. So everybody's trying to, at this point, they're trying to avoid even that fight. And if you're trying to avoid fights, you're certainly going to avoid a lot of good fights that fans can enjoy. You're not even going to know how good you are because you're not testing yourself to find that out.
Exactly. And that's my point, Mr. Red. That was my whole point. Like, how do you know how good you are? Like, a lot of these boxers run around here talking about they're the best thing since sliced bread. How do you know you're not really fighting anybody?
They don't care. And their manager said, don't worry about it. We're going to get you 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8 million. Oh, yeah. And then you can buy your Lamborghini. And, now you can.
Yep, because that's all they say is, oh, I'm set for life. It's about my family. It's about me. They treating us like a hustle.
Right. I'm glad you said that. A lot of guys, just like any other industry, there's a lot of men and women who are just hustling it. Be it in movies, TV, music, sports. There are a lot of hustlers in this game. Well, boxing always has some hustlers. But then so does because boxing is part of entertainment. There's always going to be those who are very good at hustling the game. And we're the ones who just watch it. Because we're the ones who ultimately, we're either paying for it with our dollars at the ticket counter or our pay-per-view, or we're watching it on TV and then they're feeding us commercials. So either way, we're the ones who allow this to happen because we like to see boxing. And as long as we see good boxing, we don't think about all this other stuff. But now the internet has democratized who can say what and where. And now you got people who are hearing about the business of boxing and how jacked up and how insidious and how unfair and everything else it has always been. We now are paying a little more attention, particularly those who watch boxing, to why this is happening, why this shouldn't be happening, and we get a chance to say something about it. It does have some effect on the fighters, but they know people are calling your names, they're saying that you're trash, that you're ducking. Then your father runs up on the show like he did, like Bill does to you, and want to defend and damage control. But it's too late then, because now we see everything. We can go back and look at interviews from 2-3 years ago, or we can look at now they're even trying to make sparring something, more than what it is. Yeah, you're gonna spar with some people, and yeah, your ego is involved when you're sparring with somebody who also either has a name like yours, or y'all know down the road y'all are going to have this major fight like Hearns and Leonard. Everybody knew down the road that was going to be the summit meeting years before it happened, because you can just see the trajectory and you can see both of them were extremely talented in their own way. So those are the kind of things that when you do spar, because Hearns and Leonard sparred for I think it was 3 rounds, but each camp wanted their man to look extremely good even in the sparring session. And then I think the media showed up, so they cut the sparring for whatever reason. Made sense because they didn't want any stories to come out. That's how they controlled that. A lot of other fighters have happened. Like, I mean, Larry used to piece Muhammad Ali up, but nobody saw that. They kept that out of the media. They kept people from running their mouths. There wasn't a whole bunch of people in the ring filming,
with cameras. Yeah, about to
running
say
to the
with
press.
cameras and
Look at
everything
this.
else.
Now they doing that stupid stuff. Like, okay, I beat you in sparring. Do you
Yeah,
know?
like what does that even mean? Like this whole generation is soft. Pack them up, get them out of
Yeah.
here.
If you're working
But
on your footwork, I don't care if you get a couple of punches in. I'm working on my
right,
footwork so I can get out the way. Maybe I'm
right.
working on my jab. You're working on certain things to make you sharper. That's what sparring is for, to sharpen you up. It's not for you to like, yeah, well, I beat him in sparring, I beat him in the amateurs. Well, the amateurs are a different kind of fight game, to be quite honest.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the pros, sometimes you are just as good. I mean, Shane Mosley and Vernon Forrest is a prime example. Vernon was, did Shane in the amateurs, and then came years later, did him up twice as a professional.
Yeah, I see a lot of that where a lot of these people they fight in the amateurs and then they fight professionally again. But you only see that with like certain ones of them will run it back in the pro level to put that on the line.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
they don't
Some
really have
get
the
better.
heart.
Some people get some get better and some don't
Mm-hmm.
get as good. I won't say they don't get any better, but I mean, Bud and Gary Russell Jr. Gary Russell Jr. Allegedly, I'm not sure if that story is correct and how it went, but Gary Russell Jr. beat Bud in the amateurs. Now, okay, I don't think I think I don't want to say it and I'm wrong, but
And
I think
Antoine Russell too in Boots, from what I heard, they had something in the amateurs as well. And I heard that it was 1-1, or I think Boots might have won, or Gary Antoine won. I know something like that because I heard Gary Antoine tell the story when he was on Cigar Talk.
yeah, it's like I said, it's ego down. Anything that gives you an edge that the younger generation sees that's more important than I would. I wouldn't think nothing about sparring. I would care less. The real fight is at the professional level in the ring when y'all doing either 12 or 15 rounds, where you have your
Absolutely.
training, when you had great training, and you got a great trainer who's telling you from round where you're making little mistakes at to correct it now, not to wait until you in round 9 and try to correct it when you've been doing it wrong and he's been capitalizing for the last 9 rounds. That's where you see how that fighter has blossomed, and you see the development over the years of that particular fighter, particularly when he's already very talented. And it's to me, it's a pleasure to watch. Plus, all of us got bloodlust. That's why we're watching fights in the first place.
Yep.
We,
Yep.
we
Yep.
have to acknowledge that, and we get attached to those fighters in some kind of way. I mean, I know even though I don't go to as many fights as I used to live, big because there's not that many anymore, to be quite honest. But when you're watching TV, I don't want nobody calling me. If
Yep.
somebody's there with me, everybody who watches fights with me knows the fight game just as well as I do it, maybe even better. And I don't have a lot of people when I do that. But I don't want nobody calling me, ask me no questions in the middle of the fight. I used to have a friend who would call me and ask, Greg, blah, blah, blah." I would just, don't call me until this fight is over. Because, I mean, not because I'm being mean or anything, but I'm really into it. I'm really watching what's being
Mm-hmm.
said to the fighters. I'm watching, why is he trying? When I was watching, I just told you about Shane and Vernon. I kept saying to myself, why is Shane trying to fight Vernon from the outside? Is somebody going to correct that? And no, they didn't. And that's how, I mean, when he dropped Jab Queen, when he dropped Shane, I was like, you know how you're talking to the TV?
Yes, I'm always yelling at my TV.
Get up, Shane, because Shane was my man, and I didn't dislike Vernon, but that's how
But
I
Shane was your man, yeah.
that when Bernard took Tito to school, that was one of the few fights that I actually bet a lot of money on. I probably would have got in trouble at home for the money that I bet. Because I bet a whole barbershop. Everybody was in there. Put all your money in. That's how confident I was. I knew about Bernard, and most of them knew about Trinidad because of the marketing that was behind Trinidad, first of all, and they didn't realize who Bowie Fisher was, and Nassim Richardson, who was in Bernard's camp. That's who caught Trinidad with the bad ad raps, because that was that old school teaching to be in that camp,
Yep, I
be in that
remember
dressing
that.
room to wash your hands being wrapped. Most guys had sort of got lazy because I believe Trinidad's hands was wrapped when he beat up Joppy. Those impacts on Joppy was no. I think Trinidad's hands were badly wrapped. Was another fight too, besides when Bernard caught him. But the point is, things like that, young generations don't even understand that that's part of boxing, and that's what they should be looking at realistically, not just claiming somebody cheated because you heard somebody cheat. You need to look at the whole overall picture. But that fight with Trinidad and Bernard, I used to watch that because I had a sales team at the time, and that was my favorite motivation fight that I would watch. I would watch like nine round through 12. It was just wonderful to me to behold, to see Bernard finally getting his due, because Bernard was in the trenches for a long time. People. That's why people didn't really know him, and plus he was fighting with every promoter he ever had. So I'm sure some promoters didn't want to be bothered with Bernard as well. He was the one who testified before Congress. That's one of the reasons why Congress stepped Don King and Bob Aaron. It's one of the reasons why Don King could not promote any more fights. I believe it's either was Atlantic City or Vegas, was one of the two, but he no longer had a license there. But history like that, that's why I used to always send you stuff when you was doing your Throwback Thursday. Stuff I knew some of your fans who watch you and follow you probably didn't know, or maybe didn't remember, and how it affects how things are today. So those kind of fights that, it was really great to see. And we saw a lot of great fights back then, the 80s, the 90s, and some of the 90s. Yeah, we saw some good
Yeah, he definitely is an underrated legend aircraft. When I did Beehive, that was really one of the throwbacks that really touched me the most, like really digging into his story. I was like, damn, I didn't realize, what I'm saying, he had such a powerful backstory. So those definitely help. And I may have to bring those back. I just may have to figure out a different way to do them when I bring them back, so that I don't get flagged as much, especially now since I'm, monetized. I don't want to be wasting my time or getting in trouble for copyrights and all that other kind of stuff. So I'm gonna figure that out, but I may have to bring the throwback back. You know
You
what
got to
I'm
bring
saying?
it back. When they flag
yeah.
you, what do they do? Just take your I guess
Monetization, yeah. And then sometimes I get copyrights too, and they tell me that I have to cut out the videos, and I'm like, well, damn, that's half the video or the majority of the video. You know how like I put like my little clips, and then I'll put some stills or like punches and stuff while I'm telling the story. So I don't know. I gotta figure it out, but I am gonna have to bring those back because I still got a whole list of fighters that I still haven't even done. You know what I'm saying? So
yes, you have a niche market, kind of, well, a niche area when you're doing what you call Throwback Thursday. And I've seen on Facebook, I forgot who this guy is. He is so good at showing these old, the word play that he uses when he shows these old fights. I have to look at it again and tell you who he is, because I'm sure you've seen him. But I just love the word play that he uses. He'll show a little bit of a fight. You might maybe show pieces of it, but it's how he does it that's entertaining. And apparently He don't have any problem. But then I don't
Okay,
know.
I think I have, yeah, you don't know. And then I have to probably, it's probably like the length of the clips I play too. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying? So it's probably I probably just gotta play with it and see what I can do with it. But I definitely will. Maybe I'll do that on Thursday. I'll roll them out, the throwback Thursday back out and see what pops, and hopefully I won't get flagged. I'll try it a different way and see what happens, you know. So
Well, you actually you've already built a library. It's just a matter of, sometimes you have to use it later where it becomes something that becomes one of your other, just like I think Two Cent has 4 shows. You got what, 3? You got you do this show here, you have your throwback Thursday, and then you do your interviews.
well,
So
yeah, I do my interviews, I do my boxing's dirty secrets, and then I have the throwback, and now I created DuckTales. So
mhm,
it's a lot of different segments,
yeah.
all ran
Keep
by
doing
me, you know.
As I tell
So
you, keep doing it. Sometimes it may not take hold right away, and you might have
yeah,
to work out the kinks such as you got to deal with being flagged and things like that. But you will eventually get it, and then you'll
yeah.
build an audience for that. Because there's a lot of people who love to watch history, who really want to learn. They just got to find you, and the only way
Oh
they
yeah,
gonna
you know, I probably should link up with Cash because he does Cash Sports. He
find.
does play a lot of old content. I gotta ask him how he does that because they was flagging the hell out of my stuff. But
Yeah, and I'm
I'll get with him
surprised
and see.
y'all in the. I know there's of course competition. I'd love to see y'all have a conference in a major city just to help each other. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Some are gonna do it, some not. We got that, but it's always good that you build your little. Sometimes you just have to build your own network, and eventually, as you get monetized and maybe enough generation, maybe generate enough revenue where you can hire 2 or 3 people or 4 or 5 people. It gets there, but it takes some time. You just got it's like boxing. You're gonna be in the trenches for a while, working 2 or 3 other jobs before you start getting where you want, where you don't have to work those
Hmm.
other 2 or 3 jobs. But you
Hmm.
can do it. And I say this as I said to you, to Marty, to Two Cents, even to Dean. To me, I like what y'all doing. I like to see younger people doing their thing, and it's something that I enjoy watching. I like to watch more so and listen than to just jump in and start yakety 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 all the time.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I can still learn something. There's some things I've even forgotten, or you'll tell
Hmm.
something I hadn't even seen yet. So you have to
Hmm.
always come in with the idea that that no matter where you've been at, you can always learn. But it's also entertaining. And I think I met you. I think I met all 3 of y'all on Marty's show, basically. Uh,
Probably, yeah.
yeah. So to see that y'all have launched, the 3 of you launched your own shows is great because you were doing something more than just talking boxing. Whether you got inspired by him or not, you went and did something that you enjoy doing, and you stuck with it so far. So please stick
Hmm.
with it and let it keep growing. And yeah, you're gonna go through some things with trying to get it done, but that's life. You're gonna have to go through you're gonna have to go through the weeds before you start getting to the flowers. So
Yeah.
keep doing that, and you got a nice little band of, I call them merry men. Everybody has their regulars that come to their show. You got yours.
Band of merry men is right.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it's that's what makes a show interesting too. The people who come in on the regular can be just as entertaining and can be just as
Hmm.
knowledgeable or just as annoying. And I'm not even
Foolish.
yeah, and they're
Foolish.
part of the show too, so to speak. Okay, here comes so and so, and everybody's either going to be
Yep.
groaning or
Yep.
clowning or arguing, with that particular person. But that's part of the show. But that's what makes it unique is the host and how you run your show and what you call your
Right.
show. Because you have your own little way of speaking. You have little
Hmm.
things that you say that's uniquely yours, and that's how you
Hmm.
separate yourself from the next content creator.
Yeah,
Because
personality,
yeah,
you
personality, what you do, what I can attach you to,
know. Hmm.
and I like doing it. So from my heart, I do say to you too, as I've said since you've been on, continue to do that and I will continue to
Yeah, for
support in
sure.
the way that I can.
I
As I told
appreciate
you,
you,
I was
Mr. Greg.
working. I'm being a little lazy to be quite honest because some other things that have happened, just business and so forth. I'm trying to do this little
Okay.
closet podcast.
Oh yeah, you did say you were gonna do your
Yeah,
clothes, right?
I posted some pictures. I didn't take good pictures because I was probably lazy, but where I was, I posted a whole lot of pictures. I didn't wear them. I just put the little outfits together and took pictures and posted them on Facebook and said coming soon. The name was going to be called A Closet Full of Style.
Okay, I like
And
that. Okay.
if you go on my Facebook, if you go on Facebook and just look me up, you'll probably see some of the stuff that I posted. Because I don't even know whether I know I posted it, but I did it so haphazardly just to see the response from people. I didn't do
Okay.
any voiceovers, and I didn't do no explain. I just put the outfits on, and maybe some of them have some music that I just saw that I could just tap in, and so
Mm-hmm.
you'll just get an idea of what it is I'm going to do. Because there's a lot of podcasts out there that are very good that deals with menswear, be it bespoke, custom, shoes, shirts, a man's lifestyle. I mean, some of the people like Kirby Allison. I was at the International Shoe Show last year, talked
Look
with
at you,
Tim
Mr. Greg. Okay.
Patrick, because I used to be in men's clothes at one time back in the 70s. I was and I'm going to do something about that too. I worked for a very iconic menswear store here in DC I think that was 76, called Mr. Man's Clothing. What
Okay.
made that store so special is that he got his store in the what we would call the platinum area of F Street Northwest downtown. That part of F Street had all the high-end stores, Garfinkel's, Britannia's. Garfinkel's was like a Neiman Marcus at the time. Britannia's, I mean, just fabulous stores, but there were none of us who had stores of that caliber on F Street. All the black-owned businesses were all the way back down the end of 7th Street. We were at 13th and between 13th and 14th. Well, the reason why he got that particular location is because it was after the April riots here, and the Johnson administration had created the Small Business Administration, because
Mm-hmm.
one of the things that black entrepreneurs were having problems with was
We're
funding,
getting
finance.
loans. Yeah, trust me. And we
And
still
so,
having problems with that.
but he was the first one that they gave the small business loan to because they needed a showcase black man to say, hey, we're trying to help black
Mm-hmm.
entrepreneurs. And it exploded. The store was fabulous. It was a fabulous store. And I'm in an organization that my wife is in, where it's 14 chapters around the country. They're just a social club. They meet each other in their own group here in their own state. But once a year, it's 20. All 20 of the groups come to one state. Just a big party for a weekend. The daughter of the gentleman who owned the store and his wife is in the Montgomery County chapter, and I had to talk about her mother this year at April. Her mother, and I know this is not the show, but her mother was every bit of what Jackie O was to the world. Women used to come to that store just to see what she was wearing.
Oh wow.
Hair, makeup, shoes, handbag, jewelry, everything. And she was tall and very statuesque. Had style, had the personality. I mean, she was wearing the little pixie hairdo that we talking about 76. That was just everything. You couldn't find a flaw. You could not find a flaw. And by me having not just being in the clothing business, I also went to FIT in New York for fashion buying and merchandise and textiles. So I get all the way into that industry, just like I get all the way into everything else that I do. I don't just be on the periphery. I'm all the way in. But I
Well,
wanted
that's
to
good to
talk.
know.
Yeah, I wanted to talk. I'm gonna put something about that store because that was a big thing here in DC, Mr. Man's Clothing. And I only have all of that, I have one ad that we did for another iconic business here in Washington, D.C. called the Fox Trap, which was the first Black private club here in DC. And they had a magazine called the Foxtrot magazine. We did an ad on the back. So I probably will put that in. I'll probably will use that when I actually get to the podcast, just to say, okay, here's sort of my trajectory in this business. I always like clothes. I always like theater. I always like this. I always like that. And I got all the way to it. And I just blend all of those things. And, you know, but anyway, that's what I've been working on. But other stuff has gotten in the way. But if you ever go on Facebook, I know Facebook is usually for old people now. But if you ever go and just type in my name, you'll probably find some of the stuff, some of the little outfits that I posted. That's why I said, if you see anything, I want the criticism. If you say, yeah, you gotta take
Well,
better
I'll tell
pictures.
you what, I'm about to say, if you take some better pictures, maybe I can try and help you get like a little room together or something where you can post it, have it, maybe put it in your stories or something. I'll find
Yeah,
some nifty background music. Maybe I'll use some Jay-Z change clothes,
yeah, I
when the
was using
outfits
some
change
of
and
that
stuff like
stuff.
that.
I was,
Okay.
like I said, go in there and see what you think. And like I said, in the next couple of weeks, I will have everything up and running. I just have to.
Okay.
I had started, and like I said, I did a whole bunch of the pictures. I did a whole bunch of shoes. I showed a little bit of the closet in the picture, but I did more outfits. But I know those pictures could have been better. But I said, let me
Mhm.
go and do it anyway. See what people say. And the people who gone in, they've had some good. Nobody said anything bad yet. But I don't know how many people have actually seen it because there's been so many pictures I've done. But yeah, go and see and just, send me an email. Hey, I saw this and you need to do A, B, C, D. And I'm writing that down in my notes. So when it's time to launch the podcast, see, I don't mind so much the pictures. So that's the experimental part. But when I'm gonna go live, I need that to be right. Because then I
Right.
guess I'll be on too, and I'll have to. And I want to talk about different things about clothes. It's really about the closet, not so much because I took a bedroom and made this my closet studio, et cetera, et cetera. So everything that I even need to use is already in here. I don't use our office off at all. I did that one
Okay.
time. Huh?
Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. So yeah, I'll do all of that stuff. But yeah, but I like when you do your interviews. Like, okay,
Thank you.
look at Jab. Not letting them all through.
Yeah, I gotta guess. Yeah, I gotta. I'm trying not to be controversial in my interviews because I'm still very appreciative. I'm still a very small channel. I'm still very
Mhm.
appreciative of anybody who decides to give me their time. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't get paid for coming over here. They do it because they're asked, and then of course it's they get exposure too. Like I said, not a lot because I'm not a huge channel, but anyone who comes over, but I still try to make sure I keep it at least authentic to where we can have at least a genuine conversation. So to
Mhm.
build a relationship. So when the time comes that I do have to ask them some of the tougher questions, it won't be like, who is this chick coming at me with all these questions? It'll be a rapport built behind that.
Uh-huh. But you're doing your thing, and that it starts small. It does.
Yeah.
And just
Hmm.
one thing, it could be that one interview that may go viral, or that's so good that everybody else is reposting it, and then it will draw more traffic legitimately, because you weren't trying to just be controversial or trying to hurt somebody. You were actually doing
Right.
solid interviews. And you also can see where, just like we all need to improve in things that we do that's going to be put before the public, uh, you can see where you need to improve. I wish these guys, when we're talking about the boxing, the guys who are boxing, I wish they would pay more attention and use their common sense or their intelligence to see some of these people are saying some things I need to hear. I need to
Right.
try to do this, even if you don't like what's being said, because your feelings gonna get hurt sometimes when it's truthful.
Yeah, that's one thing I'm noticing. A lot of people don't like the truth, so it's just
People
the era,
don't.
I guess, that we live in.
Yeah, people
When
don't
you tell
got
the truth,
used
you
to.
hate it.
As yeah, you hating. You don't know what you're talking about. You don't have what I have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. No, I
You don't box, all those
Yeah.
other kind of nonsense.
But I know what I'm watching, and I have to pay to
Right.
watch you. So
And I know what I'm seeing. I know what I'm seeing, and I ain't
yeah,
no damn fool. I
yeah,
know you ain't fighting the best competition. You could
right.
tell somebody else that crap. So
But
I
that's
definitely
the
get it.
world we live in now. It's always it's you're hating. You don't know what you're talking about. You've never
Oh
done this
yeah,
before.
yeah,
You don't
yep,
have to box to know what you're looking at. You don't have to
right,
box to know when somebody is scared. You don't have to box
right.
when you see that you're not listening to your corner who's telling you what to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if they,
Exactly.
do they still say duh?
I don't think so, Mr. Greg. Don't say
Okay.
that again. I don't. Don't say that again, Mr. Greg.
No, that's why I asked.
No, 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 no. We don't say that no more.
Oh yeah,
We don't
that's
say that.
old, huh?
That's real old, Mr. Greg. Don't
Yeah,
say that
I
no
know. I just said that, but
more.
it's just interesting that that sometimes I would love if somebody like it was great that Bill came running up on your show. I
It
love to see.
wasn't great. Come over here like a rabid dog trying to bite us. Come over here like that, acting like he crazy.
Yeah, I love to see some of the fighters come over there, come over here, and to all of y'all shows, just on the cute, just just out of being humbled or like what they hear or want to explain what we're talking about from their perspective. That's always a good thing. Those random things that happen, and they
I'm
do
sure
happen.
that they listen. I'm sure that they listen, and I'm pretty sure that they probably do, but probably don't want to be on a panel. Probably don't want to be put on Front Street like that. That's why I was thinking too. I was gonna start talk your shit Tuesdays, where I was gonna have just a call-in show if I can figure out how the hell to connect the damn phone to this thing. But I was gonna do that, just so that people can call in that don't really want to be bothered with all of these ruffians on the panel, because some of these men is aggressive, so
Well,
they
you
don't
got
want
to
to be bothered with all of that.
just do what Marty did. I mean, we was on the panel the first time Victor Conte came on. Victor was
Mm.
in the comments for, as Marty has said, for a number of weeks, and he didn't believe it was him. And then when he wanted to come up, Marty asked all of us to step back, which was cool. So Victor had a safe space to come on those two times that he did because we were on the panel
Yeah.
already and we just stepped back. Same thing could happen with you if somebody wanted to come in and they wanted to talk, but they didn't want to have to deal with the whole panel going at them or just ask them
Hmm.
questions they weren't ready to answer in the way they've been asked. Just ask your panel to
Right.
step back. Let me talk to this man, and so he can,
Hmm.
say what he got to say, and that works too.
Right.
So keep
Yeah.
that in
Yeah.
mind.
And then the link is there. Like you said, Bill bombarded us. The link is always there when I'm done talking about what I want to talk about, and then I let y'all come up and give y'all opinions on what the topics I covered. So they're more than welcome. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that was funny
But
because
again,
Bill waited. That was the funny thing. Bill waited, and because you were ending the show, everybody, I was the last person getting ready to go off, and then Bill popped up, if you remember, from that
yeah, yeah,
time.
I posted that short the other day. Yeah, he had been listening the whole show because I went back and watched that clip again in my show, and I called him. What did I call him? I called him a tongue something. And when he came up, if you remember, he said, "Yes, Mr. So and so himself." I said, "So he was listening from the beginning because I had
Mhm.
called him that hours ago." I called him
Yep,
that 2 hours ago, so
because I
he
had
had been
just,
listening from the beginning.
I think I had just said that Devin wasn't improving. And when he
Oh
popped up, you
yeah,
said Jab and the brother, because I was the only
yeah.
one up there. But then something happened with your system. That's why you were off. And so he wanted me to drop my icon so he could see me, which I did. But then I dropped it so he could see, put it back up, and I was going to ask him a question while you were getting it back so you could get back. But he didn't want me to ask any questions because he now was acting like he was confused about what was going on.
I know. I watched it again. I never been on a show where the host just leave. Nigga, please. Ain't nobody leave. You ain't running me off nowhere. I had system
Yeah.
issues. And it's so crazy because when he was over there talking to Najee's StreamYard kept freezing. And I was
Mhm.
looking like, I ain't see you running up over there talking about something. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? But what is what it is. I ain't got time for those antics and semantics he got going on. It is what it is.
But see, that's
But
the fun thing about a show, the unexpected. That's what makes things very different. You had something unexpected happen, and that made for a good show. I don't know how many people ultimately saw the replay, but still, that was something that was unexpected. So there'll be a lot of moments like that probably down the road.
Yeah, and like I said, I put that up as a short. The short got almost 1,000 views, so I'm pretty sure people seen it. And it ain't, anybody who's been following me for a while know that ain't my first run in with Bill, and it won't be the last.
Oh yeah, I
You
saw
know what
your
I'm saying?
first one. I saw
Because
your first
I
one.
cover his son quite a bit because he contributes to a lot of the confusion, in my opinion, in the sport. So I cover his son a lot, which I understand. Anybody, and I know he trolls the internet to see who's talking about his son and this and that, and I'm sure he's seen several of my videos. So it was about time. It was about that time.
But you know what? That I don't know, and I don't watch. I said what I said about Bill in terms of how he conducts himself, but I don't know if there is another content creator in boxing that he actually has come on the show to bump with. And I don't know if there's any other females. I'm sure there may be. I don't know that, but that is something unique. That okay, you come over the Jab Queen show. She ain't laying down for you, acting like, okay, just say what you want, Bill. She gonna challenge you, but you're still coming for some reason. So in some way, a connection of sort is starting to develop. I don't know how many times he's come on your show other than those 2 times.
No, and the first time it wasn't on my show. The first time I was over on the Boxing Voice, our first initial encounter.
I thought that's
Oh
even
no.
better because now he's following you. He bumped with
Yeah.
you on somebody else's show. Now he done come over to your show finally with the same kind of energy, thinking, let's see what's going on now. But he's doing damage control for Devin. That's what he's doing right now.
Well, I know, and he knows I'm on his son's neck. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? So he probably like, what the hell is her problem? I mean, but if he listens to my videos, which I'm sure he did, he knows what my problem is. So I don't know. But anyway, I ain't
But
thinking
you
about no
know
damn
what?
Bill.
Y'all might turn out to be Howard Cosell and Muhammad Ali in some way, in a certain kind of way, because
Oh
they.
yeah, I don't have no problem with Bill, but I need him to know and understand. You can't bamboozle me, baby.
Right,
That's all I
that's what
need
I'm
him to
saying.
understand.
They had that dynamic on TVs. Y'all's are beginning to have that dynamic on the internet. That's what I'm saying. So that's a good thing. And it's no. I think it's Eric. I just see it. He said the same that I'm about to say. There's no female boxing channel that he got in his pocket,
Yeah.
and he's talking to somebody who knows boxing.
Well,
So,
he ain't finna put me in his damn pocket. I ain't Polly Pocket,
right?
so that ain't finna go down.
Oh, he
But
knows that, and so do we.
yeah. So I mean, I don't know why the hell he came over here. That was pure boredom, I guess, on his part. I don't know, but he know what time it is. So I don't know why he comes over here, but he know what time it is when he comes. So whatever.
Well, that's a
Whatever.
good thing. I would love to see him come and y'all do a whole hour.
I don't want to talk to that nigga for no hour. What I'm talking to him for? So he can lie all day. I ain't got time for that. I ain't got no time for that. I ain't got nobody's time for that. Now I don't. I listen and listen. The problem is, I would love to have a longer conversation with Bill, but my issue is I have a problem with people that can't be honest. Like it really just irritates. And then especially when you try to play with my intelligence, that really rubs me the wrong way. So I don't know how long the conversation would last because I'll put his ass off my panel. I don't give a damn who you are. I'll put you right on off of here. You come up here lying and all this other kind of foolishness. You got to go. But whatever. He's welcome to invade our space whenever he feels like it. I do cover his son, so it's only right that he comes and speaks on behest of his son. It is what it is.
When he's lying, call him out on his line, let him know. He'll try to. Looking at his personality and the way he tries to finesse those when he goes on shows when he's talking. When you challenge someone whose intelligence is not to be challenged, but should be appreciated, you find yourself looking at this from, I got to conquer this because that's his mentality. He has that, and I know people say it, but it's true. He has that pimp mentality.
Oh, I know. I listen. I know many of men like Bill Haney. Many of men like Bill honey.
Yeah.
So I'm not interested in all that slick talking, that fast talking, and double
Uh-huh.
talking. That's why I told him before. You always throwing spaghetti. There go that word spaghetti again. So I'm not interested in that type of foolishness.
Well, you know
At
what's up with them. That's the thing about it. You know what's up with them.
And he know what's up with me. It's one of
Right.
those situations. Like when I don't know if you ever seen that DL Hughley stand up. He was like, "Why you keep dropping me off my grandmama's house? I hate her, and she hate me." You know what I'm saying? Like, but they so many. It's not. Of course, it's not that. But you know what's up with me. I know what's up with you. What do you want? That's what I asked him. What do you need? How can I help you?
Well, people always
But he'll
going to
tell
try
me
to
the truth. I don't want
people
that.
people going to always try to conquer, especially when they need you. They need these boxers need these boxing podcasts now.
I don't know about that. I don't know necessarily about that. I don't.
Where else are they getting their promo from? On
Yeah,
the way, because it's just these podcasts that are really playing a major role in
and keeping
driving
the sport
boxing.
alive. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's
True.
where all the right now, and now the ratchet TV crews is getting themselves uh, uh, intertwined with boxing because they like
Oh
to
my God.
fight each other anyway. So they're right now attaching themselves to professional boxing.
Oh, oh, the ghetto, Mr. Greg. Oh, the ghetto. But yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
I
that's
guess.
gonna be there, and so we'll see. I guess with this fight card that Carissa has with those from Bad.
Ciao, ciao, ciao,
Ah,
ciao.
this is the game today, and we'll see what they generate. Because I I for one don't understand women or men going on reality TV to act a fool. You're not really fighting, but you're
Oh
act.
no, they be fighting. They be really fighting. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Gray. It's a bunch of foolishness, a bunch of ratchetivity, and it's gonna smell like nothing but hot combs, chicken wings, and marijuana in there. I'm telling you, it's pure foolishness.
Yeah, I mean, I
Hair
see
weaves
the
gonna be
women.
everywhere. Hair
Yeah.
weaves, eyelashes, all that kind of foolishness gonna be everywhere, all over the floor.
Now that I see the women go a little. They let the women go a lot further than the men do. And that's what I was saying. The men are not really fighting because I ain't seen nobody getting their jaw broke. I ain't seen nobody getting. Now I see some of this craziness on the internet from time to time. People get knocked out, but on the TV, some of these TV shows, and I don't even really watch reality TV anymore. I haven't done so for years. Other than I do like some of the real estate shows because I know some of those.
Oh yeah, $1 Million Listing was my show. That
Yes,
motivated me so much in
I
the
love.
beginning of my career. It used to motivate me so much. I used to love that show. New York. I didn't really like the other one, the California one. It was kind of like,
Yeah,
no, actually, was it the California one I liked and not the New York? Anyway, it was that, and then I liked the Flip My Home and all those My Little House, all that kind of stuff. I like all those kind of shows.
yeah. The $1 Million Listing I used to love.
I
Um,
love that
and I
show.
know Ryan. I met Ryan, and
Do you?
we got to talking to each other
Ah,
over a
that's
period of
cool.
time. Ryan is fun. Uh, Louise, who used to be on the New York show, uh, he was down here, and he had drinks with us this few years back. He
Oh,
was
I
a
got to
little
hang out
short.
with you, Mr. Greg.
You
Bring some
can.
of my
You're
business
welcome.
cards down there. I'm
Um,
gonna bring some of my business cards down there and hang out with Mr. Greg. Draw me up some clients.
Yeah, there's a number of guys, on the periphery that was in New York and California. The San Francisco show was trash to me.
Yup.
I don't like calling
Yup.
it trash, but it wasn't that good. And the Miami show wasn't that good either. Um, Netflix has a show where it's basically all women and the two men who run it, but it becomes more, in my opinion, about the women themselves. And I want to see the properties. See, I love
Yeah, see,
design.
I I like more or less like the negotiation part, like when they be sitting down and just like
Mhm.
talking all casual about all these millions of dollars. I'm like, oh, let me touch it, let me inhale it, let me get it.
Yeah, I like that part too, but I like everything about design, from houses to
Yeah.
furniture
Yep.
to buildings, the
Yep.
cars, the jewelry, the clothing. Like I said, I get all the way into it. I mean, I'm one of those guys. I don't do it now, but I could actually go to a construction site and set up camp and watch them put the building up. Because
See
I'm
that's
interested in how things are put together from the inside,
mm-hmm.
how
Yes, I
sturdy
like
they
taking
are.
something
And then you
ugly and making it
learning.
pretty.
Yeah,
Yep.
then you learning, okay, I
Yep.
understand how they do this now. And then I'm always respectful of the creative mind
Yep.
because to get inside somebody's mind that can create such works of art, be it in architecture or paintings or sculpture. Oh, I can sit here to Jab Queen and tell you the Japanese bespoke shoemakers are doing works of art in men's shoes. Now, you got to go over there to get to do the 2 or 3 or 4 fittings to pay $6,000 or $7,000 for a pair of shoes that you're gonna have to wait 18 months for. That's
Oh, we're
one.
not doing all that, Mr. Greg.
But
I
see,
got somewhere to be tomorrow.
that's people who got money. The bespoke everything is a whole different world. You got to have money
Mm-hmm.
and got to enjoy that journey. But I can
Mm-hmm.
watch them watch on film. And it's usually about an hour. I've watched this one particular shoemaker, Japanese. He made the most beautiful pair of shoes I've ever seen. And I've always liked clothing anyway, but I love the watch. It starts from a piece of leather to them making the last, to all the processes. I like doing that because I like to fully understand why something looks the way it is, why it costs so much, what it had to do
And
with.
the quality.
Yes, yes. And I don't own any bespoke shoes. I wish I did. Uh, I got maybe some custom. I guess you could call some of the things I have as custom, but bespoke, that's a whole nother world. Same thing with suits and trousers and sport jackets. I got some custom things, but I don't have any bespoke. I've never been a millionaire, so to speak.
Right. Right.
And you got to have that kind of money to be doing that.
All right.
But yeah,
Well,
watching you build your show is very, very, very interesting and very. I love. Like I said, I like what I'm doing. What you're doing. I'm sorry, and I will keep trying to encourage you all I can, sis.
thank you so much,
Sure.
Mr. Greg. I appreciate you coming up. We gotta chop it up more. Send me an email or something.
I will do that, and all the
Okay.
gentlemen who's still out there watching, make sure you come and drop the Cash App, put the likes in. Support your sister. She letting you come on and holler and scream at each other for a little while about
These Negroes is crazy, Mr. Greg. Don't encourage them anymore.
Well, just drop the Cash App to Jab Queen and send some good messages to her and send her some information that's going to help her show grow. And I'll see you next time, Jab. And I'll let
All
like I
right.
said, go
Thank
on
you so
Facebook
much,
and see
Mr.
what you
Greg.
think. And all your gentlemen, go
Okay.
on Facebook and see if you like what you see. Podcast is coming soon.
All right now, Mr. Greg. I'll be looking out for it.
All right. Thank you, my sister. I'll see you next
You're
time.
welcome.
All righty.
Okay.
Good night.
Good night. Oh, child, I am so sorry. I know I done kept y'all up here 17 months and 67 days. I appreciate y'all. Those of y'all who hung in there with us, I appreciate y'all so much. We love you. Thank you so much. It has been a time. Y'all think about my question. Do y'all appreciate the competition or do y'all respect people just because they simply have an O? I'm serious, y'all. We need to really start figuring out what it is we want from these boxers and supporting them, win, lose, or draw, if we really are supporting the sports. But until next time, y'all know what to do, baby. Catch mother on a panel. Peace.